Dragons in the skies, fire from the boughs, wisdom flowing fast, ancient temples bow, mountains echo tales, ancestors crying loud, heroes of the past, legends worn proud. On golden silk roads, history unfolds, mystics in the night, secrets they hold. Great walls shadow long, warriors in rows, in the courtyard's light, a lotus flower grows. Orchids in the wind, laughter from the light, truth within the sand, sages bathed in might. Tigers leap through time, rivers serpentine, harmony and chaos living by design. Phoenix rise anew, feathers burning blue, forest whisper soft, mind open and true. Scrolls of hidden art, sages they confide, speaking of the jade, time won't divide. Battles lost and won, emperors do reign, people marching on, dreams still remain. Peasant to the king, stories intertwined, every single soul walking a fine line. Orchids in the wind, laughter from the light, truth within the sand, sages bathed in might. Tigers leap through time, rivers serpentine, harmony and chaos living by design.
Welcome back, welcome back, welcome back. I am the dust at the feet of God's servants. Only God is special. How is it? Happy New Year. Happy New Year. It's a new year. Hope you guys are doing well. Hope the new year started off well for you. I'm back. I told you, I have no idea exactly what's happening day to day. I just try and trust God and try and use truth, love, compassion, contentment, humility to lead me on the way. So it is what it is. But this is season 2. Welcome to season 2. Last year was season 1, the beginning of the story in essence, trying to get people to understand my perspective in regards to the righteous path and why it's better to follow hope rather than fear. And this is season 2. Season 2 right now is trying to bring this understanding to a larger global scale. Like, there's been hints of it everywhere, but I want to try and do as much as I can to help people, essentially. I just want to help people try and find their way in life because, trust me, from personal experience, it ain't easy. It ain't easy. So I want to try and help as many people as I can along this journey because we all need help every once in a while. So to get started, I'm going to introduce a idea that I've got at the moment. It's in regards to all these psychics, mediums, and all this other stuff that are out on the internet at the moment. I think they have good intentions, but I think it's slightly misguided. So what I've decided to do is try and create a righteous path tarot deck. So this will allow them to not just do the medium readings and the psychic readings, but also actually try and help people elevate afterwards. So this is a little teaser I've made at the moment for the Righteous Path Tarot deck. I am currently doing a fundraiser on Kickstarter. So if you do want to support, please feel free to go and pledge, or whatever the word is, back the project if you think that it would help people. But here's the promo.
Yo, I'm reaching out, got a vibe you can't ignore. A project that's deeper on spirit and more. The Righteous Path Tarot deck, it's divine. Guided transformation, let your soul realign. From shadows to light, it's a journey we take. Truth, love, compassion, every step that we make. Humility and peace, here we planting the seeds. Contentment in the heart is what the whole world needs. This ain't just cards, it's a spiritual spark. Shining through the dark, igniting your heart. Finding clarity, yo, it's more than a trend. It's the righteous path where the soul ascends. Fire, let the lessons unfold. Found light in the struggle, now I'm here to be bold. This deck is a mirror, helping others to see the truth inside, where the soul set free. No gimmicks, no tricks, just wisdom to grow. Every card designed so your spirit can glow. The market is buzzing, mindfulness is the wave, and this deck's here to guide while it heals and it saves. This ain't just cards, it's a spiritual spark, shining through the dark, igniting your heart, finding clarity. Yo, it's more than a trend, it's the righteous path where the soul ascends. To the stars we rise and above. Every reading's a step on the path to love. No fear, no doubt, let the shadows fade, rebuilding your truth from the dreams that stayed. To the stars we rise and above. Every reading's a step on the path to love. No fear, no doubt, let the shadows fade, rebuilding your truth from the dreams that stayed. This ain't just cards, it's a spiritual spark, shining through the dark, igniting your heart, finding clarity. Yo, it's more than a trend, it's the righteous path where the soul ascends. The way, build us something timeless that's here to stay. The righteous path is more than a name, it's a movement for the soul, let's fan that flame.
I have just updated the link inside the description, so that is there now if you do want to support that project. It's more of a, like I said, it's a project that I've been thinking about for a while, to try and help support the tarot readers and the people who actually watch the tarot readings, because from my little research that I've been doing in the last couple of months, I found that there's a lot of fear. There's a lot of fear in regards to what the tarot readers say and stuff like that. I think it can do with a bit more understanding and a bit more hope. So this is why I'm trying to create this whole tarot deck thing. It's more about the righteous path, but then I am currently in the process of making the images myself. Obviously, if anyone's any good at drawing, you're more than welcome to jump in and help me along on this journey. We could help each other, actually. But yeah, that's the idea at the moment, is the Righteous Path Tarot deck. Cool. So now that the promo stuff is done, let's get into the show. So today's show is a new dawn, a new day, a new life. For those that recognize that, that's the lyrics for Feeling Good. Originally, I think it was originally sung by Michael Bublé, and then I like the cover by Muse. It's more rockier. Yeah, so today is just a chill stream. I'm just going to be reflecting over the last few weeks, because I ain't gonna lie, they were hard last few weeks. But I think it's helped push me to grow further than I was before. So I appreciate every second of it, even if it was tough. But yeah, so I'm just going to reflect on that a little bit. And yeah, also I'm going to drop the link for the stream if anyone wants to come up and have a chat. Oh yeah, I could do it on this way. There we go. And I think I could even pin it. No, I can't pin it like that. Let's see if I could pin it on here. Yes, I can pin it on here. So yeah, the StreamYard link is up if you want to come up and have a chat about anything, really. This is just a chill stream, kind of. Like I said, it's just a new seasons. So like I said, last year was about trying to give my perspective on the righteous path and how I think it can help people. This year is about spreading it a bit more globally. And also, I'm still deciding about this. It's about the financial journey. I really don't like to be chasing after money. I don't want to be focused by money in my life. I don't want my decisions being based on money. I want my decisions being based on truth, love, compassion, contentment, humility, and hope. So I try my best to focus on that rather than the whole money aspect. Don't get me wrong, money's great. Money is great. It allows me to do things that I wouldn't normally do. It opens up doors that you don't normally have open to you. It has its benefits. But I also see that how if you just chase after money, that it doesn't actually bring any kind of fulfillment. It just makes you want to chase after more afterwards. So it's a struggle I've been fighting against most of my life, mainly because, like I said, I wanted to stay true to who I am, and who I am is just a simple guy who likes the simple things in life. I like camping, mainly because it's just me, nature, a fireplace, and cooking over the fireplace, just normal. I don't know if it's normal, but it's normal for me. Just nothing extravagant. I've had a taste of the extravagant. I used to work in an airline where I used to travel the world and get put in 5-star hotels, which was nice, comfortable beds, really nice locations. But it never really appealed to me. It never really appealed to me to just want to travel and stay in 5-star hotels. It's more about getting out and seeing people and meeting the people and learning as much as I can. Business, welcome to the channel again. You must focus on money and wealth. It proves life, and life is God. Money and wealth, there has to be a focus on there. I agree. There has to be a slight focus on there in regards to maintaining a stable life, 100%. And like I said, it does open up doors. But once again, like I said, my issue was that I wanted to make sure that I didn't let it control me. I didn't let it dictate my choices, because I'm sure you can appreciate there's loads of opportunities in life that you're like, oh, great, easy money. Like, I can make lots of money doing this. But it's at what cost? At what cost? Are you going to be compromising your principles, your sanity, your ethics, whatever, you know what I mean? So I'm trying to find balance with it. And I think with this business, you may have missed it, but I've just started a Kickstarter. Camera's out of focus. I've just started a Kickstarter recently in regards to creating a Righteous Path tarot deck, where it's a tarot deck that goes alongside all these other things that these spiritual mediums and readers use to try and not just spread fear and hate, but actually give hope. Because I've been doing a lot of research in the last couple of months, and a lot of these tarot readers are like, fuck your family, cut out your family. Oh, these people are mad, being mean to you, cut them out. You don't need them in your life, screw them. What's another one? Oh, you've cleared your karmic debt. Don't take on anyone else's karmic debt. Leave them in the dust. And you know what I mean? It's like, it's like, wait. So life is just about yourself? No. Oh, I know most people think like that, but I don't think like that, and I can't allow. Not that it's my choice, but if I can do something to help people see, because I don't think these tarot guys are bad. I think that they have a purpose, just like everyone else. Like I've even said about Tate. I've said Tate in the past has a purpose as well. Like, he's waking people up to the whole masculine kind of provide and protect situation. So everyone has their purpose in life. That's why I always say, be you. Be you. Don't try and be someone else. Try and be you. Find out what you resonate with. Find out what gives you a spark in your life, and nurture that and try and turn it into a flame. So that's why I'm like, cool. I can see what they're trying to do, but I can see how it could be done a little bit better. Not shitting on them, but not praising them either. Excellent. A Tarot of Hope. Yes, exactly. So what I found is that with these, like I said, with these tarot readers, it's usually doom and gloom, doom and gloom, doom and gloom. And it's never actually about, wait, how do I rise above the doom and gloom? How do I elevate myself instead of staying in this mindset of fear, anxiety, and depression? How do I go to the next level? And unfortunately, just cutting people off or just giving up on people or just laughing at other people while they go through trouble because you're like, oh, I'm better than them now, or I understand more than them now, is just, I think it's the wrong way to go. So I want to introduce this ray of hope if I can. So yeah, the link is below if you want to go support the Kickstarter. I'd appreciate it, just so I can get that ball rolling, and also then I can start reinvesting in other ideas I have as well. There's a million different ideas I have. I've always been the idea guy. I'm going to tell you a little story. It's not me bigging myself up. It's just literally, it is what it is. But when I was a kid, I loved science. And I really, really fell in love with magnets when I was a kid. And the fact that they could repel each other, it was just like mind-boggling to me. I was like, wow, the power between them. And as a kid, this is when I was about 7 or 8, maybe, I was thinking about how to use magnets to levitate cars. And I was like, okay, no, that's not going to work because you'd have to make all the roadways magnetic in order to do that. And then obviously, if you do that, that could cause other issues. It's like, I was like, no, that's not a good idea. But then I did think about a train, but I wasn't using electromagnetic repulsion. I was using just plain old magnets, like natural magnets in my design, because as a 6-7-year-old, as I was still learning about magnets, I didn't understand electromagnets were a thing. As for those who don't know, electromagnet is just a piece of metal with wire wrapped around it, and as soon as there's electricity passing through that wire, it then makes that metal piece magnetic. So I didn't know that couldn't happen at 7 or 8 years old. So my design was a train that kind of ran on top of real life magnets. Obviously, I didn't do anything with it. It was a bad design because it was using natural magnets. But come to find out a few years later that Japan was doing a similar idea where they were using electromagnets to levitate the trains to go at faster speeds. And I was like, damn, okay, so there's always good ideas and bad ideas. So I've always had lots of ideas, good and bad, and obviously I can always improve on those ideas, and I'm always willing to learn and grow and try and understand better ideas. That's the whole point of the last year I was doing the stream. The whole year I was doing the stream, I was trying to get people up here to try and combat me, to kind of challenge me on my beliefs and my thoughts, so that A, I can work out any kinks, and B, I can help other people who may have the same questions or have the same thoughts but couldn't connect the right dots. So yes, this year it's more about trying to make a lot of these different ideas I have into reality. Not for the money aspect. I probably will give most of it away. It's mainly for the idea of spreading the hope around the world, and obviously at the same time, as business said, money and wealth give life some kind of stability and allow you to do certain things and help more people. So that's all I want to do, try and help more people. And while I'm on this topic, I just thought I will kind of explain why I really like this drawing. I'm gonna have to rub it out now. It took me about 5 minutes to do, but here we go. All right, so this is one of the reasons that I kind of didn't want to go down this route, because I thought this was kind of like the only way. But obviously, because I've taken my time to think about everything and trying to figure out a way that helps people more than myself, I've found that I may have an idea on how to rectify this. But essentially, the idea goes like this. There's people in the world who come up with an idea, and then they hire a bunch of people who have a bunch of people below them. There we go. And they have a bunch of people below them, and they have, so basically it goes on forever. And essentially, if you know what that looks like, that is essentially a pyramid scheme. So I found that most of these businesses are pyramid schemes. Like, you'll go and work for them, but essentially this person at the top here, he's taking all the benefits, all the profits, and sometimes they reinvest, but most of the time they reinvest in themselves. Or they, like in I think Nike does this. Nike has a few different companies, and then the one company that, say like the UK version, will then give all of the money that is made, all of the profits, to another pyramid scheme in another country. So Nike would make all the profits here in this country. Then once the money's at the top, they'd pass that money over to this company here, which is in another country, which is a Nike corporate kind of thing. And then they avoid paying any taxes in this country. You know what I mean? There's so many loopholes. It's just pure scams to me. I find the way that the world currently works is set up in scam mentality. So this is kind of the reason I kind of stayed away from going down the business route, because I didn't want to participate in this kind of thing. I did, however, for those of you who don't know, I worked for a company called Waitrose once upon a time. Now, Waitrose was a really, really interesting company because they worked it out as if it's kind of like a pyramid scheme, but it's more equitable. So they'd have the same system, they'd have the same kind of like setup. However, at the end of the year, they would take the profits and they would agree on a percentage. They would agree on a percentage. So let's say it was 15%. Now, everyone in the company, regardless of where you are, got a 15% bonus based on their pay. So like the guy in this position, say if he was making 70K and this person was making 30K, this person would get 15% of the 70K as a bonus, and then this person would get 15% of 30K as a bonus. It was a way of, it was called a partnership, a way of people realizing that even though they may be at the bottom, even if they are at the bottom of the pyramid, that they have an ability to put something into the company and get repaid and rewarded for their loyalty, for their hard work, for making the company as successful as it is. I really, really like this model. However, once again, it was stuck in this pyramid shape, and I didn't like that once again. Hey, Geisha's back. Welcome back, Geisha. So, yeah, as you can see, like, I've been thinking about this a lot. I've been thinking about the whole business ideas and stuff like that for a very, very, very long time, but I didn't want it to be based on just acquiring money, because there's enough companies out there that do this. There's enough companies out there that are just trying to bleed you dry of every single penny that you earn through your hard work. So I've come up with a new idea. And the new idea, I'm still working out the kinks. Obviously, if you guys got any feedback, I'd happy to hear it. Might not always implement it, but I'm happy to hear it and think about what you're saying. But essentially, this new model would be, instead of a pyramid scheme, I can't draw it properly because this board is too small, but I'll try and do as much as I can. Ooh, that's a bit too big. Oh, I missed one out. That's why it's so big. There we go. It's going to look a little bit complicated, but essentially, this is the idea for the new company. Instead of it being a pyramid scheme, it's a collaborative entity, meaning that it's not about the one person at the top, it's about every single individual being integrated and part of the larger team. This way, when it comes down to making profits or whatever, and then it being distributed between the workers, priority would always be the outside circles. The outside circles will always get priority, because I believe that if you have happy workers and good company ethic, that it will reflect in the company and the way it works. Essentially, like I said, with the way Waitrose worked, it was successful because of this partnership scheme. It was successful because everyone felt like they had a say in the company. Obviously, they didn't have the final say, but they all had a say in regards to any ideas that they had that they wanted to put forward on the company's direction. They would get listened to. So I really, 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 really appreciate that. But like I said, it was still a pyramid shape. Whereas this is this. This is more of meant to be a circle, but obviously I don't have that much space. So essentially, it would be concentric circles. The company structure would be concentric circles, with the focus being on those on the outer circle. Because, like I said, if they are happy and working hard where they're customer facing, then then everyone else in these lines, everyone else in the concentric circle is also benefiting because of the hard work that they're doing. And if they're rewarded well, then they're spending more, they're happier. If they're spending more, that means the economy is growing. And I know people like to think about the economy and how it grows. I just think about quality of life. I think quality of life is a bit more important than the size of the economy. But yes, right, there we go. So the idea is essentially that the person in the middle, the person that starts it off, he gets a percentage of the profits as a what's the word? Compensation for the hard work of setting it all up. Which I think anyone who puts in the hard work should get some kind of compensation for their time and energy. But it doesn't allow him to hoard all that wealth for himself. It allows for the wealth to be distributed amongst the rest of the workers, especially the frontline workers, because I think the frontline workers are the most important people. Like, you could have the best CEO, but if your frontline workers don't care about the company and they don't care about the goal of the company, or they don't care about doing a good job, then regardless of how good the CEO is, it's going to be a failure of a company, because that interaction with the customers, that drive to make it a better place won't be there. So I think focus should always be on the frontline staff. So yeah, this is why I've been a little hesitant on going down the whole business route, but I am going to go down it, but just in my own way, because I like to be different and I like to help people out. So yeah, I've got a few different ideas where I'm going to start. Once I've made a bit of money, I'm going to start trying to reinvest and trying to do these things. Once again, like I said, it's not about the monies. It's all about the standard of living, the quality of life, and a way to help each other grow and become the best versions of ourselves. Because obviously, if the frontline staff aren't worried about paying their weekly bills, that's a lot of their mind. That is a lot of their mind. Now they can focus on their family. Now they can enjoy time with their family instead of sitting there calculating, oh, if I spend less here and I maybe take an extra shift here and I do this and I do that. Instead of them focusing their energy and time on that, if they could focus it on, hey, I've got free time, I've got a day off, bills are paid, I've got enough money, let's take the kids to some kind of place, let's go take them to Thorpe Park, Disneyland, or whatever. Let's just, you know what I mean? Let's have some kind of quality time where we spend time with the kids and allow the kids to enjoy life a bit more with the parents. Like I said from day dot, this whole channel was meant to be aimed at parents, future parents, because the only thing we can do is either change ourselves or point at others. So I want to change ourselves so that we can help each other grow. I hope this is making sense. I hope this is making sense. It's been a while since I've done one of these streams. Excuse me. All right, cool. So that's the whole business idea thing at the moment. Kind of the focus of these next few streams is just trying to encourage different ideas for business and trying to push for hope. Hope. Why does it always do that? Hope. Cool. So yes, I did say I was going to talk about my last couple of weeks, which were absolutely hectic. A lot going on. Not physically. It wasn't a physical couple of weeks. It was more of a mental few weeks where I was learning to understand deeper truths of the world, which sounded absolutely bananas, and trying to find hope in the craziness of the world. I went through a heartbreak. I had serious conversations with family, trying to resolve issues that I felt needed to be resolved and kind of put to rest. I tried. What else did I do? Stability is. I'm broke as a joke. I am broke as a joke at the moment. So I am trying my best to find a job, but I am confident in God that He will help me out as much as He can and get me more stable. So that was another thing, mental aspect. You know, this is what I'm saying. This last couple of weeks haven't been physically demanding, but they've been mentally demanding, and that's why I kind of took a little break. I kind of did the whole goodbye forever. I'm going. See you later. I've got to do something else in my life. I went through that whole phase just because I was trying to figure out my life a bit better. I didn't want to beat a dead horse by coming on here and just pushing the righteous path. If people aren't interested, they ain't interested. If they want to talk about life, we can talk about life. But most people seem to just want to do their own thing, which is fine. But yeah, I was kind of like trying to figure out. I know what I want out of life. I want people to be happy. I want people to have hope. I want people to follow their dreams. I want people to be good to each other. I know my vision of the future. How I get there is always a bit of a maybe this way for a little bit. Okay, no, let's backtrack. Go this way for a little bit. You have to be willing to change and adjust to whatever's going on in the world. So that's what I was going through for the last few weeks, trying to get my head on straight and trying to become the best version of myself even more, you know. It was tough, but I think I'm in a good place again. I'm at a good place. Well, I was at a good place then too, but I was more focused on looking over the horizon instead of focusing what was on the ground in front of me. I was like, let's just look towards the horizon. Let's look towards the horizon, because that's where the sun is coming up, and that's where the hope is. Yeah. But now I've kind of like looked around me and I've gone, okay, maybe I should deal with this first, and then I could keep on my journey towards the sun. Not putting off my journey towards hope, not putting off my vision, not putting off anything like that. It's just, like I said, recalculating. You know, when you take the wrong turn using a sat nav, it goes recalculating, and then it finds another route, or it tells you to turn around if there is no other route. That was essentially what I was going through in the last couple of weeks. I was recalculating. The other thing is like I said, it's about trying to stay true to who I am, trying to stay true to what I believe in, my hope in life, and my ethics and morals and all that other lovely stuff, and trying to make sure that I balance that with the focusing on the money thing. Because I don't want to work for somebody for the rest of my life. Like I said, most of these companies are pyramid schemes where you work your ass off and the person at the top is just reaping all the benefits while you typically don't. You get paid the minimum for your time and effort. So yeah. Restructuring, replanning, and reignite it. Got to reignite that spark every time. So yeah, that's the plan for the moment, for the future. Otherwise, lotus flowers. Sorry, I just saw the title of the video as well. I don't know if I should talk lotus flowers. Should I talk about lotus flowers? I don't know. I think I might save that for another stream. I'm not sure right now. Well, we'll see if anyone comes up. The link is up there if anyone wants to come up, have a chat about life, about business, about anything really. I'm chilling. Open conversation today. If you want to come up. If you don't, you don't. It's all good. I'll talk to myself. Hello, darkness, my old friend. I've come to speak with you again. Business says, yes, 29th January is Chinese New Year of the Snake. What is its significance? Snake is the shedding of old skins, I believe. I did actually YouTube this the other day. I looked into the Chinese zodiac story of the snake. So there's two stories of the snake. The first story of the snake was that the snake had legs and arms. And everyone hated the snake. Nobody liked the snake. Everyone was scared of the snake. Nobody wanted to be friends with the snake. And the snake asked the Jade Emperor, which is meant to be like God, I think, asked the Jade Emperor for the legs and arms to be removed. And when it gets removed, they go to the frogs. The legs and arms go to the frogs. And then the snake is stuck on his belly, slithering around. But everyone still hates the snake. But it does compete in the race, and it does become one of the 12 zodiac signs. That was the one story. The other story was that during the race, the snake hasn't got arms and legs. It's just a normal snake. During the race, the snake, I think it's on a horse. It kind of slithers on a horse or something, and it asked the horse to carry it over the water because there's this river just before the end of the race. So the snake asks the horse to carry it over the river, and then once it gets over the river, it jumps off the horse and takes 6th place, which would be the Chinese New Year. So yeah, I Googled those or YouTube those stories. Those were interesting. But also the snake, well, I think I mentioned, is also about the shedding of old skins or shedding off old layers and kind of like renewing yourself, becoming a new version of yourself. So yeah, there's a lot of different things. But I'm not sure if it's the 29th of January. I thought it was more in February. I thought it was like 12th of February or something like that. Let me have a look. Chinese Zodiac New Year. Oh, you're right. 29th of January. Cool. 29th of January to February 16th. So I'm guessing that it's like a new year from there to there. And then it officially starts from February 16th. Interesting. And the snake that's coming up is a wood snake. Wood. Like tree wood. And that represents, it emphasizes growth and planning. Yeah, interesting. Thanks for the little deep dive there, business. So yeah, if anyone wants to come up and have a chat, please feel free. The link is there. There's no stress otherwise. But I'm just going to chill, talk about life, talk. A very knowledgeable spiritual man. Thank you. I am not that knowledgeable, and I am not that spiritual. I've got some understanding. I've done my research in some things, but like I said, I've got so much to grow. I'm trying to grow as much as I can. I've been a kid most of my life. I like being free. I think freedom is important, but I have also been. I'm going to explain this a little bit better. That's me. I'm like a. It's meant to be a donut, by the way. That's a donut. The donut is full of soft jam and jelly. But on the outside, it's got like that rough, donutty layer of protection. So essentially, I've always been a big kid at heart, but I've also understood that in life, if you are too vulnerable and too exposed, people typically take advantage. If they don't understand you, they just see you as someone weak or whatever, someone who's soft. So over the years, I've tried to learn as much as I can and try to create that exterior of where I understand life a bit better. It doesn't mean that the whole inside of jelly's disappeared. It just means that it protects the jelly inside. So this is what the righteous path is for me. The righteous path for me is that barrier, that protection, that, okay, yes, I know I'm soft inside and I know that people will take advantage, but I also understand myself and I respect myself and I have a certain level of confidence in my own thought process. But at the same time, you need to have that little I want to call it the little butthole, the little hole in the donut where if there's pressure applied, that it doesn't just go and ruin the whole thing, but there's a little place for the vent, for the jam to come out of in a constructive way. And that's what I would consider as the righteous path. It's like, yeah, when you squeeze it, there's going to be jam coming out, but where does that jam go? It depends on where you focus that energy. If you focus it on fear, that jam goes to fear. If you focus, I hope this is making sense. If you focus it on hope, then that jam goes to hope. Whenever the times get tough and you get pressure put on you. So oh, that's funny. I never thought I'd be using donuts to explain my life. So yeah, I've tried to be as childlike as I can, not for any particular reason other than just being me, because I like being me. I like cartoons, I like having fun, but I don't like having fun at other people's expense. I don't like having fun if I have to step on others. I think it's more fun. Like I've said previously, I think life is more of a team game where we work together to elevate each other and help each other become better, rather than just me. Also, once again, don't smoke. I do it because I'm an idiot. But yeah, it's up to you if you want to smoke or not, but make sure you know the risks. All right. Any other questions? Business, you still here? Anyone else? If you guys want to come up, obviously link is there. There's no pressure on talking about anything in particular. It's just chill, chat, do your thing. Because the thing is, I could talk for days, but I'm quite reluctant to talk in random subjects about my life, because I don't want to just talk about me. I've said this before, I'm not that important. I'm important to myself in my own life, but I think that in life you've got to try and focus on how you can help others. And I can sit here and talk to you guys about my life, and I can tell you all the ups and downs and how I overcame them, which I wouldn't mind, because I kind of think it would help, but I don't want it just to be about me. That's why, like I said, link is there. If you guys want to come up, chat about anything, we can. It's all about helping each other. All about the teamwork. Teamwork makes the dream work. I hope everyone's staying warm as well. I know that it's snowing around in certain places of the UK. All right. Nobody saying anything. That's all good. I'm going to take a little music break, and I'm going to come back, and then I'm going to talk about my life if nobody else has got anything else to talk about. So, yeah, if you guys want to come up and have a chat, please feel free. If not, no worries. You can listen to me talk about my life, but it's more about you guys.
In the hush of morning light, find a place where shadows hide. Whisper truths in silent night. Soul serenity inside. In the world feels loud and wild, seek the gentle breath of grace. In the eyes of every child, see divinity's embrace. Quiet stillness holds the key to a mind that's truly free. In the tranquil we confide, finding God, a peace in
And we're back. And we're back. So I saw a message from LTG or Lieutenant from Big Nose's channel looking for Gossie, also known as D or Give the Gospel. If anyone does see her and want know where she is, please do let her know that LTG wants to have a chat and apologize. Just have a look for the Big Nose's channel. I might jump on there for a little chat. Okay, so I see. Here, let me share the screen. Present, share screen. Yeah, it looks like it's Jafu and Chris at it.
Go ahead. I will show you a verse in your own book that is just the same as what you're pointing the finger at a Muslim's book about this women issue of oppression and about all these other actions that you both do.
Yeah, that sounds like it's more religious-based conversation. I might or might not pop in. I'm trying to stay away from religion because I really don't know that much, but it is what it is. Lieutenant's back says, thank you so much. Please tell her she's welcome to come back to us. I will do if I see her. Unfortunately, she's kind of been AWOL from my stream as well since she called me a devil worshipper. So I don't know if she will ever come back here, but we'll see. We'll see. If she does, I promise to try and give her the message and send her back over to you guys. Cool. All right, so yeah, these guys are talking about religion. I guess I could do the religion conversation a little bit. But I just find that arguing about scriptures doesn't really actually help you grow. It just... Maybe it does. Maybe I just don't see it. Let me think. How can arguing about scriptures help you? See, I think it can help if you're having conversations about scriptures, because then you get to see the other person's perspective of how they're seeing that verse. But when you're like, no, you're wrong, no, you're wrong, I don't think it actually ever leads to anywhere productive. But once again, we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. I might join in and see if it's a good conversation. Cool. So now I'm going to talk about my life. If I see some people ninja watchers, you could choose a subject. Choose a subject. What do you want me to talk about in life? Do you want me to talk about emotional, spiritual, physical, love? Because that was a good conversation yesterday on Big Noses. They were talking about love. I thought that was really interesting. Unfortunately, it never got as deep as I wanted to, but yeah, I thought that was a good topic as well. So yeah, you could always talk about love. Anything in particular you guys want to hear about? Otherwise, I will just pluck a random story out of my head and share it. Share it. Cool. Yeah, no messages at the moment, so I'm gonna pull something out of my head, and we shall go with. Let's go with. Paint. I'm just staring at the wall and the ceiling, and I'm like, it could do with a lick of paint. So paint. I'm going to be talking about paint. I like to draw. I like to paint. I've done a couple of paintings recently, but they're not amazing. They were just more for me. It was just more of an expression of myself and trying to be more creative in... Because like I said, I like to paint. Actually, that reminds me of a story. My first girlfriend, my first serious girlfriend. I painted her a picture of herself, and I'm not gonna lie, I could have done. It could have been so much better. I felt so bad giving it to her because it was like a Valentine's Day present. So I wanted to give it to her on Valentine's Day, but I just couldn't get it done right. I wasn't able to get the right shapes and the right. But yeah, I gave her. She appreciated it, and I don't think she ever displayed it. But I did paint her a portrait kind of thing. It was her holding like a teddy bear, I think it was. This was like back when I was 18 or 19, so many moons ago. And since then, I've not had a chance to paint. I've bought some painting supplies, but unfortunately, I wasn't inspired to paint anything in particular. It was just more of a, I would like to do this. I would like to find a way to express myself in paint, but I couldn't think of anything in particular to paint. A couple of months ago, I was inspired to paint because of a serious mind fuck I was going through. I was going through a crazy mind fuck, and I just needed an escape for a few moments. I just needed a way to just kind of like forget about all these, whatever was going on in my head, and just kind of focus on the moment and be creative. So during this little period of being creative and going through this crazy mental roller coaster, I painted this thing. You can't see it because it's green. The main color is green. So yeah, I should have thought about that before I put up the green screen. But there you go. It's like that. So essentially, it's like a two. Oh, I really like it. What I'll do is I'll take a picture of it and I will upload it onto my community post if you guys want to have a look at that. That's one of the paintings I did. That one helped me through a mad period in my life. It was really tough. And then this is the other one I painted. This one I've had to redo a few different times. This one is about hope. It's just that, as you can, there we go. This one's more about hope. This one's more about like trying to keep your focus on that guiding light in life. So if your guiding light is love, a partner, God, your children, whatever your guiding light is that gives you joy, gives you purpose, that you focus on that. So those are the two I've done at the moment. I do want to do another one, but I'm taking a breath at the moment. So yes, painting really helps. Painting really helps. It really does help you become a bit more open to other ideas. Because when I did that first painting, like I said, I was going through like a crazy mental period where I thought I was stuck. There was no way forward. There was like I had hope in God will open a place for me, like a route that I can take, but I couldn't see it. And I was like, shit, I feel surrounded. I feel like there's no option but to go into one of the bad options. But as I was painting, God helped me see that after I took a step back and stopped thinking about it, that there are other options. There's always other options. It's never just A or B. You could always go down C or D or E or F. There's always other options, and not to be trapped by limited thinking. So that was a lesson I learned for myself. I kind of knew this already, but when you're in the thick of it, when you're in the battle of life, that's when you have to actually kind of apply it. And it was really good to apply it at that point in life. Cool. So that was my story about paint. Let's go jump over on Big Noses. Let's see what he's saying. What's going on here?
Doing.
He finished. The
Over there, as I'm just saying that you observing from this group that you know it's this horrible group that you're saying you went. So you went there, and were they teaching and being and stuff kind of like like how you're doing with your family, their family is, because that's why you're there and you had a good time, right?
No, I didn't have a good time. Who told you a good time? I saw their misery. I saw the darkness in their house. I saw their pain.
Oh, wow.
When they were telling me that when the man was telling, hold on. Since you asking question, respect the answer. Listen to the answer. Listen to the answer. It's quite interesting. It's quite interesting. I was invited to House of Palestinian. Let me tell you exactly what happened.
Okay, they seem a bit passionate at the moment. It sounds like they're talking about the Muslim household compared to the Christian household. I think the Jafu, he says that there should only be one woman in your life, and I agree. But I can also see part of the Muslim perspective, like I've said in previous streams, where if you see a woman that is, you're not lusting after her, you're not trying to collect women, but you actually see someone who you can help, like support and whatnot, that point you might bring her into like the family dynamic to help support her. You may do that through marriage to make sure that the people around understand that you're doing it by the laws of the land or the religion. Like, it's not done in lust, it's not done like this, it's not done like that, but you're following a set of rules. So I can understand both points of view, but I do think that the best way forward for people is a single partner. Yes. Yeah. You teamwork makes the dream work. And if you have multiple partners, you can't really trust the fact that where the loyalties are. And you need to build a relationship on trust. I think that's very, 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 very important. Sorry, microphone was in my way. Yeah. Let's see. Shall I go up on there? Shall I go up? Shall I go up? Shall I go up? I've got nothing. I don't know. I don't think I've got anything important to add to their discussion because they're basing it on pure scripture. I think I do want to go into this in the future. It's about how relationships work best, in my opinion. I am single, so I don't know if you want to take my advice, but I was single by choice for a very long time. Yeah, I think we'll go into this. This is part of my story, and this is part of my old way of thinking. So most of my life, how do I put this? I've said this previously, like for me, it's about helping people in life. And for me, I thought that if my life was given up for someone else, it would be a good way to die. I thought that way is a good way to say thank you to God for life. It's like, I appreciate it so much that I've given my life for someone else. I thought that like a warrior's death kind of situation. I was like, do you know what? I'm happy with that. And I came to this kind of conclusion early on as a kid, and most of my life I kept living like this. It kind of, so as I mentioned, my first serious girlfriend, I was with her for about 5 years, and then it just went separate ways. And then I took a little time to myself, met someone else, that didn't pan out, and then I kind of just went, cool, I'll take a step back from the whole relationship thing, because if it was supposed to happen, it would have happened. Since it didn't happen, I'm not going to force it. You know, I've said this before, well, I don't think I've said this on stream before, but one of the things I believe in is that you can't make a woman choose you. She has to choose you because she wants to choose you. If you try and make her choose you by buying her gifts or acting in a certain way or whatever, it's a facade, it's a mask, and it will eventually drop. And when she sees the real you, that's when she'll be like, I'm gonna go that way. So I think it's very important to be yourself and to allow the woman to choose you as you being you. So yeah, after that situation happened in life, I was like, cool, I'm gonna stop chasing it. As much as I'd love a family, all I wanted in my life, like I've said on previous streams, was a family. That's all I ever wanted in life, was a family. So I was like, cool, it's not going to happen right now. I can't force it to happen. I'll just be patient. I'll try and learn as much as I can. So the day that I do meet the person that chooses me, that I am the best version of myself for them. So I kept on working on my growth, working on my life, working on trying to understand more in regards to the righteous path, trying to overcome any obstacles in life. And at a point, I kind of started going, okay, maybe it's not going to happen. Maybe this is just one of those things that wasn't meant for me. As much as I'd like it, if it was going to happen, it would happen. And I wasn't interested in just dating girls for the sake of dating. It didn't appeal to me. Like, don't get me wrong, I've had fun with girls. Like, I was cabin crew, so over there it was a majority of girls. So whenever I'd go out, like I remember when I went to Japan, I went out with the girls there. We went karaoke singing. When I went to like Iceland or Germany, I'd meet up with the girls and we'd go out and we'd go hit the Christmas markets. Like, I enjoy spending time with girls, but in the romantic aspect, I never really pursued it because I was like I said, if someone chooses me for me, then I can give them the best of myself, and we'll have that deeper connection. It won't just be superficial. It would be a soul connection. So yeah, I enjoy company of girls a lot. Enjoy company of guys too, but I wasn't going to force anything to happen in life. And then after a while, I kind of realized that, okay, most people aren't interested in getting to know me on a soul level, or exposing themselves on a soul level. Most people are, I say most people, I'm going to change that. I think most people I met is a better way of saying it. Most people I met in my life were more focused on the superficial things in life. And I always wanted something deeper. And because I never got it, I kind of thought, okay, it's not going to happen. And then a couple of years ago, I start seeing this whole thing online about the red pill and the blue pill and Mr. Tate and all these other characters popping up on the internet. And at that point, I was like, oh, I get what they're trying to do. They're trying to find the deeper truths of life and try and spread it. I can respect that. So I started my ex Twitter thingy, and I started trying to give as much understanding that I had to him and other people that were maybe willing to listen. Not because I wanted to be famous. It was just purely because I wanted them to take it and run with it. I was like, hey, listen, this is what I know. If you want to use it and spread it, if you're spreading hope and you're spreading truth, love, compassion, contentment, humility, I don't see anything bad about that. But after a little while, I did realize that it wasn't their message, and because it wasn't their message, they wouldn't be able to give the same kind of understanding and the lessons behind it. And obviously, they had their own message. I was trying to make them into me, because I didn't want to do the job, because I was like, I don't want to be famous. I don't want to get in the limelight. Not because I'm afraid of the criticism or the clapback. I think that's the right word. Not because of that. It was just purely because I was like, it doesn't matter who the information, it doesn't matter who the truth comes from, as long as people get the truth. That's the way I saw it. So I wasn't trying to make them into me, but I was trying to see things from my perspective so that they can then push the truth to people and give people hope. But after a while, I realized that it wasn't going to happen. It wasn't about them spreading my message. It was about them spreading their message and their perspective. And I had to spread my own message and my own perspective. At one point, I did message him, and I said, listen, I'll give you what you want. Because this is going to sound so big-headed. But like I said, in my life, nothing was working out the way I had hoped. So I was just like, go with the flow, learn, find my place in the world. And when I start seeing these characters pop up and they're doing all this stuff, I was like, cool. Maybe I'm supposed to die at this point. Maybe this is the point that I check that part of my list off of dying for someone else. So I was like, okay, fine. If I've got to say it myself, do my own thing, I will do it. I will say what I need to say. And if I die at the end of that, if someone wants to do, a John Lennon or a Kennedy on me, so be it. It is what it is. So I was like, cool. I'll do whatever you guys want. Like, I'll put my head above the parapet, I'll take the bullet. It is what it is. I trust God that this was meant to be my story, if it was meant to be my story. So yeah, started up my own YouTube channel, started appearing in the world and trying to Speaker's Corner, YouTube stuff, trying to spread as much as I can in regards to what I understood, trying to get people to question their own narratives on whether it's religious, whether it's atheist or whatever. And yeah, during this last year, I was reintroduced to somebody from my past who kind of gave me hope for myself, that I can do what I wanted to do, I could say what I wanted to say, and I didn't have to be taken off that whole dying situation. So I was like, oh, cool, amazing. I actually have I've always had hope in life for the people. I've always had hope for everyone else. But this was where I actually started having hope for myself again. And that changed my perspective on, as much as I'd like to give my life for other people, as much as I'd like to be that difference in someone's life, I don't have to do it at the expense of my own life. I can do what I need to do with my life, if that makes sense. So hence why I've started to push further on these different projects, because I always thought that someone else was going to take these projects. I was like, look, I don't want the money, I don't want the fame, I don't want the recognition, I really don't want any of the extra stuff that comes with trying to help the world. All I want to do is literally help the world. So yeah, I've got a bit more hope in my own future now. I don't think that my life has to be given up in order for it to be of value to the world. But at the same time, the world is still my focus. With myself, myself and the world. I'm gonna tell you a funny story. Well, it's funny to me. It's funny to me. But I remember this one time I was sitting with my ex-girlfriend, and we were just sitting there talking about life. And I remember we were sitting in the car, and I started drawing on the ceiling of the car, just to kind of show what I was talking about. But I essentially said, that's the world. That's the world, and that's me. So this is when I was about 18. So I was like, that's the world, and that's me. The world is more important than I am. Like, I want to do something that helps the world. But it's funny because now I see it more like this. That's me, and that's the world. Just as important as each other, but there is the overlap where the two can come together. So this is the whole journey I've had in the last year. Because before that, like I said, I was like, oh yeah, my life doesn't matter that much as long as everyone else is happy. But now I've started to understand that it's not just about everyone else's happiness. I also have to be happy in life. I am happy, but happier. In regards to what I've always dreamed of, like I said, with the whole family situation, all I've ever wanted was a family. I hope this is interesting to you guys. I hope all of this is helpful or interesting, or I don't know. We'll see. We'll see if there's any comments after this video. But this is just me trying to open up a little bit more about myself. Because when I started this channel, I was like, hey, this isn't about me. It's about the righteous path. But I understand that I can't do the righteous path. I can't talk about the righteous path without talking about myself. Because it's only through my experiences that I learned these things, and it's only by my experiences that I can share what I learned about the righteous path. So that's why hope was a new one that was introduced. Originally, the righteous path was truth, love, compassion, contentment, humility. Hope was introduced when it was like, okay, it's not just hope for myself or hope for the world, it's hope for both me and the world. There is another part of the righteous path I've recently added, but I'm still working out the kinks. So I'm not going to add that just yet. Everything is a process. Everything takes time. As much as I'd like to just go, oh, cool, this is everything. Boom, here you go, guys. I'm still learning as I go. And as I've previously said, I'm a professional idiot. I'm very slow. It takes me a while to learn things. I make a lot of mistakes in life. But I just hope that my mistakes and my bad ways of thinking, which I corrected, can help you understand on a better way to think of yourself as well, and try and give you hope that hey, if this idiot can figure it out, there's hope for you guys, because a lot of you guys are so much smarter than I am, honestly. You guys, most people had life figured out from a very, very young age. I'm 36, I think, and I'm still figuring it out. But I'm hoping that it pays off, that slow and steady wins the race. You know, like the rabbit and the rabbit and the tortoise race. The rabbit just legs it, gets really far ahead, thinks, hey, look, I've pretty much won this race. I'm chilling. I'm way miles ahead. And then he sits down underneath a tree, has a little nap. And the tortoise slowly but surely just takes it one step at a time. And before you know it, he sees the rabbit sleeping under the tree and he goes, cool, there's a chance. And then he keeps on going and he wins the race. So I hope that works out in my favor, that slow and steady does win the race. Not that I'm racing. I think life is more of a marathon. I think it's about everyone trying to get to the finish line together, supporting each other best you can. I did see this one really, 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 really good video. Kind of explains this. There was this guy who was in the marathon and he was running, and there's someone right in front of him. He was in second place, and the other person in front of him was first place. And the person in first place was so close to the finish line, but they ended up collapsing and falling down. And this guy could have just overtaken her. I think it was a her. Overtaken her and won the race, won the marathon, and came first. But he didn't. He stopped. He helped her up, and he pushed her in front of himself, because he was like, listen, you were so close. You were about to come first. I ain't taking that off you. Boom. And he pushes her, and then he comes second place. And a lot of people gave him a bit of flack for it, but I think that it's important to stay true to yourself. Stay true to yourself. If winning is that important that you could literally walk over someone as they're collapsing and not give two shits because you're like, it's all about me, I'm about to win, then life ends up being a really, really difficult place for everyone to live and to enjoy. The fact that he actually picked her up and he pushed her forward, and I think is a much better story. I think that's such a good story. Could you imagine? Oh yeah, I was running a marathon and the person in first place almost won, but then they collapsed and then I overtook him. Yeah, yay me. Or I was running a marathon, the person in front of me who's just about to win collapses, I helped them up and I pushed them up and I gave them the encouragement and the strength they needed to finish the marathon and come in first place. And I took second place because it wasn't about the first place, second place. It was about staying true to who I am and how I want the world to be. So yeah, like I said, it's not a race, but going slow and steady and helping each other along the way, I think is more important than just winning the race or coming in first. I think it's more about ensuring that everyone is encouraged, because everyone will have bad days. It could have been him. He could have been in first place. He could have tripped over. You know what I mean? The roles could have been reversed so easily. And I think that he understood that and he appreciated that in life. So yeah, I thought that was a nice story. Really, really good story. I saw it on YouTube. It's on one of the shorts. The pleasures of doom scrolling through shorts. Sometimes you come across some gems. You come across some amazing gems that kind of give you inspiration and hope for the rest of humanity. That, like, yes, there are good people out there who aren't willing to step on others just to come in first. Alrighty. So, yeah, that was my story in regards to the last couple of years. So that first year where I was on X was more like a prelude. That was me still trying to get the bearings of what the hell's going on here. And trying to go, hey, if you want to change the world with good advice, here's what I've learned. The first season of actually going out and actually talking to people, going to Speaker's Corner, starting up this YouTube channel and getting people to actually try and have conversations or go dive deeper into wisdom. That was season 1. That was the opening chapter. Now we're moving into season 2. Now it's more about establishing myself a bit better, and in essence that should hopefully allow me to then spread the hope further, like I said, with the whole project on the tarot cards and other projects I have in my head at the moment that I'd like to make a reality at some point. Yes. So yeah, season 2 should be good. Season 2 should be good. There'll probably be a lot of lessons here in regards to business and ethics, in regards to I want to say hard work, but I like hard work. I like hard work. I like it when something's difficult because it feels like you've achieved something afterwards. If something's easy, like someone was offering me a job a little while ago. They said, all you have to do is set out a computer and click this button. Just click the button. Just click the button. You got to click it 40 times a day. If you click it 40 times a day, you make some money. And I was like, bruh, no, I don't want that. I don't want to click buttons to make money. I want to help people. I could have essentially clicked buttons, made money, and then tried to use that money to help people. But I didn't like the clicking button, making money feeling. It didn't feel like I was earning that money. It felt like it felt shady to me. It felt icky. It didn't feel right. I think it was, like I said, it just didn't feel like I earned it. I didn't feel like, whew, do you know what? That was a hard day's work, or I overcame this, or I overcame that, or I learned this, or I learned that. It would be literally me sitting in front of a computer, click, 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 click. Okay, here's some money. I think life is about learning and growing as much as you can. And sometimes that means not taking the quick route to money, even if it means that I've got to be broke like a joke, even if it means that I've got to stay at my parents' place for a bit longer. Just a little bit longer. I have got another plan, which involves me being homeless, but that's I'm still working out the kinks on that one. I've got to decide whether that's a good idea or not. What do you guys think? Do you reckon I should go homeless? The homeless streams? So the idea is essentially I want to go homeless for a little bit, and I'm going to call it the Hunger Games. I want to call it the Hunger Games, and just try and experience life that way and see if I can help people. Because I think I have in the last couple of weeks, my mental, not my mental, I think mental, the things that were going wrong around in my head, the things that I was trying to figure out mentally, I think would allow me to have a certain perspective when it came to the whole meeting homeless people. Because I always wanted to talk to homeless people, but I always felt like I wouldn't know what to say, and I don't want to just use them for clicks and views. I hate when I see that. When I see people going and giving money to homeless people, but they're filming themselves at the same time. I'm like, oh, that's so icky. That's so yuck. You're only giving money so that people will watch your video of you giving money to homeless people, or you're trying to prove how good you are. I didn't want to go down that route. I just wanted to help the homeless people. So I have got I have plans that I want to. Oh God, so many plans. So many plans. I've got major plans. I've got major plans that I want to see become reality. And this next year should hopefully be the beginning of these plans coming into fruition and hopefully bearing some seeds for the next generation. Hopefully. But we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. One day at a time. Remember? One day at a time. As much as you focus on the sunrise in the distance and the hope of that sunrise, you got to also look at your foot, what's around your feet, and any obstacles that you've got to navigate in life. Cool. I think that's enough of me preaching or giving life stories. Let's go see what Jay Fu and Chris are talking about. If there's anything that I can... it looks like Jay Fu's gone. It's just Chris at the moment.
Leave, you see?
Yeah, that's if you have the body. You got to present the body. They say this body's going to be coming back and everyone's going to get to see it. Do you believe that?
What body?
This thing they say, you know, Jesus, this Savior, that this Word of God that all these religions call the Word of God, that their prophets said they had visitations with and all this other stuff. Right? I mean, that's the foundation of this argument is
The
freedom.
person who believes what you just said is their faith.
Yeah, their
That's
faith.
what it's called. They have faith, yes.
And
so
they hope
therefore they believe in it.
They go somewhere, right? They're hoping they go somewhere. They all
hoping. Now you've got today. Hoping you switch your car on with the gasoline.
Understand all of this. I understand all of this. I got so much knowledge and information. My brain gets fried sometimes, bro.
I like it. They're talking about
Right. Yes.
I got all sorts of kinds of shit. I got this crazy shit out here that
Everything is
I got that
look.
crazy to take care of.
Everything is easy after they've been difficult, isn't it?
I got no problem. I have a happy life. I don't sit there. You know, like I said earlier, I know very good Muslims and very good Christians and Hindus and Buddhists, and I don't think any of their religions are better than another one of them where I would go and condemn them and say, you're evil, you're the devil, you know, in that manner. Because all of them do what I've, in my observation, see, they shoot. Like I say, you know that story, I have a relative.
Oh, I might go on. Actually. It sounds like it might be an interesting conversation. Yeah, that's the Big Noses channel. He talks more about logic and reasoning, which isn't bad. Logic and reasoning is great, but in life, you can't rely on logic and reasoning for everything. Trust me, it could lead you to madness. I was almost there. Or maybe I'm already there. I'll let you guys decide. But yeah, just logic and reasoning can lead you to madness. You need hope, you need faith, you need a reason beyond logical reasoning as well. Logical reasoning, great. No, don't get me wrong. Like I said, it's once again, it's this old thing. It's called a vesica Pisces. It's the two circles overlapping. It's the two circles overlapping. So if one side is logic and reasoning and the other side is spirituality and hope and faith, there's a point where if you're in the middle and you're using both of them, you're more powerful than just using faith alone and just using logic and reasoning alone. You have to have that balance. I said I wasn't going to preach or teach or anything. I just can't help it. I just can't help it. There we go. Cool. So yeah, let's go and have a little wander over onto Big Nose's channel. Cool. That's a link there. Let's add that to stage. And let me jump on.
To become a church, because you're becoming a religion, right? So you got to do these things, but they've granted a couple of them. That's what their religion is,
Yo,
you know. And some of these people are good
I'm
people
very good,
too.
thanks. How are you getting on?
I say, why are they all not acting like what they say is the
Yeah,
perfect
not bad, not
exemplary
bad.
example of life? Why are they not dancing in the streets? Why are they sitting there doing what they do? Because all of them are doing it, in my observation. It's time we have another high council meeting with the kings and the knights to.
I was blushing behind the scenes. I was like, oh, uh-oh.
Your friend the higher is also here, I think.
The high. Oh, awesome. Yeah, cool. How you guys getting on?
Yeah, I'm all right. I don't know about the others.
Again.
Oh, can that be? Can that happen? Yes, carry on. Who, me or Al Mahdi? Who, me? You talking to me? What did I say? Sorry, repeat. Yeah, as a perfect man, according to the books, yes. Stories, yes. Stories, books, video clips, and so on forth. No, it's not a belief. No, belief, you go with the definition by the, I don't know if you can bring up, oh, Lieutenant can bring up. So that's faith. That's faith. Yeah. Belief is different, I think. Right. No, but based, you see, based on what the story is, it's because it's everything is positive. You see, it goes back to your experience, I think. So you've had good experience. Now somebody's talking about something, and you remember, oh yeah, I knew that someone, who used to do this and that. The result of what that person has done, so has left you an impression, a footprint, a positive footprint. Correct.
Hey, peace be with you, Damons. How's your channel been going? Have you done anything lately, or what have you been doing? Yeah. Wow. Pretty- Try to expose something that is not logical. So that's pros and cons. You mean you're showing the pros and cons within it? Well, then on the other side, you got the ones that are just wanting to profit or make money, so they're just going to tell everything good for anyone to hear. Well, pretty much, yeah. Well, that's pretty much religion anyway. That's religion anyway, to be honest. I got something different. I got something different that I was wanting to get J Fu. I was trying to drag J Fu into something with the body thing, and I was going to shock Big Nose into his brain into a brain tease for Big Nose. For extra credit. I was going to context to it. So basically, he said he was making a claim he was a Christian and that he believed Jesus Christ, the Messiah. So we know of Jesus Christ in the Christian mind frame. This King, the Messiah that's coming back, is in this image that they call the Jesus Christ, the virgin birth. Jesus born in Bethlehem and Father Joseph, and he was in the tribe of Levites and. He was sent as the Israelites, Son of God, to save them for the forgiveness of their sins in the afterlife that he conquered death. So in the next life after you don't die anymore. You're saved because I was going to get down. You would be dying. All of us are still going to die. So if you're making the claim that he died and saved you from death, which death you talking about in that sense where Big Nose tried to get into a deep question like what do you mean, what death are you talking about? He didn't understand that, and I was like, yeah, ask him again, because that's what I'm wanting to know too, because the God that I'm talking about that he's saying is this person. So I don't think he got it or understood it. So according to his belief, that now this is his religious belief. I don't follow a religion. I follow only the word of God. And I can find the word of God in every tribe, tongue, and language. I'll guarantee you that somewhere, because the word of God saves anyone and all things if it accepts whatever that is that to be accepted to be, what you call this afterlife that we you can't prove there's really an afterlife. That is beyond evidence, right? How much of that is DMT? Right. I don't know. That's why what he was even doing and what the Muslim was doing back and forth to each other. It's exactly what their entity that they're supposed to be following. Even the Kalamat Min Allah is the word of God that's titled to Jesus, that was born of Miriam, right? So it's like they're not even doing what the exemplary example was within their own selves, and they're the what they would probably throw bombs at each other. Probably both of them be dead if they really lived next door to each other. One of them obviously would probably crash and burn eventually if this is the way they lived in just an imaginary platform such as an app. I hate to see real life. Well, Big Nose goes around dancing in the midst of it down in London, just dancing around with all the crazies. You gone down there too, didn't you tell me you've been down there too? You don't go down there no more, you said, though. Not really. It's become, yeah, nonsense. It gets nowhere. Gets nowhere. So I was going to bring up with the thing for my conclusion that was really going to getting good and Big Nose too. I was going to hook him. He'll do that, right? So I was going to say, so in order for your truth to be truth, an empirical truth, we understand that word, right? An empirical evidence and empirical truth, you have to have a body. All of them, even the Muslims claiming that there's a guy that was a Kalamat min Allah born to Maryam. You got to have a body to actually say that this is the truth, because all you got is the stories of others saying what took place in that history at that point in time of what they were observing within their own minds. And the majority ruled, and that's what got written. And sometimes the writing of it can get distorted by scribes, or they can miss a comma or a period when it needs to be added. It'll change the whole definition if you add a comma or a period, or you leave it lacking. It could change the whole understanding of the conversation. Scribes were like, they had a hard job. A scribe would have. I would be scared to be a scribe, knowing that if you mess up, maybe the king says, "Take the sword to you" or something. Like. But I was going to get to him. I was going to. So here's the conclusion of it: is I was going to say, well, guess what? One time I was sleeping and I was woken up. I could not move my body, and there's this man standing next to me with a freaking sword and a white robe with very white hair, with like this shining face that when it looked at you, it pierced right through your body. I thought he was trying to rob me, so I swung on him to try to hit him, but I couldn't move. And then it goes on, and I've told this story already. I said, I saw the physical thing that you're saying or calling in the essence of it as that exemplary man. Physical. Physical. When I was awake, I was in my own room. Like where I was laying was where I was laying. Everything. When you're in a dream state, your surroundings, you're not in your room where your house is. Maybe you're out in the woods somewhere walking around, or you're in somebody else's house, or what, you understand what dream, and then something. You're awake, right? You're awake. You're awake, right? You're, no, like you are awake, right? You're like what you are right now. You're awake. That's how I work. Like, you're all right. I, I, I was 20 years old, I think. I would not have been even thinking that. I was drinking and having a good time with my friends, man. I wasn't thinking about that stuff. But I should look down and make sure. No, no, I don't. And be an investigator. No, I understand that. I understand. Right. But the funny thing is the things that were being told to me were happening and coming true. That also, for me, is another evidence that it was a truth thing that was happening, because I'm not a mind reader, nor am I a traveler of time nor space. In reality, that's impossible. You understand? So what am I experiencing? They just call deja vu in a manner. It's deja vu in that manner. But they're sleeping in their deja vu. I'm awake in mine. So what do you call awakening deja vu? Do Hinduism have a word where you understand? Is there such a thing in Hinduism? Because you're Indian and you've been around in that. So is there a difference in deja vu when you're asleep and then when you're awake?
So now you can answer, Christopher. When your microphone is on, it makes noise while the man is talking. So when he's talking, please switch off your mic and then you can switch on.
Okay, okay. Right, like I was saying, the opposite of what these two gentlemen were performing in the living of our life as we can observe them, as we can observe any human in any action that they're doing. That was my basic conclusion. But I was going to say that I had that auditory and visionary thing that happened to me where I could say one day, what I saw will come again, and I saw it. So what you're claiming, what people claim is what's coming back for them in that example, I had that experience as well of what they're hoping and expecting. And so I have a sixth um, sense that I observe, and that is what I call that. That's what anybody would call whatever you experience that you can't explain or have no proof or evidence of is that. That in everyone, I shouldn't say everyone, because some people may never have experienced form of what God is or anything like that, hope or faith. They may never experience that. I don't know. Exactly. And you practice patience with people, mercy, compassion, and kindness, right? So that they hopefully, because life is short, we only got 120 years, as if we can do like if we can do anything for humanity to begin with in that time frame, that you be in that manner, in that action, and practice those things and let people try to reach whatever they're trying to reach. But there are going to be laws and other things that you have to abide by, that otherwise you end up in jail. You understand? So just because you have a belief of faith or something else doesn't mean you can just go around and do whatever you want with your faith and stuff. And that's where the gentleman was trying to explain to the Muslim to understand, like with the jihad and all the other crazy stuff, that is the bad example. Yes. But I had a family member, and she was accused by the Roman Catholic Church back in her days here in America, where she was called a witch, and they put her to death because being accused of practicing witchcraft, flying around on a broom, and other fairy tales of fantasy that we would not walk around and call a woman a witch and then condemn her in the ways that they were doing back then and through our religion, right? I think we're growing. I think that's what you have to grow in, what every generation is supposed to be growing. I think that's what we're supposed to be leaving in each generation, is more wisdom, so that they can grow in to find the answer that we have been seeking.
You know, we still see sorry to interrupt. We still see persecutions about witchcraft, but it's typically against children in some African countries. Yeah, yeah. They do all kinds to them, and it's basically if a child proves to be unruly or something like that, they've still got that backwards thinking that we've been through as well. Yeah. And, you can't blame them in one way because there is voodoo, black magic tribes in African countries, and they do practice some seriously dark stuff. So it's a difficult one to work through when you look at it a bit closer. Yes, I do think there's emotional abuse in there for sure. Which is what the manipulation, it's behavioral modification, but in Intel circles, it's called mind control, isn't it? So you're brainwashing people and controlling their mind and their behaviors by manipulating their emotions and with misinformation, disinformation, and even the truth, but putting it in the wrong place, deliberately. You're abusing someone basically, aren't you? Because you're trampling all over their being, their entirety, especially when they don't even know that you're doing it. Yeah, and I think a lot of people there's like a fine line for a lot of people, although for me it's quite clear. There's a fine line between manipulating, controlling someone, steering someone, and supporting someone. Massive difference, and it's glaring to me, but to some people those lines are blurred and they don't realize that they're doing what's being done to them unwittingly, and so it keeps that cycle of abuse going. So I'd like to hear people talk more about the difference between support and steering people, managing people, if you like. I can see where you're coming from, but to support someone in their decision making about what they're choosing to aim for, I think it might help to try and break it down. And Noah's brought it to the fore recently, where he talks about the difference between goal and purpose. So he, as he does, he asks us to define goal and he asks us to define purpose. And in doing so, you come to realize the importance of them both and how they are good together, and how a knowledge of them while you're making decisions about what to aim for is important, because you could be aiming for something and you could be thinking, you know, this is a good idea. You might not be aware fully of the purpose, your reason for doing so. And until you look at that, when you do look at that, you might find that there's something actually malign about that. And so knowing, if you've got a bit of experience anyway, knowing that when you aim for something malign, whatever you aim for, you're going to succeed in, right? We're aiming creatures. So when you aim for something malign or bad, shall we say, you're going to get that. And you're going to have to deal with that, right? That's what karma is. It's not revenge or anything. It's whatever you make manifest, if you like, whatever you aim to achieve, you're going to have to deal with that. You're going to come into contact with that. So you need to be making more fruitful decisions, right? We can make terrible decisions. Our emotions could be playing havoc. I know myself. Look at the state of me last night, right? And that's nothing compared to some of the mistakes I've made in life. But we won't go there either. But you get the idea, right? It's important to break it down and look at your decision making and to support someone in their decision making, not be trampling all over their ideas, but challenging them gently, you know. And it's good for their critical thinking skills as well to explore these avenues as opposed to just going head on into something quite blinkered, because who knows, they could be setting themselves up for a big fall and then become even more reluctant to try something and end up in a worse state, you know. Yeah. Well, your purpose can change as well, because say, for example, my goal is to do the laundry. Okay, what's the purpose? Right? So then when you get the laundry done, your goal changes. It's like, well, I've got to put it away. What's the purpose? Well, it's different to having to get. Not entirely, because the purpose can be just to keep the place a bit tidy. I don't want a bundle of clean washing.
No, the purpose has to continue. That is goal. You want to do your laundry, you achieve. Purpose, you achieve. Sorry, goal you achieve. The purpose, you continue. So you wash your clothes. The purpose is to wear your clothes, go to work, and so on forth, isn't it?
Right. That
Therefore,
makes sense.
once you achieve a goal, the purpose continues always.
Yes. Yes, I get that now. I'm glad that's clarified. I've had that wrong there. Yeah.
No,
Has
he's
he-
gone to do something about his mic.
Okay. Yeah. Oh, I think I've been taking things wrong, and yeah, I'm tired and not looking after myself well. But you know, it's still wrong. Like I need to look at that and think, okay, I need to manage myself better. So I don't want it to be like, oh, poor me. It happened because of this, right? I need to take that on the chin and address myself about that. Well, that's
When
it. I neglect myself and I become resentful, and it's nobody's fault but my own. It's nobody's problem but my own. And the only solution is for me to treat myself like I'm somebody responsible for the care of. And I cringe at that, but I know
Hey
that it's
guys, I don't
worth.
want to. I don't mean to interrupt you, but I'm about to head out because I got my package in the mail. But I wanted to leave you with a tongue twister, not tongue twister, but a brain teaser before I go about
Okay.
your conversation that I was listening to. When
Yes.
can when can a goal and a purpose be the same at the same time?
When can a goal and purpose be? It can't be.
Yes, there is one thing. One thing
Okay.
only, I think. One thing only, I think. I could be wrong. If there's something greater than this, then that could be another answer. But I don't think there's anything greater than this. No, it's a goal that has evidence that you cannot dispute. It's an empirical fact that this can exist as a goal and a purpose at the same time. And you'll understand it when I tell it to you. You'll be like, "Oh man!" And it's a brain teaser.
No, I didn't get it. Why? The man is going to ask you for clarifications, I think.
Yes, and the answer is your survival, my survival. So everything that you're doing ultimately boils down to one purpose only, that is your goal, and it's your own survival.
No, I think you misunderstood. But Damien, let me see your answer first. The man, sorry.
Even even in your next, it'll go even in your next afterlife, because that's ultimately what your hope and goal is to begin with, this survival. That's a desire. You want to thrive. Some people are content with what they got. Ultimately, you're seeking happiness, and happiness does not necessarily mean material things for some people. Surviving is more important than that. No, because ultimately, in the brain understanding of thriving, you're still going to be dying one day. So, what are you thriving for? What are you thriving for? So, be content to survive is living better than what you're calling this thriving thing. Because just because you're thriving does not mean you're not unhappy as well. You can thrive and be unhappy. Thriving, well, you're thriving for what? You're thriving for your survival. So everything will go to that word ultimately is, which is life, which is ultimately life itself. Because without life, you can't even have conversation like we're having now without that life. You can't. You understand? No, it's an evidence. Remember, it's an empirical evidence that has empirical evidence to back up. Because even your thriving is not an empirical evidence because the word that you're using there is different in the minds of individuals, right? It's different in the minds of individuals. But ultimately, no matter what level they're on or spectrum they're on, their ultimate goal is they got to survive. Otherwise, if you don't survive, then where are you? Whatever you call it is still surviving. Whether you call it rich and they got a car, whether you call it poor and they got a tent, they're both surviving, correct? They're both, listen to what I just said. Thriving does not necessarily mean that you're happy. Okay. So do you want to be happy or do you want to thrive? So do you think you've fulfilled your goal right now in your life? Okay. And you worked hard to get all that, right? To do all what you're thriving, you working really hard, right? So so tomorrow when you cross the street, a car may hit you, and what was your purpose in that? You understand what I'm saying? Survival is it's the ultimate empirical thing. So whether you could thrive all you want, but without the survival of what you're thriving for, your existence of life itself, survival is ultimately the word life. It's going to come from life. And that is, I mean, who wants to die? Sure, you got suicide bombers, but there is things that are mentally wrong with these people. If they were in their right state of mind, they would not be doing that. And this goes into every other aspect of when people get sucked into some kind of doctrine or some kind of other way of being or perceiving something, and then they lose their mind. Life. They're, they're supposed to have more life, right? Eternally too. Eternally. Yeah. Yeah. Well, you can't give me evidence of what do you mean we're going to have things in heaven like we're going to be more thriving. What are our goals of the thriving that we're going to receive in the heaven, the gifts that you were saying, you ever seen? No, the example that you were giving about the afterlife when you were saying that. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I understand. Well, you live in America, right? Have you ever heard of American Appalachian people, the Appalachian Mountains in America? This group of people don't want nothing to do with this society. So but they thrive. You understand? So your objective way of what you're describing as this thriving thing is what I had trouble understanding you in because, I when you mhm, yeah, and you're encroaching on their survival. Ultimately, it's the military. Even the military is how you fight in war, right? Ultimately, you want soldiers to survive in order to win the battle. You are the general. You want your soldiers to survive because the more survive, the more the fight is in, you know? But if you encroach, but see, you're the one claiming that you're the good guy, and then the other guy's the bad guy. But the other guy's claiming they're the good guy, you're the bad guy, right? So ultimately, these two party meetings are trying to, well, but I'm showing you how your objective way of what you're considering is what is thriving to you in your manner. Ultimately, the both parties will need to survive. That's number one. That's why that word is empirical. That's why this evidence is empirical. Even in every example you can go into the world, it becomes empirical when you use all your forms of examples and you use your logic and reasoning, and you find this to know as an empirical evidence as truth. So when these two armies are meeting each other and they all have their identities of who they are, what is their ultimate goal? To thrive or to survive? And what are they thriving in doing? Not what it's about. What are these soldiers doing to thrive? These are individual human beings as a military soldier, and you're saying they're thriving in the battlefield. What are they doing to thrive? And what is the goal what is their goal? And they're working together as a team. They have a goal, right? Mhm. You could thrive as an individual. There's billion. Elon Musk is thriving. He's an individual. He's not working with a team. Mm-mm. He started it. He created it. He created jobs for other people. A part of what he's doing. He's the one thriving, not them. And he's helping them thrive too because they're part of his. They're part of now his team. But before he didn't need them. He did his own. He was did Einstein need his thing that he had, or was he thriving on his own? So other people is so all of Einstein's theory someone else did. Well, that's objective right there because you got to prove that such a thing even took place with Einstein he didn't have his own thriving theories to be who he was as an individual, known as today's society the most intelligent man in the world at one time, right? He thrived in that manner. He gained the title. Of course, that was part of his survival. He was getting Well, that goes to why he was doing what he was doing. Ultimately, he worked, so he was getting paid in the universities and stuff so he could eat and buy his food, and that ultimately is to become survival. Like I said, just because of materialistic stuff that you claim is thriving, it's not necessary on the battlefield thriving. I don't need that on the battlefield. I'm not trying to build myself a big old house and a mansion or anything. My goal is to kill the other guy. And that, my friend, in the eyes of God, ultimately, in anyone's religion, is sin. Yet it's happening. So survive. That's survival. You see what I said? That's why I said it's a brain teaser. Ultimately, it goes back to survival. When you try to survive as a human being, I'm going to give you a little thing. Life feeds on life. This is necessary. No, it's necessary, not that it's life. It's a necessary because your codes of conducts tell you don't do such things. It's evil. It's a sin. Yet in your life, there are people that are thriving in a certain way of survival that we are saying is okay to do in our society we live in. You understand what I said? To me, that's a little nutty, but that's what we live in. And it ultimately goes back to the survival thing. Like how you were saying earlier, you said you made a good thing about you gotta get rid of your ego. The ego's gotta go. Well, my friend, don't meet ego's other name. Survival. That's ego's other name. That's why Jesus said there is no greater love than this, that a man laid down his life for another. Yeah. So you drop survival now. Now your ultimate goal or um thing will no longer it's not about survival.
Chris,
It's about someone
Chris,
else's
goal,
survival.
in goal, Chris, in goal, you achieve. There is a result always, whether it's
Right. And
positive or negative. One
but
moment.
survival, right, in that
No,
survival
wait a
part.
minute. I'm talking about goal and purpose. In
Mhm.
goal, whatever your goal is or you choose, there
I
is a
choose
result.
right.
There has to be a result.
Your
Yay or
goal is to
nay?
survive. The purpose is to
No,
continue to
listen.
survive. If you don't
Purpose to
survive,
continue.
if you don't
Purpose.
survive, you have no more goals or
Listen,
purpose.
Chris, listen, please. Purpose is to continue with your achievement. If you have achieved your goal, if you haven't achieved, you will go again. You will try. You know, when you fail your exam, because
Yes.
you require that qualification. You
But in
understand?
this life, you don't get to retry again, Big Nose. It's not like an exam. When you're ready to
Oh,
go, you got to go. You don't get a second chance to try to restudy something
what
or
are you
do
talking
something.
about? I'm talking about this. The man is talking about life now.
Life
He's
and
not
death,
talking
yes,
after death.
life and death exist right now
Okay, so
because
if
you're
it
headed
according to
to
that, then
death.
the goal is to be good, good deed, good thought, good words. You need to have these three in order to continue the other
Yes,
side.
you're correct in that statement
So,
because that's part of your survival to get to that other side. You're
no,
right.
it's the purpose. It's the purpose you continue. That's in your mind. But what the man was saying, he was talking about the presence now, earthly experience.
Right. Just remember when you're dead, the dead do nothing. So what is your purpose or your goal? You got to you gotta understand that. I'm just saying that the only word that exists that can do that and be a purpose and a goal at the same time is called survival. Everybody have a good day. I will see you guys later. Peace
All
be
right,
with
I
you.
think you
I'll
have
see
to
you,
go now.
Lieutenant.
That's all right. Thank you for being here.
Thank you, Lieutenant, for earlier. I will talk to you guys later.
God bless you, Chris.
Are you going to the park, speaker's corner? Any of you?
I
Tomorrow?
haven't
Is it
I haven't
tomorrow?
decided. Maybe later. Maybe
Is
later.
that tomorrow or today? Did you go down there or no? Damon, you don't. Too cold? Was it too cold like the gentleman was telling you earlier, Big Nose? But yesterday he said he might go, but it's going to be cold or something. Who's that one guy? He wore the crazy hat?
Rain.
Yeah, rain. Yeah.
Right. So you see, the goal was today to go to Speaker's Corner. So because it didn't happen, so there's no purpose. I didn't achieve. Do you understand now? So I have to try for next week. The
Are you
goal
ready?
is for next week.
Are you ready? Hey, the whole time you were doing that goal and that purpose, were you alive? Boom.
Yes. I don't
All right.
understand.
It's the brain teaser,
All right, you
man.
go.
You
You
guys
go.
have a good
Banksy
day.
wants to come up.
Hey,
Thank you.
peace be with you, Big Nose.
Yeah. There you go. Banksy will be knocking on the door in a minute. Unbelievable. This guy does not want to capitulate to any reasoning. There is
Good
your
evening.
favorite imam.
I'm not Imam today. I'm just me. Why? This is just a still image, so that's why I'm not moving or smiling in any shape or form. I can go back to this if you prefer. This is a fake live. This is when I fake a live. I'm not sitting at the right computer, so yeah, I can't just turn on the camera randomly. I don't have a luxurious living room like you do, the man. So I can't. That's exactly what mine is. I know. Same. It's just my place just looks like a hurricane hit it. Anyway, how are you? How are you, Lieutenant? How are you, Big Nose? I hope everybody's well. I was waiting to try to time it so that when Chris is off, I jump on, because I can't really stand that guy. I'll be perfectly honest with you. If it was a survival situation with him, I would happily execute him and barbecue him. Just to survive, of course, it's just for survival. But
I'm very well, thank you. You didn't go to Speaker's Corner either.
No, I don't think many people did. The street mic didn't go. I didn't go. Dude, it was snowing last night. It was chucking it down with rain all day. I'm not gonna go stand in the rain. I'm not that committed to that place. They're going freeze my ass off, get soaked to hear what Bob talk about Christianity and Islam for the 15,000th time, to hear the same arguments over and over again. It's not like if there was guaranteed that there was something new, like something was gonna happen that hasn't happened before, then I would say fine. But it's not. It's so repetitive. It's horrific. So yeah, at the moment, I mean, and also it's winter time, so like in the summertime you get celebrities sometimes, like Aaron Raw, or last year was Sneeko, some internet type celebrities, and some of these sort of internet atheists and stuff. But they're not going to come during the winter time. They're not that insane. And so yeah. I didn't even have that conversation. I literally just said hello, and he said, how do you know me? Because he, I guess, looked at me and like, this boomer, how the hell does he know actually who I am? And I said, no, I follow you. He goes, what platform am I on? Because he was sure that I have no idea who he is. Yeah, and I was like, "Yeah, you're on, well, you used to be on YouTube, now you're on Rumble. You're barely hanging on with dear life on Rumble, for that matter." No, it's just that I think he got kicked off. He got banned from Twitter at one stage because of some of the stuff these guys say. You know, they want to be edgy. They want to keep pushing the boundaries, like Nick Fuentes, that kind of scenario. Yeah, yeah, he's another one. He keeps getting. I think he's back on X, but he keeps, making racist statements, so he keeps getting banned off X. I think the only platform that really tolerates him is Rumble. I don't know if he's on, because the thing is, a lot of these guys are on the fringe social media networks as well. They're like on, Telegram and Getter and Gab. Oh, Gab probably. Gab is like a magnet to neo Nazis. It's horrific over there. I mean, I like the platform isn't bad. It's just, it's all the neo Nazis are there. They're like, everyone who wants to make a Nazi joke, or, a Jew joke or whatever, just go straight to Gab. it's like, I can understand why exiles of other social networks gravitate towards a place that allows them to be on there. And usually these racist neo Nazis are the first exiles of most mainstream social media platforms. So yes, I understood at the beginning, because I knew of Gab like almost when it started, at its inception. So I've known about Gab for a long time. So I understood, okay, you're going to get a bit of neo-Nazis, you're going to get some racists, you're going to get probably some pedo PDF files. You're going to get that group, approaching your platform, and then you'll eventually cull them. They'll get rid of those guys, and then there'll be like a decent platform for exiles of other platforms. But they didn't. They kind of leaned into the neo-Nazi side. I'm not sure about the PDF files. I'm pretty sure they had to get rid of them because of the just simply laws of the countries around the world. But yeah, they kind of look like they leaned into the neo-Nazi lot. I'm like, yeah, all right, Mm. Hey, yeah. Yeah, it's almost like, well, I mean, it is. It's children who feel, oh, I can't say this in normal social media platforms. So I'm going to say it here. I'm say it, Nazi, 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 Nazi. It's like as if they have this thing inside that they have to get it out. And it is juvenile at best. But it is what it is. You gotta kind of accept the fact. I mean, I've accepted the internet has been horrendous from day one. But most people think the internet is supposed to be a nice place. See, this is the problem with the normies and the freaks and geeks of the past years. The normies think the internet is supposed to reflect real life, whilst I know that the internet is like Toontown from Who Framed Roger Rabbit. In Toontown, things can happen that don't happen in real life. In Toontown, an anvil can fall on your head, you become an accordion, and then you pop back to normal again. But in real life, you die. So I know the difference, or at least I can certainly, see the two different environments. But people, as I said, that once the normies unfortunately got on the internet, and this was like 20, 25 years ago now, it ruined it. It ruined it for the freaks, because mm, yeah, exactly. It's the stuff you don't say in polite cocktail parties, which people are thinking And the internet, with its anonymity, allows them to say those crazy things. But in polite cocktail parties, no, you don't suddenly scream out, "I love Hitler and everything he did." You just don't. It's taboo. He wasn't the bad guy. Damn. Look, this is the weird thing. Like, when you have you listened to when they translated Hitler's with AI, translated his German into English, and he's making the same speech with the same kind of passion, but in English now. You're not reading subtitles. Yes, yeah, but it's in English and you can understand what he's saying. And when you actually hear what he's saying, especially the clip that I saw on Joe Rogan, you're like, yeah, that's kind of what Trump has been saying, and pretty much most right wingers about unity of their own country, about not having their country flooded with invaders and foreigners, and having their having their own people come together and have a country for themselves, for the German people. I'm like, I can't. Not have their values diluted by other cultures and other people because they want to hold on to their own values and traditions. I'm like, I'm not entirely disagreeing with all of this. Holy crap. That's why they never translated Hitler's stuff. And I think I can kind of understand now why some of the left wing sort of zealots are so afraid of anyone using any kind of Hitler-esque rhetoric, or any rhetoric that's nationalist, because they've sat and read what Hitler has done and said, and in English, so they know that the nationalist rhetoric is actually the same rhetoric as he used. I mean, I suppose if you have a certain level of checks and balances, you can have a nationalist rhetoric without it going off the off the cliff like he did. Mm. 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 I mean, for me, I think what's happened now, and it's increasingly growing, is this is what kind of Sargon and others are talking about, the globalist man and the native man kind of idea. This idea of these globalists who think that we should eventually move towards a single world order and single world economy, single world idea, essentially, that everybody lives everywhere. This Gene Roddenberry Star Trek crap. Uh, I do, but it's not realistic. Not for this stage of human social evolution. Maybe at some point the gene. I love gene. I just literally watched this little segment, this 8-minute video. I don't know. Have you seen that little 8-minute video that they made where they brought back, essentially with CGI and AI and stuff, brought back Spock and Kirk in their younger sort of years, and they kind of meet. Oh, dude, watch it. It's called Unification. Yeah, I'll send you. I just watched it, and it is brilliant. It's so well done, and so yeah, I love Star Trek. I grew up on Star Trek, The Next Generation. I'm a Next Generation guy because I was, the Picard era was, my era. But what I'm saying is, yes, I love the ideas of that kind of thing, but in reality, it just doesn't work. We're not there yet as a species. We're not there yet. We can't operate in this single world order situation. I mean, just look at countries like Yemen, China, Russia, Iran. These are not, they don't have the same ideals as Western countries do. They don't operate on those sort of bandwidth. So no, these people are not going to run. They're not going to cooperate. What they'll do is they'll take your nicey unified idea and take advantage of you and your weakness or your desire to be together, and then backstab you and screw you over. That's what they'll actually do with this. They won't actually come into it as an honest actor. They won't come into this as an honest participant of a unified global world. No, they'll come in, they'll manipulate the situation, and then they'll take advantage of it and make you and your people suffer. That's what they'll do. Well, yeah, but you see, this is if you're stepping into the arena with that skeptical mind, and that with that adversarial mindset. The problem is, I don't think some of our politicians are doing that. Some of our politicians, especially these lefty Trudeau types and Keir Starmer types, they are, at least from the face of it, from what I gather, they are going in as an honest actor. They're going in saying, yes, we all want to live together. And in that with that naivete, what Tate is saying is, you go in as a snake and you're looking to see what your opponent is doing. You're going in with an adversarial mind that this is my enemy and that I'm looking to see what my enemy is going to do. Whilst I think these other naive leftist politicians or whoever, going in innocently without this adversarial aspect to the adversarial eye on their opponent, and are like, yeah, let's do it with open arms, weapons down. Mm. Yeah. Mm. Well, I mean, if I'm to clarify, when I meant that, what I meant with when I said they're going into it innocently, I'm talking about not necessarily with left and right in the House of Commons, but with their approach, for example, to immigration, their approach to allowing open borders, and consider and thinking that being on the from my perspective, being in, for example, the European Union. They think that being in the European Union means that every country is honestly going to want to cooperate with the other countries in Europe, and they're not going to be adversarial towards other countries in Europe, and that they will all work for the betterment of everyone. Whilst in reality, that is not the case. France is not really interested in everyone in Europe benefiting. They are looking out for themselves, and they're looking to manipulate the European Parliament and the European situation to benefit themselves. So is Germany. And I'm pretty sure so is most of the others as well. They're not in this for everyone. They're in this that if everyone can help them, great. And if they can give the perception that they're helping the others whilst actually benefiting themselves more, then they'll do that. For me, the example that I'm thinking of is when Eastern Europe, when European Union brought in Eastern European countries like Romania and Poland and various other countries back in like 2000, during the Blair era, early 2000, when they opened the borders, or when they opened themselves, Europe, to those countries, we had a massive influx of Polish, Romanians. What else was I think that's mostly majority was, I think maybe Hungary as well. And what happened? France and Germany put caps on how many people can come from these countries. They immediately, in fact, at the beginning, before this whole thing was even opened up, they put caps on how many people are allowed to come to Germany, are allowed to come to France. They did not just open their borders for every Romanian and every Polish to just flood their country. Britain did not. Britain was like, no, it's fine. Just let them in. So we got flooded with Polish and Romanians in that period. If you remember, between 99, 2000 until up to about, I would say, 2010, 11, it was just flooded with Polish. Every server at every restaurant, at every cafe, was a Polish person or Eastern European person. And then around the 2010s onwards, Poland became more successful, became, more advanced, and money was good. Because I know this for a fact, because I hired a Polish guy in IT as a work experience guy, great guy, really smart, and he was advancing very well in IT. He was doing a lot of Linux, like Linux and Unix stuff, and he moved from my company to various other companies in Britain. And then within a few years, he went back to Poland because he says Poland is doing great. I can buy a house there now. I can make a lot of money. It's great. So he went back, and that's what happened to a lot of Polish. They all went back. But what I'm trying to say is, Britain didn't protect itself against Eastern European invasion, essentially. Mm. Well, what I'm saying is that in that sense, that if there were jobs here, because the thing is, the fact is that any mass influx of any other groups of people within your nation, and the increase in your population, will immediately increase your house prices, rent prices, and if they're willing to live four people in a house and take less money, they will work for less. So your wages will stifle, whilst everything else rises. So those effects, even though the Polish came and went back, and I think even some of the Romanians sort of came and went back, although we did get a massive influx of like Romanian gypsies and stuff like that. I don't know if you remember. Suddenly we had a massive influx of women selling you flowers outside nightclubs. It just yeah. Yes, exactly. So all of that increased. Now that I think that has a ripple effect within the entire society. Not the fact that these people have to be fed, clothed, housed at some, in some places, and potentially their children have to be schooled, healthcare, all of these things. The pressure will increase. The more people for me, it's just numbers. The more people you have, the more pressure on everything else, of the resources of your society, especially if you're one of these European countries that gives free resources or free services on certain things. Schooling, schooling, healthcare, policing, all of these things are technically paid by the taxpayer. Now, if you have 500,000 people, a million people suddenly come into your country who have never paid a penny in tax, but are taking out of those resources, even if they later on, 5 years, 2 years, 3 years down the road, they get jobs and they start paying some tax, that will only be a tip of the iceberg of what they actually take out, because what they take out has been, the money for that has been supplied by the older taxpayers, by the taxpayers who've been paying tax for 30 years, 40 years, not anyone who's paid tax for the last 4 or 5 years. Anyone who's been paying tax for the last 4 or 5 years is only just barely covering the money that they potentially are taking out of the system through the healthcare and various other services. Well, but the thing is, if you account for 50%, this is what Nigel Farage says, 50% of migrants. Well, this was on the BBC, so they didn't refute him. So I'm guessing that it's pretty correct. That's the only reason I'm using it. He says 50% of migrants are dependents. So it's not 50, it's like 46 or 45%, something like that. So these people, the one person who's paying tax in a household may have 2 or 3 other people who are dependents, who are not actually paying any tax, but are still using the services. So they'll have a wife, a couple of kids, maybe some elderly parents. So those are the things. They're the ones who are taking out of the system, whilst the one guy, one healthy young individual, is the one who's actually paying tax. So whatever he or she is paying into the system has been taken out of the system by about threefolds. So it's very hard to say that this one person is actually contributing the exact amount that they're taking, or they are responsible for taking out. Mm. Mm. Well, immigration issue. Yeah, yeah. I mean, that is. I get that because I go onto another sort of very leftist panel. Veli Vision. Veli is anyway. I think you may or may not have heard of his name, but yeah, I get that pushback. That the fact that you get an influx of people who are coming in, but a lot of them, or a large portion. I mean, I heard it was about 40% of migrants are actually working in the NHS. So that is a fairly substantial amount of migrants who are actually working in that field. And you're right that it could be it is the fact that, or it could, I mean, it's true that those migrants who are coming in are also upholding or holding up these services. But the way I see it is that if you don't have that many people in your nation, then those services don't need that many workers to be able to handle or manage the what you call it. Well, no, we're not the British Empire anymore. We haven't been the British Empire for a very long time. Yeah, but the problem is, I think that's maybe actually, I think that may be someone else was talking about this exact same thing. I think it was on the Lotus Eaters, that Britain still, or the British still have this false mentality that they are a great empire, or they are some sort of part of still holding on to that British Empire mentality, whilst in reality, for the last 80 years, at best, they've been a bit player in the empire that is the American empire. And they are not the central figure in the world anymore, and haven't been for a very long time. The central character in the world, that's the you know, what they call it, the main character syndrome. The main character in the world is America, is not Britain, hasn't been for a long time. We are at best a bit part player. Maybe we're supporting act, supporting character, but we're certainly not the main character anymore, and haven't been for a long time. And I think maybe that is why the British have a slight difficulty in recognizing their place in the world, and recognizing where they can actually, where their resources go, where their services, public services should be focused on. This global public service, it's supposed to be the national health service, not the global health service. It's supposed, the schooling is supposed to be for the national British people, not for the global education system. Sure, the universities can open their doors to international students, but they charge a hell of a lot for that service. They charge. Yeah, well, yeah, they charge a lot for us, but they actually charge triple the amount for foreign students. Foreign students pay a lot more. I think for in-house students, at least it used to be like £5,000 or £6,000 a year. Is it? Oh Christ! So, but I mean, yeah. I'm talking 2006, the last time I was anything to do with universities. So that for me. Yeah, for me that was around £5,000 or £6,000, but then for foreign students was like £12,000 a year, so almost double, almost exactly double. Not to include their living accommodation and all of that, which they also quite often paid university too. So foreign students overwhelmingly pay far more than native, British students. But either way, the university system can manage foreign influx and foreign students because they already have a built-in system to fund it. Local schools, they're not being funded by anything other than the taxpayer. They're not getting no foreign student. If I come in as an immigrant and claim asylum, my 2 or 3 children who go to school, I don't pay any extra for them. They get, I'm not paying out of pocket. They just get paid by, funded by the same taxpayer as the rest of us. So what do they call them? National schools are not getting anything extra for these extra students. They're just having to cope with those extra students. I think less people always equals less pressure on the services that you're giving, unless those services have become privatized, in which everybody has to pay for those services, which then it kind of balances it out. So if well, what I'm saying is the only way that you can actually square the circle is that if you have a nation that gives free services at the point of, when I say free, of course, nothing is free. Everything's paid for by the taxpayer, but at the point of use, it's free. So your schools, your hospitals, your police service, your fire service, all of these things are free at the point of use, but are paid by the taxpayer. If you have a system like that, then you can't have an unending influx of people, because those people don't necessarily pay into the system. If you have things like safety nets, like social services, housing benefit, all of that stuff, you have to keep your numbers in massive check. But if you have a system which is private, like America's health system doesn't suffer that much from foreign imports. Yeah, it sucks because you have to pay. You have to pay. Well, yeah. I mean, there's all of that, but commercial, yeah. Yes. Anal leakage. Yes. I think actually Robin Williams made a joke about that. He said, if a drug side effect is anal leakage, that's not really a side effect, is it? It's more of an effect. It's just an effect, a big effect. But the thing is, you see, this is the weird thing with the American system. It sucks at the lower end. It really sucks at the lower end. But at the top end, it's the best you can ever get if you got the money. So exactly. So that's how that works. So if you have the money to pay for it, you get the best that there is. Whilst if you don't have the money to pay for it, then yeah, you pretty much could potentially die in the corner of a street without anyone even, giving you a paracetamol. So it does have those massive gaps, but it won't be damaged or affected by influx of new people, because it doesn't depend on new people. It doesn't depend on this pool of money, which is the tax pot that it draws from. That system depends on your ability to pay for it. If you pay for it, you get the best service. If you don't pay for it, it'll suck. %100%. Well, this is the whole socialist capitalist paradigm, isn't it? Whether you think that whether you have a right to healthcare and a right to a standard of living, or whether it's entirely up to you. You see, the thing with the reason I said the American system isn't that I'm saying the American system is good. I'm saying that the American system is protected against influx of people, more people coming in. That's all that is. Whilst countries like Britain, France, Iceland, Finland, these countries cannot have the same level of healthcare and benefit system and have an unending number of people just coming in. It's unsustainable, really. That's all it is. You can't balance these two things. You can either have free services or free to the point of at the point of use services and a small population to be able to manage it, or you have a massive large population and everything sucks for everyone because it all fall apart because it's unmanageable. That's all I'm saying. But when it comes to America, you see, the one thing I like about America, although yes, if you are not earning much, if you're on the lower scale of the economic ladder, then yeah, life is shite. Life absolutely sucks. But at the same time, if you are one of those driven people who is extremely driven by financial success and embraces capitalism, America is the best place to be, because it will encourage you. Because at the same time as you have to pay for your own health insurance, what you have to realize is the government doesn't tax the living crap out of you either. You have your money to do as you will with it. So if you want to pay for high level health insurance, then you spend your money on that. If you don't want to pay on that, you pay on something else, etc., etc. But also, if you have a fledgling business and you can't afford the best or the most expensive health insurance, you might get the cheapest health insurance or the cheapest life insurance for now to invest that money into your business. But once your business becomes Amazon.com, then you'll have the best of everything. But at that critical moment when you need the capital to go into your business rather than into some health care tax that you don't really care about or you don't even use because you're young and healthy, then you don't have to invest in that. You invest in the things that you need at the time you need it. For me, most of my life, I've not used the NHS. I've used the NHS maybe one time I broke my arm, and a couple of other times, I think it was like, I forgot, maybe some illnesses or whatever. This was when I was young, up until about 12 years ago. From 12 years ago onwards, I have regular GP checks. I have regular checks, eye tests and blood sugar tests and all of these other tests because I'm older. I've got, health conditions that are going to start popping up. So now in this phase of my life, I'm going to use the NHS a lot more. Guess what? All of my life, when I was young in the 90s, when I didn't need the NHS and the NHS was great, I didn't use it barely at all. Now that I need it, it sucks shit. Now, all these years I paid taxes. Now that I need it, it sucks. I can't get an appointment with my GP. My GP literally tells me, just go to the emergency room. One time I went to the emergency room, I was there 12 hours. It was a nightmare. I was like, I'm never leaving this place. That's it. I've moved into this reception now. I'm going to have to just live here. It was horrific. I just literally because it was just this weird boil or something that just came up in the side of my head. It was just some weird, I don't know, thing that I don't know what happens to your body when you get older. It seems like everything starts to go to shit, and some growth suddenly emerged in the side of my head. I ignored it for weeks because I thought it's just going to go away. It's just some kind of, I don't know, some fatty tissue or something. It'll eventually go. It just didn't go away. It just kept getting bigger. So I had to go to the hospital. Well, I called my GP. I said, I got this thing in the side of my head. It's not going away. It's been a few weeks. What do? He said, oh, just go to the emergency room. I'm like, that's it? That's your recommendation? That's what I paid all these taxes for? So I went there, literally was there for 12 hours. Unbelievable. I was there the whole Sunday. And it was a Sunday that I went thinking it might be a bit quieter. Hell no. Anyway, finally, they treated it and they cut it up and squeezed out the shit or whatever it was. But they said to me, come back tomorrow to see how the progress is. Was I hell gonna go back tomorrow for another 12 hours? I got a life. I got shit to do. I'm not spending another 12 hours at the NHS. So no, I didn't go back. Oh, it's horrific. The funny thing is, I mean, obviously I had my phone, I had music and stuff with me, but I actually took my power pack. If I didn't, I would have, my phone would have died. It was just a match. It was just a wild coincidence that I just took this power supply with me just so I could actually extend the battery life of the phone. Otherwise, yeah, the phone would have died as well. Wouldn't have had any of that. Just be sitting in those cold, irony seats for 12 fucking hours. It's horrible. It's just, but what I mean is, that's the thing. That's the shit now that I paid all these years. The few times that I needed now and potentially more in the future, it's going to suck even more in the future. But what I'm saying is, you have to make, you have to make your bed at some point. You either go down the capitalist road and you don't tax your people as much, but you let them finance their own healthcare, finance their own this and that and various other things, and you give them some services. They still have nationalized services, obviously police and fire and all these other things, but for the most other parts like healthcare and stuff, no, it's up to you. Even school in America really is a privatized system. Most people don't send their kids to public schools or state schools. They don't really do that because kids in state schools get shot up. Kids in state schools have to go through metal detectors. It's horrific. It's a nightmare in some of the state schools in America. So most people tend to want to send their kids to private schools. Yeah, where you live. Yeah. South side of Chicago or the Bronx or those kind of yeah. It's a smaller pot, so they get less resources. Precisely. I don't think it's communist. I'll be honest. I think it's a socialist system, but you can have a socialist social service within a democratic republic. You don't. It's not. They're not mutually exclusive. I think that's the mistake Americans constantly make, where they're talking about, oh, look at Sweden. Sweden's socialist. It's like, no, Sweden is not. Literally, the prime minister of Sweden came out and said, no, we are not a socialist country. What the hell you keep saying this for? we're a democratic republic with social services, and we have good social services. That's all we have. We're not a socialist nation. Yeah, but the thing is, you're right. You can have social services, but what I'm saying is, your social services have a cap on how many people they can really service. That's all I can see, is that if you don't have endless supply of money, if you don't have a bottomless pit of government money, then your social services are dependent on that money to be able to provide those services to your people. And less people equals better services. More people, the services will suck, and they will eventually suck to a point in which they are unfit for this purpose. So then you will end up in a situation, which we are getting there now in Britain, is where you're paying an exorbitant amount of tax, where you don't have the money in your own pocket, but you're not even getting the services that you're supposedly being taxed for. So you're getting none of that. You're not getting the money or the services. So it's a lose-lose scenario all around for everyone. Mm. Yes, yes, I can see where you're going. I mean, I can see it. Let's say let's take a different example. Let's take an example of which was something I did for a long time, food restaurant. So you have yourself a takeaway where everything's manual. You know, you're cooking everything manually. You've got your grill or your pizza oven, whatever. It's all small. It's all, but you've got very few customers, so you can manage with all of those. But then suddenly an influx of 100,000 people come into your village, move in, and your shop is just busy through the door constantly. So what do? Yes, you have to invest for better grills, bigger ovens, hire more people, or have instead of having a static oven, you have one of those rail conveyor belt type of ovens which cooks the food faster. So yes, you innovate, you create, or you use technology either to increase your production, or you hire more people to help to increase your output. Yes, that does affect that, and that makes perfect sense. But the problem is that if you are being, let's say you now that same pizza shop is being funded by the government, and the funding for you is exactly the same. The money that you're getting is exactly the same, but you're getting twice as many customers through the door. You're not getting any more money from those customers. You're just getting more customers, but the same. You still have to deal with those many customers with the same size oven, with the same size grill, and all the things you had when you were servicing 100 people. Now you have to service 1,000 people with that same amount of stuff because you're not getting any more funding, because that's all that's the pot. Well, you can, yes, yeah, but the problem is that in these countries, in Britain, if you imagine the same situation with your pizza shop, you're getting 1,000 people, but out of those 1,000 people, only 500 of them, or only 200 of them, are the ones who are actually funding the tax pot, whilst the rest are just simply using the service. There is no more money to be funded. This is where I was trying to tell you about the people who come into the country who have dependents as well, who eventually bring their dependents. So their dependents are taking more out than their single taxpayer is putting in, or however many taxpayers are in that household are putting in. That's the balance. We're off kilter right now. We're off balance. We don't have enough people. But you're saying, yes, fine, we get those people in because we invest in their kids so that their kids grow up to become the next taxpayers, and then they will keep the system rolling. That's a possible. You're really betting on a possible future that these kids will grow up to become good taxpayers, whilst there's no guarantee of that. Oh no, I mean Britain should be a land of opportunity. Why shouldn't it be? But the fact is that again, you're putting all your eggs in a possible maybe future basket, which may or may not actually pan out. Whilst right now in front of you, you have all of this to deal with. That you can use, yeah. Well, yeah. No, you're right. And the thing is, though, you see, this is the thing. This is actually Konstantin Kisin from Trigonometry did a great video. I highly recommend. I, in fact, did a review of it on my own Harvest Reflex channel. But if you get to watch the Konstantin's own one, go and do that. He talks about this very thing of immigration and the concept that people think that it's all or nothing. Like you either have all this immigration or you have none of it. That isn't how immigration actually works. Immigration is like a tap that you turn on and off when you need it. You simply, you simply, if you find yourself in a situation, you can turn the tap off for a few years, for a few decades even, and deal with the problems, deal with the people you already have in, and get those children up to the working age and tax-paying age that you need them to be, to get them integrated in the way that you need them to be, so that they are contributing to society, that they feel as if they are part of the fabric of this society, rather than in some enclave, be it whatever nationally based enclave, racially based enclave, religiously based enclave, which you can see in London. I mean, I don't see it as much in other parts of the world. I grew up in other parts of Britain, and I felt fully integrated into that society. I never felt an outsider in Britain, in where I grew up. Sorry. Yeah, let's just say the north, the Midlands, so middle to north of Britain. I didn't grow up in London, but when I came to London, I felt the segregation. I just saw it in front of my eyes. All the Turks are in was it Wood Green? All the Indians are in East London. All the Southall as well. Yeah, that's right, the Southall. But then you've got like what's it called? Chapel Road, is it? No, East London, Ealing, and not Ealing, East Ham area. What's it called? Oh man, that other area, it begins with H. Anyway, basically, you can see Jews are all in Golders Green, the Iranians are all in Kensington, or the Arabs on Edgware Road, this, that. Everybody has their own little section. Albanians are now in certain parts of London. So everybody has their own little enclaves in London. It's as much as they quote unquote talk about London being the most diverse melting pot, it's nothing of the sort, really. It's just a place where different groups occasionally come across each other because they have to share a tube or a bus cart with each other, or a tube train with each other. They don't actually mix with each other. They're all in their own little enclaves doing their own thing.
Mm-hmm.
So this is the lie, I think, of London, is that what they pretend as if they are actually integrated and there's this melting pot, but it's really not. It's just a bunch of different people living there in their little ghettos, occasionally crossing paths.
I'd have
Whitechapel.
Sorry, I'd have to agree with Whitechapel. Cool. I agree with that in regards to I do see what you're talking about in that there are little conclaves of different groups of people, but I don't think that's what they talk about when they say melting pot. I think it's the fact that all these people then can come together and work together without being at each other's throats. You could have like the Jew guy go to work with a Muslim guy, and they're not trying to kill each other. They can just accomplish their daily job. I think that's more of the melting pot that they
sometimes
regard.
But even that is a sometime thing. It's not an all time thing, because a lot of these groups have are entrepreneurs, independent business people. So the Turks have their own little they have their Turkish food stores, Turkish restaurants, Turkish patisseries, and the Jews have the same. They have their own delis, they have their own schools, they have their own.
But there's nothing wrong with that. It's just each culture is pushing their cultural things, but at the same time.
But when you say they come together to work together,
because
are they really working together?
Well, in those examples, probably not, because those are cultural jobs. Those are, like you said, it's a Turkish patisserie, a Turkish restaurant. Those are cultural jobs. You might have a Polish person working in that Turkish restaurant. So in that respect, yes, they are working together. But I'm talking about in London, if they have a job at Starbucks, you're not going to go to Starbucks and go, I expect to see a Turkish person here. There should only be Turkish people. No, it's going to be a mixture of whatever's there.
The corporate London, you're right. When I worked in IT corporations or businesses who had, I was always in the IT department, but in all these different businesses, yes, I had people from Nigeria, people from, Jewish people, English people, Arab people, whatever ethnicity, Indian, so on and so forth. We all work together in this company to benefit the company overall and make a success of that particular company. Yes, that is true. In corporate London, there is that mix and match of all different nationalities and racial and ethnic and religious groups. But I don't think that is actually, at least from my perspective, apart from that corporate side, really the rest of London is segregated into their little enclaves of people. Even those people lived in their own little enclaves as well. My Indian friends, ironically, lived in Southall.
It's the place to be.
Whilst I
It's the
lived in the
place
other
to be.
parts of London.
But so from my experience of what I've seen in the world, especially within London, Southall wasn't always Indian. Southall was a mixture of mainly whites, and then when people first started coming over from India, they kind of settled around Southall. Typically, what happened there was then the people who were living there were like, "Oh, all these people are coming in. Let's get out of here." So then the white people left, and they went to different areas, i.e., Richmond,
Mostly Kent.
exactly. And then they've segregated themselves, and then everyone
It's
else.
white flight.
White flight. I like that.
No, that's what the expression is. Yeah, the
Oh.
white flight, where white people who see the encroachment of ethnic people in their space, then they flee. They essentially leave to go to.
So it's not an
other-
issue of these
other
ethnic
parts
groups
of-
are trying to be separate. It's just that, hey, they've come to integrate, and when they're trying to integrate, the whites are like, "Oh, we don't want to put any part of this, smelly curry, or you're this or you're that," and then they kind of shift over. So the segregation is kind of self-imposed.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, yeah, you're right. You're right that in some instances, like white flight, it is a self-imposed segregation in the sense that these people don't, the white English or the native English of that particular area, feel that the area is changing so much that they don't want to be in that area anymore. There was actually a great thing. Who was it? There was some guy on the internet, fairly big YouTuber. He said he came to London, and he went to East London, where all the East End boys used to, the cray types and the pearly, the pearlies and all that sort of East End type of stuff, where they speak in what's it called, the Cockney rhyming and all that stuff, the Cockney sort of area of London. Well, there's hardly anyone there now. There's hardly anyone of that era or that the heritage essentially in East London. It's all Asian. It's 99%. It's like 98% Asian. He said he went to a pub, and in that pub there were some of these old school East End boys still there, all getting older. But they when he talked to them, he says all their kids and grandkids have moved out of that area. So that whole area is going to lose that Cockney heritage at some point. It will eventually, because these older guys are eventually going to die out, and it will just simply become whatever the dominant current dominant ethnic group is, which will most likely be sort of East Asian, Pakistani, Indian heritage background. But he was kind of lamenting on the fact that this was a lost. This is going to, essentially London's going to lose that now. They're going to lose the Cockney, because the Cockney is no longer going to actually propagate in that area. Anyone who's born in that area, in that sort of Cockney white English sort of sense, has already moved out or will move out, and then the rest will die out.
But I'm not gonna lie, I've heard brown people or whatever race you want to pick at, I've heard them talking in the Cockney way. So it's not that it's Cockney's died out, it's just that it's evolved and it's now.
But it will lose that traditional image that everyone has of the East End Cockney image of.
But things change.
Like if you think about the craze,
guys, sorry to interrupt, guys. It's just, in YouTube, do you know how to unblock someone that you've blocked? And I don't mean like unban someone that you've banned, but if you've been in someone else,
if you've timed them out,
something. No, not that kind.
No.
Not like as if you're a moderator, but like say if I was in a channel in the live chat saying demands and I'm not a moderator or anything there, and I block someone,
personally block them from your own.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
In my own account, I'm in someone else's channel. I see someone's messages, don't like them. I click on the name and of 3 dots, and then there's an option to block.
That's
right.
So
how do I unblock?
I think you click on the right hand, where your icon is for your name. You click on that, go down to settings, and then there should be a option for community somewhere where it should list.
Is it in customized panel?
It's actually you got to go into your studio. So if you click on your studio, And then in your studio, you have at the bottom of that, you have on the right left hand side, you'll have settings. You click on that, you get a pop-up window that pops up. And then along the left hand side of that pop-up window of settings, you'll have general, channel, update defaults, permissions. I think it's not, I don't know if it's the permissions. No, it's community in moderation. I'm pretty sure it might be there where you can actually see.
Oh, I'm just waiting for it to load up. It's just gone all
I'm
dodgy on
pretty
me.
sure that's what there it is. Yeah, blocked. You got blocked words. Oh Christ, I've got blocked words in my own chat of the N-word, nonce, and pedo.
Oh,
these are blocked words from my own.
The question is, were people saying that to you, or were they just mentioned?
I don't know, because I can't even remember blocking anyone. I don't block anything. I just leave everything open. So this must have been some sort of maybe auto. So like some people put these words in, and then YouTube just, you know what I mean, assign them, because YouTube does this all the time. YouTube literally hides comments that people put in my own comment section and doesn't show it to me. I'm like, I know there's a comment because I got an email telling me someone commented, and I can see the comment in my email, but I can't see it on the actual comment section of the video. But YouTube screws with my channel quite a lot, the Banksy channel. I can't, I'm blocked out of certain features. For example, if I post a video in a shorts form, if you watch it on your phone, you can't add comments on the phone. You can only add comments on a PC. So YouTube has blocked that from my channel.
Lieutenant, I've just dropped a link. I googled it. It said you got to go to Google block list, and then you got to, because YouTube and Google are linked. I think if you can't find a.
Oh, because I found what you were on about there.
But you don't see them in that section.
In the community, nothing there?
Yeah, when I went settings, and then I went into community, and then you scroll down and it gives you a little box that says hidden users.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
So is that anyone that say I've hidden on my channel or that I've blocked in other channels?
Correct.
It's both, yeah?
Yeah.
So it should be both in there. Okay.
So if they're not in there,
so Banksy, if I have blocked somebody, you know that Disney is, I blocked him from your channel a couple of weeks ago.
Stop blocking people from my channel, dude. Why are you blocking people from my channel? Block them from your channel.
Because one moment, because this chap is going around childishly spreading aspersion against my good name.
Good name, but it's your channel.
I don't really understand. One moment. Well, I don't really understand what his problem is. You know, I had a list of moderators previously, a year ago. So I decided to demoderate everyone except Lieutenant. And Lieutenant is on the test for me, by the way. So you don't know whether I work for Lieutenant or Lieutenant works for me here. Right? But what I'm saying, the reason for it, I did also on Streetmark. I thought he was bad-mouthing. Because I wasn't moderators, I hide his messages. I don't know where I can find, you know, as you, Lieutenant, was asking, similar issue I have now.
Well,
where would I be able to find?
It should be in that same area that we just talked about. If you blocked someone from your own personal viewing, so you don't see them, then yeah, you should be able to find them on the hidden users. Or
yeah, that is my one. But what about in Streetmarks, for example? I've highlighted what is the word? Hide messages.
It's the same. If you've hidden someone from for yourself, exclusively for yourself, not from Streetmark. Streetmarks.
No, from Streetmark, not from from Streetmark. Talk to me about from that side.
But no, you can't block someone from someone else's channel unless you're their moderator.
Not block, hide their messages. It gives you.
You see, the thing is, if I hide someone, but from your channel, for me not to see them, for example, then it's in my settings section. So you go into your settings section of your channel, and you will then be able to see them hidden or not hidden, and so on and so forth.
No, it's not there. But the problem here, I can't see their messages, for example, in another channel. You see, for example, if that business comes to the man's channel, and I've previously hidden his messages, hide his messages. I can't see him. He's typing, but I can read the others. I can't
Yeah,
see him there.
exactly, because you blocked him for yourself personally. So you personally can't see his messages anymore.
Basically,
because
it's
you
a
have-
bullet.
So
you need to bite.
where do I
You just need to-
unblock this?
On yours. Once you unblock him on yours, then you'll see his messages.
Where?
on-
Where is it in mine? Where?
Oh,
Well, this is
same thing.
this is what we were saying. Go to settings.
Yeah, I'm
go
in
to
there.
the studio. Go to settings.
Yeah, I'm there. Settings, yes.
In community notification, do you see anything? Community moderation.
Yeah. Towards the bottom,
Yes,
it's just
there
being
is a
hidden.
bug, but his name is not there, and the other
So you don't see
person.
his name. So you don't see that.
That's what I'm saying. He's not
Okay,
here.
So that may not be it. It may not be there then. Block links. Block links. I mean, creator demographics, agreements, permissions. There's another section called permissions, but I don't think that's it. Defaults, advanced settings. Maybe try upload. No, that's upload defaults. That's not it. Channel. Oh, okay. Hold on. There's a section called channel. There's advanced settings in channel.
Okay.
Maybe I don't see it though. No, I don't see it. Third party manage YouTube accounts. Remove YouTube accounts. Features. Nope. I'll be perfectly honest with you. I'm not sure.
It's not giving. You see, that's the problem
I'm not sure.
we're
If it's not-
experiencing
if
with
it's-
this man.
If it's not in that section, in the settings section, which is where it should be, then the only other bit that you have is there's another section called no, that's called community, but I don't see any way of filtering, or I don't see any other way in other sections. I'm sorry, I can't seem to. I don't see it.
Okay, that's fine.
Customization.
Anyway, yeah, it's not there. That's the problem. That's what probably Lieutenant made a mistake yesterday as well when she was asking to unblock someone. So we don't know where it is. When you.
Well, if you block someone as a moderator, that's 100% in that settings section.
Yeah, that's correct. I can see all
As a
the ones that I
moderator-
have. That's
No, but listen, when I go to my channel, right, and I've gone to that part where it shows the hidden users, I've got 2 people in there that I've blocked. Nothing to do with Nose's channel when I've been a moderator, but people who I've blocked at another time and another channel, right? And they're still in there. So I was explaining to Gossie that that's where she's got to go. She's got to unblock someone if in her channel if she's blocked someone, not banned as a moderator, but blocked just as a user. Because I think it was Sir Oliver. He was asking if she could unblock him because she blocked him about a year ago. I think he was wanting to chat with her, but she didn't know how to do that. I was struggling how to explain it, but it is definitely in that part where you would unblock someone.
Yeah, that is when you do it from your own channel. But I've done from Bankskis and Street Mics.
Well, one thing I will say, you were a mod in my channel, so when you blocked them, I had to unblock them myself from my channel. So I have done that on my channel, but I don't know what you're doing.
Anyway, it's all right. I was
on your
just
own
trying to help him to come out of his childishness. This guy is going around spreading aspersion to my supporters here. What a childish man. I've given opportunities many times to come here, StreamYard or Speaker's Corner when he was there from Australia. I think he came to visit someone or some people or relatives. He didn't dare to come and challenge me there, or he can't even dare to come online to resolve his issues. I don't really understand what his problem is. So we can now move on by Lieutenant reading that history book, history letter, I think.
Oh, sure.
Or light. That's
by
it,
the way,
candle.
I actually have done an AI version of that as well. I've actually
Oh,
requested.
nice.
Okay, when I finish the video, I'll upload it. I haven't finished the video yet, but yeah, go ahead.
Actually, Lieutenant done it with the music, Persian music background,
What
which
are you
is
guys
nice.
talking about? Are you trying to convert me to, was it Persian?
No, I don't read in Persian
Okay.
or Farsi or whatever it is. No. Right, let's bring the letter up. Everyone mute the mics and I'll read this, and I'm going to try and be dramatic, which feels weird. But I'm trying to get it with a bit more oomph in it to go with that music. The original copy of this historical response letter from King of Persia Yazgir III, 632 to 651 Common Era, to the Arab Caliph of Muslims, Omar ibn al-Khattab, is in the British Museum, placed in a secure storage area and currently unavailable to public view due to political correctness, and also to avoid damaging the relations between the West and OPEC nations. These policies might change in a very near future as the world heads towards the new era of renewable alternative energy sources, and also with the current rise of the far-right political parties in the West, as well as people's awareness and concern about a major Islamic threat within their own borders. Unless we learn from history, we are destined to repeat it. The date in which this letter has been written is after the Battle of Qadisiyah, Al-Qadisiyah, 16th to 19th November, 636 Common Era. The ultimatum of the Arab Caliph to King of Persia. From Omar ibn al-Khattab, Khalifat al-Muslimin, Caliph of Muslims, to Yazgir III, Shah of the Fars, Emperor of Persia. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. I do not foresee a good future for you and your nation, save your acceptance of my terms and your submission to me. There was a time when your country ruled half the world, but now see how your sun has set. On all fronts, your armies have been defeated and your nation is condemned to extinction. I point out to you the path whereby you might escape this fate, namely that you begin worshipping the one God, the unique deity, the only God who created all that is. I bring you his message. Order your nation to cease the false worship of fire and to join us, that they may join the truth. Worship Allah, the creator of the world. Worship Allah and accept Islam as the path of salvation. End now your polytheistic ways and become Muslims, that you may accept Allahu Akbar as your savior. This is the only way of securing your own survival and the peace of your Persians. You will do this if you know what is good for you and for your Persians. Submission is your only option. Allahu Akbar. Khalifat al-Muslimin. Omar ibn al-Khattab. The historical response of King Yazgir III to the Arabs. From King of Kings, King of Persia and beyond, Shah of many kingdoms, Shahanshah of Persian Empire, Yazgir III, Sassanid. To Omar ibn al-Khattab, the Arab Caliph. In the name of Ahura Mazda, the creator of life and wisdom. In your letter, you summon us Persians to your God, whom you call Allahu Akbar. And because of your barbarity and ignorance, Without knowing who we are and whom we worship, you demand that we seek out your God and become worshippers of Allahu Akbar. How strange that you occupy the seat of the Arab Caliph, but are as ignorant as any desert roaming Arab. You admonish me to become monotheistic in faith. Ignorant man, Mardak. For thousands of years, we Persians have in this land of culture and art been monotheistic, and 5 times a day have we offered prayers to God's throne of oneness. While we laid the foundations of philanthropy and righteousness and kindness in this world, and held high the ensign of good thoughts, good words, and good deeds, you and your ancestors were desert wanderers who ate snakes and lizards and buried your innocent daughters alive. You Arabs, who have no regard for God's creatures, who mercilessly put people to the sword, who mistreat your women, who attack caravans and are highway robbers, who commit murder, who kidnap women and spouses. How dare you presume to teach us, who are above these evils, to worship God? You tell me to cease the worship of fire and to worship God instead. To us Persians, the light of fire is reminiscent of the light of God. The radiance and the sun-like warmth of fire exuberates our hearts, and the pleasant warmth of it brings our hearts and spirits closer together, that we may be philanthropic, kind, and considerate, that gentleness and forgiveness may become our way of life, and that thereby the light of God may keep shining in our hearts. Our God is the great Ahura Mazda, laws of wisdom. Strange is this, that you too have now decided to give God a name, and you call God by the name of Allahu Akbar. But we are nothing like you. We, in the name of Ahura Mazda, practice compassion and love and goodness and righteousness and forgiveness, and care for the dispossessed and the unfortunate. But you, in the name of your Allahu Akbar, commit murder, create misery, and subject others to suffering. Tell me truly, who is to blame for your misdeeds? Your God who orders genocide, plunder, and destruction? Or you who do these things in God's name? Or both? You who have spent all your days in brutality and barbarity, have now come out of your desolate deserts resolved to teach by the blade and by conquest the worship of God to a people who have for thousands of years been civilized and have relied on culture and knowledge and art as mighty edifices. What have you, in the name of your Allahu Akbar, taught these armies of Islam besides destruction and pillage and murder that you now presume to summon others to your God? Today, my people's fortunes have changed. Their armies, who were subjects of Ahura Mazda, have now been defeated by the Arab armies of Allahu Akbar, and they are being forced at the point of the sword to convert to the God by the name of Allahu Akbar, and are forced to offer God prayers 5 times a day, but now in Arabic, since apparently your Allahu Akbar only understands Arabic. I advise you to return to your lizard-infested deserts. Do not let loose upon our cities your cruel, barbarous Arabs who are like rabid animals. Refrain from the murder of my people. Refrain from pillaging my people. Refrain from kidnapping our daughters in the name of your Allahu Akbar. Refrain from these crimes and evils. We Persians are a forgiving people, a kind and well-meaning people. Wherever we go, we sow the seeds of goodness, amity, and righteousness. And this is why we have the capacity to overlook the crimes and the misdeeds of your Arabs. Stay in your desert with your Allahu Akbar and do not approach our cities, for horrid is your belief and brutish is your conduct. Signed, Yazgir III, Sassanid.
Nice one. Before you read in the second one, Lieutenant, one moment.
Yeah.
The man, I want to ask the man as an impartial person.
What up?
What are your takes here, please?
I Actually, it's quite interesting. I was thinking about it as she was reading it. It's something that Chris said yesterday. I think it was yesterday on your channel. He said something about there's different levels of angels, and the highest level of angel is called a seraphim. And seraph is like, comes from the Hebrew word fire. And according to the Muslims, they say that the devil, or what do they call him? They call him, what's the word that Muslims use for the devil? Not shaitan, but the other one, Iblis. They say Iblis was made of fire, and he refused to prostrate to Adam because he was made of clay, and then he got sent down to hell. So I'm thinking that the Muslims don't like the highest order of angels being seraphim. They prefer the lower order of angels. And the Zoroastrians, having that fire, obviously use that to represent the highest point of angelic existence. So that's how I'm understanding it at the moment, but obviously
No, the letter, the letter that the Caliph III.
I've heard the letter before. Yeah, it's a good letter. It's a good way to clap back. It's pointing out all the flaws in Islam, especially the way they're practicing, and yeah, it's a good letter.
Do you see the similarity with nowadays? That letter, it can be seen like Ali Dava or Adnan Mansour, people like that, saying, in European country to the other people. There's similarity, the tone of the, submit. You have no choice but to submit, you see?
Yeah, that's my
That's
issue.
how they say.
That's my issue with the Dawagandists anyway. The guys who just push the religion, they're not doing it for the sake of God or for people to have a better lifestyle. They're just trying to push some kind of club and force people into it. So yeah, it's been happening since time immemorial. There's always going to be groups that do this, and yes, these Muslims definitely do this to an extreme. So I don't have any issues with the letter. I think it's very, very well written, but I just think that the issue isn't these Muslims that do this. I think the issue is the Muslims that teach them that this is the way the religion's supposed to be. In other words,
that is the example. You see, Muhammad, or the first and second caliph, must have been written in similar fashions, because this letter is hidden at the British Museum, right? Not coming out. They're not allowed to come out to public because of the political issues.
I disagree with that. I think freedom of speech and the freedom of knowledge and the freedom to access this kind of information should be there, regardless of who it offends, because it's part of history and part of life. But
this would prove that Islam is violence. Didn't you hear that man, the third caliph, how he's demanding, how he's asking people to submit to their Allah?
No, I understand, but I wouldn't say this is the proof, because the proof is in the fact that literally throughout history you can see examples of where they've gone throughout the world with the sword and tried to force people. So yes, this is a good supplementary to the rest of the proofs that are out there, but I don't see it as the one thing that kind of destroys Islam. I think Islam is kind of destroying itself in the way that they practice and push.
In that case, we shall let them destroy themselves then.
That's what I'm saying. This is why I say, like, you guys focus a lot on Islam, but to be honest, the way these Dawagandists are going, they're giving themselves a bad name, and people are obviously going to get turned away from them because they're like, yo, you're just telling me to convert because that's the only way to heaven, or that's the only truth. Then I ain't going to buy that. And people are going to walk away from it. They will destroy themselves. Sorry.
But the thing is, Damon, I think that like what Nose and I and others do is instrumental in bringing out their true intentions for everyone to see and to start making more educated decisions instead of saying, oh, well, everyone's allowed to have their own beliefs.
No, I understand that. I think what you guys do really well is the whole critical thinking, logical reasoning, and all that stuff. That will allow people to take a step back. I do like the fact that you guys do call out some Muslims, but I think it becomes because you got to think about it from the Muslim perspective. Any Muslims that come across this channel, they won't see this as a way that you're trying to help them understand deeper. They're going to see this as, oh, you guys hate Muslims, and they're going to automatically go on the back foot into the defense position. And instead of coming here to listen to reason, they come here to defend. And I think that ends up pushing them further into that kind of pit that they're already in.
The thing is, some do, some don't. And the ones that do, at least they go away with seeds planted. And so eventually they will start to think. That's the whole purpose. It's about waking them up as well as everyone else, right? What Nose is doing is, I think, more compassionate than what I even see Christians doing when they're evangelizing. For all they might have the best intent and everything, they're not succeeding in penetrating the minds of these individuals. They're just helping reinforce,
because they're trying to replace their old doctrine with their new doctrine of Christianity, and obviously
instead of stirring thought for them to decide their own way out of it.
Yeah.
And that's where what Nose does is key.
I just think that the focus tends to be very Islam related. Don't get me wrong, I see that why you guys have an issue with it, and I see why you want to bring more thought to these people, but if it was more let me think about this before I say it, because it's more about, it should be, obviously this is Nose's channel and he's going to do it his way, and I respect that, but if you wanted to actually get more people to actually think, is to not just do it to the Muslims, do it to the Christians as well, do it to this person and that person. I've heard Nose say a few times, oh, I don't question the Christians, or I don't do this with the Christians. And I think that when you do that, for some Muslims, they will think that you're taking sides and that you are just trying to attack Islam because you see only as Islam as a problem, not the fact that you see lack of thinking as the problem. Does it make sense?
Well, there is a huge distinctions between Islam and the faith. You see, the Christians, I live in the land of peaceful Christians. It is the Christians who've allowed you and I and Banksy and many like us, whether you've come here as asylum seeker or your parents came here, you were born here, and so on and forth, the Christians have allowed us to live. Not the government.
I appreciate that, but it was also the Christians that came over and destroyed India in order for me to come
they
here.
didn't. That's the now you're going to political. It's the political. Your leaders were weak. They were easily corruptible, right? And they did the job for the clever. Look, you have to accept it. They were clever at that time. They could, manipulate the leaders. Simple as that. You have to accept.
If I have to accept that, then you have to accept that it's okay for these Muslims to come in and manipulate the people, because
now that's it. So because I'm here, I have the advantage.
No.
Your people didn't have the cleverness.
Big Nose, you said that it's their fault for not being clever enough and their fault for getting manipulated, and it is the way it is. Cool. I could accept that if that's your premise, but then you have to also accept that in this modern reality. If you can accept that in the past, then you have to accept that now. If the Muslims come in and manipulate
exactly,
people,
that's what I'm saying. So
the people are stupid.
You didn't get it. Yes, but listen. So people like me, Banksy, there are many people here can prevent this to happen. You see, you didn't have people like me in your country that time.
No, they were better.
That is the problem.
No, you don't understand.
Sorry?
So you've got a limited understanding of this. So I give you, from my personal understanding of my region in India, the king was poisoned. His son, who was supposed to take the throne, was kidnapped by Queen Victoria and was raised as a Christian in the UK. So you could say that there weren't people who were smart. No, they were smart people. There were people who were fighting against this and wouldn't allow certain things to happen. But when people are using dirty tactics, then shit happens. And if you're saying that's okay because either they're weak, they're stupid, or whatever, then the same thing applies here. Even if there's people like you and Banksy and Lieutenant trying to defend, if the majority of people end up letting the stupidness take over, then it is what it is.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. If they can, but they can't. No. They would never ever be able
doing it
to.
For years. They're not going to stop
No,
just because
but
three
what
people
are the
are.
achievements? No. You have no idea about the politics of the country. 10 years ahead.
Yeah, but
Here, the UK, the politics is 10 years ahead.
yeah,
You
but
understand?
you guys,
All these
people
things have been
complain about
already arranged.
people complain about these Muslims being in political positions, the fact that the mayor of London is a Muslim, or the fact that in Scotland the prime minister was now Muslim or something. They're complaining
The
about
first minister.
First minister. Thank you. Complain about that, but it's like, no, if we're going by your logic and the people were stupid and blah 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 blah, then it is what it is. It's survival of the fittest. If they came in and they managed to convince people to vote for them and put them in positions of power so they could change the laws, then it's their fault for being stupid, right?
Yeah.
But we haven't reached the end of it. We reached the end of India, Pakistan, Afghanistan, Iran,
Exactly.
possibly
Well, no,
Turkey, and so on.
The thing is, we didn't reach the end of anything. Time hasn't ended.
Hmm.
Humanity
No,
hasn't
no,
ended.
the end of
No, but he means
politics.
that
the
particular-
end of an era.
It means that particular time period.
Submissive.
Of,
Yeah. The thing is, I agree with the man in this sense. I mean, I know that you're not Iranian big nose, and we all obviously believe that. But the fact is that Iran, and if you want to kick in the back doors of the English, there's plenty of reasons why we can do that. I mean, I can give you a direct, logical pathway to why Iran is a Islamic Republic right now, and it is all at the feet of CIA and MI6 and ExxonMobil and BP. If you go right back to Mohammad Mossadegh in the 1950s, where Iran had an opportunity to be a fledgling democratic nation, first time in like thousands of years, literally, and British and American interest destroyed that budding, if you like, that very first little.
But what did I say? It's because they have advantages politically. 500 years ago, Britain had university, science, University of Science. Did you know about that? 500 years
Do
before.
you know where the
we
first
went-
university was? In Baghdad.
No, wait a minute. It's irrelevant whether I know or not.
But it was
They had the advantages. You don't get it. There is advantages politically.
Yeah,
Listen, the UK is built based on spies. You have no idea what you're talking about. You don't know.
But you're saying that if we, the thing is, this is what me and my brother always debate, is that if Iran or if any other nation had the opportunity to take advantage of Britain and make it into a despotic dystopian nation and improve Iran, they'd do it in a heartbeat. All nations would do it. I'm not even like the things that Britain did in order to advance itself, its own nation, its own corporations. I don't even begrudge them. Anyone would. In fact, when the Muslims and the Middle Easterners had the opportunity, they did 10 times worse. They ran Andalusia, Spain, for almost 800 years. They didn't begrudge that. They were you don't ask if you actually talk to an Arab, they don't look at that and go, "Oh, it was shameful. We took over Andalusia. We took over all of North Africa. It was a terrible, terrible thing we did." They don't regret it. They, in fact, see it as a point of pride. I think it is some form of narcissistic, sadomasochistic thing about the Europeans who and especially the British, who actually look back at their imperial history and go, oh, that was terrible. What we did was so bad. It's like, dude, everyone did it, and some people did it 10 times worse. They were far more crueler than the British. So no, I don't begrudge them for doing something that benefited their people. But the problem is, what my problem is this infestation of guilt that the British seem to have about their imperial past, which is now destroying their present. It's literally they're like just because we had an empire in the past, now we have to self-flagellate ourselves and let the foreigners come and take a giant dump over Britain because we have to atone for our past mistakes. And that pisses me off because I like Britain. I live in Britain. I like the way shit was in 1980s and 1990s. And I don't want you to self-flagellate yourself and make the country shitter because I have to live here. You shit on my country. I left my country because it became an Islamic shithole to come here to live amongst you lot. and live with you lot and live and enjoy the prosperity. And now you're taking a giant dump on that as well. Stop it. Stop ruining this country, you self-flagellating, guilt-ridden bastards. I don't care.
Do you see the irony, though? The fact is that by bringing this up about the Muslims doing this in the past, what we expect them to do is what you're saying the British shouldn't do. You want the Muslim to self-flagellate and go, oh shit, we fucked up, we shouldn't have done this, we shouldn't have done that, or we need to behave better. But you're saying that the British shouldn't be doing that. So if the British shouldn't be doing that, then the Muslims shouldn't be doing that either. They should just be proud of what they've done and just carry on being like that as well, right?
No, but the fact is that they're trying to do it here. They're trying to now use the trick that's being played here on the British or the natives of the England Isles is that the Muslims, the foreigners, are using Britain's past to guilt them into letting the Muslims take a giant shit on their country, and yet they themselves will not take on any of that level of guilt that they. Or I mean, the thing is, the problem when we use the term Muslim is very wide sweeping. You know what I mean? Because the Pakistanis were not part of the Andalusian Moors. The Afghanis were not part of that. They were not involved in any of that crap. We're talking mostly sort of North African Arabized people and the Saudis and Emirati, sort of that part. So really, those are the ones that should be self-flagellating themselves, and they should be guilt-ridden with all the crap that they pulled over their. But
you said it doesn't help.
But what I mean is, no, they should be doing that so that they could shit on their country, but they're not. You see, they're not doing that. They're very proud of their history. They're very proud of the fact that they spread Islam everywhere, and they're not ruining their own countries for it, and they're not letting in foreigners into their nation.
But let's say they did
as some sort of a guilt trip.
Let's say they did.
Yeah,
let's say
and no one's talking about the barbarity of the Ottoman Empire, by far worse.
Well, yeah, the Turks as well. Yeah, and the Turks
and Genghis Khan and all the rest of them.
Well, Genghis Khan, I think, was before Islam.
It's horrendous. We have a wealth of knowledge to learn from it. Why does it have to be the same now as it was back then? With one bunch of people saying, "Oh, well, that happened then, so I'm going to do this to you."
That's what I'm saying, in the sense that we've got to look at the past to learn from it, but we can't turn around and say that, hey, look, this happened in the past. You guys need to now do this. It's more about look at the past. What can you learn from it? Did it actually achieve anything? All you guys going around forcing people to convert, what did it achieve? Okay, nothing. It just made the place worse. It segregated people. It caused issues. Okay, cool. But the same thing has to be done for the British as well, where the British did do certain things, and saying that, oh, they're self-flagellating and they're ruining themselves. No, if you want the rest of the world to do the same self-flagellation, the same self-reflection, the same growth, then Britain needs to go through this period of time where they.
Well, listen, we've already done that. That's why we've already led the world in laws against all of that sort of thing. Yeah. We were the ones who put an end to slavery.
You've heard the joke about the British Museum, right?
Go on, say it.
It's the fact that 90% of the British Museum is from other countries, and if we gave everything back, it'd close down because
there'll be nothing in there.
Yeah,
it'll be empty.
And
ironically, the letter we read is actually held. The two letters from Omar bin Khattab and Yazgan is in the British Museum.
Which, don't get me wrong, I understand it can be good where they are showing this to the world, where if it was stuck in Iran somewhere, it may have been destroyed.
It would be burnt to a crisp.
Exactly.
They would destroy it. If it was in Syria, it'd be destroyed.
I can understand both arguments. This is what I'm saying. But at some point, if we are going down this, we want other people to take accountability and look at themselves. Accountability starts at home.
We already have done that, though. The point is, people are coming into our country and using our past against us to run roughshod all over us, to destroy us. That's the point here, demands. We have already done our reflections.
But
That's how we're a first world country. We're not in the past. We're not living like medieval so-and-sos, barbarous so-and-sos, like what you see in the Middle East.
The thing is, the man, I would agree with your perspective if everybody played by that rule.
Mhm.
The problem is the only one side is playing by that rule and the other side isn't. The other side isn't self-flagellating. The other side isn't ashamed of their history and their conquests and their
Yeah,
empires.
proud.
They are proud of it. They wear it proudly on their sleeve. In fact, those who had nothing to do with it wear it. I've got Pakistanis who are taking claim for like the caliphate. It's like, you fuckers had nothing to do with this shit. You guys were in India doing their own shit. In fact, the Mughals were the ones who were running India and killing all the Hindus. You guys have nothing to do with the caliphate, and yet they take on as if it's their achievement and it's their accomplishments. So what I'm saying is, if everybody played truly by the same rule, that'll be fine. But they're not. So in that case, then really Britain is just, it's a self-destructive attitude. I think I see this as in Europe as a whole, not just Britain. Germany are constantly smacking themselves over the head for the 1940s and 1930, you know, what the stuff that happened in 1930s, 1940s. So they're constantly self-flagellating for that. Britain is doing it for the British Empire. The French, I'm sure,
they're not doing any kind of self-flagellation.
They kind of are in a weird fashion. The French are extremely proud of themselves and they love themselves, but yet their policies and their economic policies are still allowing a ton of Muslims to take over the nation. They're having huge problems with that. I mean, look at all the Algerians. The Algerians are literally into fighting now amongst their own tribal groups with freaking AK-47s in France. So they have allowed, because France had a colony in Algeria, they had a colony in Morocco. They are letting an overwhelming number of those in, and it's causing them problems.
I understand what you're saying in regards to that, but this is where I go back to cause and effect. Like, if we're looking at history, if we're looking at what's going on at the moment, and we're looking at ways to resolve this, we have to go and look and see, okay, why these Algerians, why are these people all over here? What's going on? What's led them to push into that part of the world? Why weren't they just in the Middle East killing each other with all their problems? It's because obviously American influence and British interference in other people's lives that then cause this. So it's not to say that Britain is bad. It is what it is. It happened. But we have to understand the knock-on effect. I'm not saying that Britain needs to keep self-flagellating and now bending over backwards. But because I see that the Prime Minister or whoever is trying to make amends and they're saying sorry for this or sorry for that, whatever. But the general populace of the country isn't usually behind that message. The Prime Minister is doing that of his own accord as the person in charge. And I think that disconnect then ends up causing more issues because it's not coming from the people, it's coming from the people in charge trying to implement this, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, this is exactly where the problem is anyway. This is why people are always complaining. We were not asked. We were not. There was no referendum on the kind of immigration policies that these politicians implemented, especially Tony Blair in his era. So yes, it is true that there's a massive gap between what the politicians do and the will of the people. And actually, I think that was very well exposed with the Brexit referendum. It showed where the politicians are versus where the liberal elites are, where the people are.
Yeah.
But my only contention here is that this is self-destructive behavior. And I'm not even, you see, okay, I'm going to level with you guys. I'm intensely self-centered and self-preservation sort of focused. I don't care if the English want to kill themselves. I don't care if they want to set themselves on fire. Just don't do it whilst I'm alive in this country. Burn this shit down after I die. Just let it be.
Just give it a
normal and safe. Whilst I'm about 4 sandwiches and a Big Mac away from a major heart attack. So just let this thing roll for a few more years. Once I've shed this mortal coil, burn the fucker down for all I care.
I've been saying we need the
do it while I'm alive.
We need the asteroid. We need to start again.
Well, just for the record, I can relate.
No, it's just look, I'm not kidding. I love Britain. I love the Britain of 1990s. I grew up in the 90s. It was awesome. The country was great. Everything was just nice and it just worked. and for some reason you decided to stab yourself with a fucking knife from from the year 2000 onwards. And I'm like, why? It is so unnecessary. It's like unnecessary destruction. It's unnecessary self-destruction. You don't need to do this. You're just doing it for the sake of it. It's like, what the hell is going on?
I think
I
it
don't
was
know, man.
needed. I don't know. I think it was needed. I, you know me and my perspective. My perspective is truth, love, compassion, contentment, humility, and hope. I'm always going to come from that angle. I see it as an opportunity for us to actually, because if this is the end times, if we are waiting for Jesus to come down and end things and judgment, if we could have a little few years of peace where we kind of start putting all this shit behind us and we can start looking forward together and start working together on a global scale and actually give everyone the quality of life that we kind of all want, I don't see that as a bad thing. I understand where you're coming from in the sense of self-flagellation, but I don't see it as detrimental as you do. I don't know.
So okay, the man. Let's try to see this to its potentially logical conclusion.
Yeah, sure.
The way I see the rate of immigration, the rate of childbirth from certain ethnic groups, there is a very good chance, and this is, by the way, backed by Pew data, that this country will become a Muslim majority nation, as if the course is set the way it is, if things progress the way they are. Would this nation be better off in that scenario?
So obviously, in this scenario, it's just the Muslims are increasing in population, but they're keeping to themselves, or are they?
Well, no, because there's no way. I mean, any just
well, you've said that
the most shallow in sort of look at the history. As soon as Muslims reach 10% of any given population, their attitude changes dramatically. And so we're at 6% right now. We're looking at potentially by 2050, I think by Pew is about 17% at moderate increase in immigration. This is with moderate immigration. So we're looking at they will definitely be over 10% by about 2030, 2040.
Okay, so
then they will expand outwards. They will become aggressive towards the wider population.
Okay. I'm just going to give a couple of points to this before I answer this, and I think the points should hopefully elaborate enough so I don't have to answer it. But your perspective of the whole 10% thing and then them becoming aggressive and stuff, that comes from fear of history repeating itself. However, if we look at things as they are, logically, we do have Muslims coming over here and having kids. Yes, they do have kids in large numbers. I'm not going to disagree. However, a lot of these children grow up with British values. They meld into, like, I've seen Muslims here getting pissed and drunk and doing drugs and all sorts of stuff. So if the quality of Muslim isn't the same as it was 100, 200 years ago, where they were being fed this crap of you need to go and do this and you need to do that and bring in all these people regardless of whether they accept it or not. If they come here and have kids and integrate, then essentially it shouldn't be a repeat of history. I would have hope that the British values that you appreciate, that I appreciate, that Lieutenant Big Nose and everyone here else who enjoys the luxuries of the UK appreciate, that they will become appreciators of as well, and they would want to keep it the way it is. Because if they wanted a Muslim rule, they could just go back to Islam, back to Saudi or wherever. But if they're here and they appreciate this lifestyle, they probably want to keep this lifestyle going.
You see, at least from I hope you're right. I hope your
so
assessment is right.
I just live by hope.
I know. But what I can say is when you said, looking at history, my problem is that I think history does repeat itself. I don't think we do learn the lessons of history. That's my problem. I don't have that much faith in people to actually learn those lessons. And also I look at Iran, a country which was secular for many, many years, for many decades. We were, a secular kingdom, and pretty much all the freedoms that Europe enjoyed. And then all of a sudden, within a matter of a few years, it went from mini skirts to burqas, or well, chadors. We don't wear burqa. Burqas. I mean, this is the problem. Everybody uses the term burqa, which is exclusively an Afghani thing. No other country in the world actually operates under the burqa.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, it's
I'm
literally
guilty of
only
that.
Afghanistan that uses the burqa. Everybody, they keep mentioning the term burqa because it's the worst version of the hijab, but it isn't. It's the only
It's not the
hijab
standard.
version of the hijab that the Afghans use. The Iranians have chadors, the Arabs have niqabs and abayas and things like that. There's a range of bin bags that you can stick your woman in. Let's put it that way. But as far as Iran is concerned, when I saw Iran and the way Iran flipped so quickly and things changed so rapidly, it wasn't by the majority. It was actually by a very forceful minority. And that to me is where my problem lies. When you said, "Oh yeah, there are," dude, I literally have friends from Kuwait and Dubai and Palestine that do tequila shots with me 1 week before Ramadan, and then they still suddenly become a good Muslim for the 4 weeks of Ramadan. I mean, there's hypocrisy within Muslims everywhere. There are Muslims in Saudi Arabia, Dubai, and Emirates that drink like fish, and there are Muslims in Iran that drink like fish. That's not the point. The point is that those minorities will force their hand, and the minority Islamists will force the narrative, and the so-called moderate tequila drinkers will simply follow. They'll stand by in silence and let it happen, because they believe that somehow in some mythical golden era of Islam, everybody lived in happiness and prosperity, and that if they just let the Islamists take over, it'll happen again. This literally were the words of my friend, who is my tequila shot buddy and a Ramadan Muslim, when Hosni Mubarak was falling in Egypt, and the Muslim Brotherhood was going up. That guy, I forgot his name. He was going up for election, or and I was like, he's a Muslim Brotherhood fanatic. This will be terrible for Egypt. No, he'll be good. Egypt needs, they'll bring back Islam into the fold of Egypt, and Egypt will be better for it. I'm like, no, it won't. It'll be horrible. And the guy got elected, and he tried to almost immediately after he got elected, disband all electoral system and basically make himself a forever king. And that's when the army moved in and had a coup against him. But the fact is that the minute he got power, he showed himself exactly for the dictator that he was, and he had no intention, and he was trying to force the hijab back onto Egyptian women.
Okay, I'm going to play devil's advocate again here, just because I always try and look at things from different perspectives, because I understand the perspective you're saying, but I'm going to try and flip it on you so you can think of it from a different perspective. Now, imagine you're Muslim and you're in the Middle East, and you think the same thing that you think now, in the sense that history will repeat itself. So you're like, oh, damn, history's going to repeat itself. As soon as America and Britain are teamed up again, they're going to go around the world and they're going to try and force everyone into their democratic ways of living, and they're going to try and push their secularism on everyone. So we need to fight back before they come and do that. Do you see what I mean? If everyone's thinking from the fair aspect, it will lead to that. That is guaranteed. If everyone's thinking fair and you're thinking fair, it's going to go that way, because that's the way we're pushing the world. But if we start, think, reflect, and this is why I think that the whole reasoning and the critical thinking of this channel is good, is because it then allows people to think, okay, this is what history has shown us. And yes, history tends to repeat itself, but that's if we don't learn from it. Let's try and teach and educate as many people as we can about the history, so we can look for the options going forward. So we're not stuck in a fear mentality where everyone's on the back foot ready to defend themselves, but they're actually stepping forward to help each other up.
Okay, I'll need to come in here, because Banksy described the nature of the cult of Islam, where it starts to get cocky and it starts to take over, and the more peaceful ones, the more moderate ones, the ones who don't wear all the garb and everything, what you might call normal, not that I like that word, they go along with it. We are seeing that, and we have been seeing that for decades in this country. with the child rape gangs that they call grooming gangs.
Mhm.
Which again, it's all up in the papers at the minute, right? But it's
Yeah.
something that I've been harping on about for years myself. Now,
Mhm.
we see that all the time
Mhm.
because all of those peaceful, moderate ones are connected to all of those ones that committed those crimes.
Mhm.
And they all, one way or another, kept their mouths shut.
So they're all
They all
complicit.
know something's going on and they all kept their mouths shut. And all the ones that were interrogated, questioned, asked to come forward, kept their mouths shut.
Okay.
Never saw a thing.
No, I understand.
But they were found to know about it.
Yeah, but you once again playing devil's advocate. The British system has been taking advantage of kids for years. We've got Prince Andrew going to islands with Jeffrey Epstein. Jeffrey Epstein coming down, hanging out with the Queen and stuff. You've got all these BBC with the what's his face, Jimmy Savile,
and all that.
and all these people who were moderate British were complicit because they kept their mouth. So if we want to focus on the Muslims, we can focus on the Muslims. But like I said, I think self-reflection begins at home. If we start looking at these things and actually holding them to account and dealing with that, then we can then go, okay, we've dealt with our issue. Let's deal with their issue. But when I see, because I've seen this all on X for years, where people are just constantly going on about the Muslim grooming gangs, and I see pictures and pictures of all these brown faces. They're like, oh, look at all these brown people causing criminal damage or doing this. And I'm like, yo, yeah, that's fine. You could bring that up if no white people or no British people are doing it.
Yeah,
but
of course. Look at the statistics, though. A tiny minority of Indigenous Brits are into that sort of thing. And it's despicable. And it's something we need to be going after
100%.
Constantly, right?
Yeah.
Now, we can't do that when we're being bombarded with an influx of people who are a minority in this country, but there's way more of them percentage-wise compared to the percentage that they are of the Indigenous people of this land perpetrating those crimes. Now, we need to go after all of these criminals, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because we need to stop this from happening to our children. So, yeah, we need to be looking into the care sector. We need to be looking into all of our public services who are complicit, whether we're talking about councils, whether we're talking about police, so on and so forth. Mm-hmm. We also need to be looking at people who are commanded to do this sort of thing. You don't see that coming from any other belief system. People who are doing what their prophet did.
Okay. In the prophet, that's a different story because they hold the prophet to high regard. But in regards to because the prophet didn't rape anyone. The prophet didn't rape anyone.
Disbeliever.
The prophet didn't rape anyone, so they're not copying him in that aspect.
Oh, a little girl.
As far as the hadiths go, it was consensual, written by herself. Well, Aisha wrote it herself. Listen, I'm going by the evidence that's provided. If I'm going to make assertions or assertions, I think assertions is the right word. If I'm going to make assertions, I'm going to base it on the evidence. So if we're looking at the evidence of, oh, look, he married a 9-year-old, cool, that's true. I'm not disputing that fact. Whether we agree with it or disagree with it, that's a separate story. But if we're talking about grape, she, in her own witness statement, didn't say it was grape. She went to him. So that aspect, I'd have to kind of like put a pin in and say, unless you could provide something that shows that she said that it was grape or whatever, then that's why they're copying him to do that. I think the grape aspect comes into it because of so there's two things to it. There's the grooming, and it's not typically grooming just for sex. A lot of these Muslims also groom to convert. So the sex can happen, but I think their main priority is usually to convert. And when they see that the conversion isn't working, they then maybe go towards the sex. But obviously that's a bigger issue that we need to try and understand on those. But I do agree with you in regards to dealing with these criminals. And criminals, I think we should 100% deal with, whatever color they are, wherever they're from. But we need to understand that if we are focusing so much on these foreign criminals, then we tend to neglect the in-house criminals. And
Well, the
with
thing
these
is,
in-house
we're not-
criminals, well, sorry, 1 second. So with these in-house criminals, they have been doing this for centuries. They have entire families and lineages that protect these secrets. And this is how places like the BBC become institutionalized in allowing this to happen, because they know that the people at the top have the power, and if they say anything, that's it, their life's through. So this issue seems worse for me in regards to we need to deal with Britain and its institutionalized BS in regards to this child stuff, because that's been hidden for so long. And if we're just looking at the other people, those people at the top who have been in charge of the BBC and all these other organizations that allow this, that's what they want you to do. They want you to be pointing at other people rather than pointing at them. So that's why I say we start in-house, and then we could go and clean out everyone else. And yes, I agree 100%. End the criminal BS. Stop these people doing this to little kids, and trying to create a better society, not just for ourselves, but for the future generations.
There's a hole in your argument,
What's that?
because the BBC and all the rest of them have been keeping it all buried about the predominantly Pakistani Mohammedan child rape gangs. They've been burying it, and that's why people are kicking off. And let me tell you this, right? Between the year 2000 to 2010, more than 500,000 victims came forward. Now, when we're talking about these kinds of abuses demands, at best, this is long established fact, at best, 15% of the victims come forward, right? 500,000 is 15% of 3,333,333.333 recurrent. That's between 2000 to 2010 children. Okay. And it's only gotten worse since then, because it's, oh no, you can't just point your finger at them. That's racist. That's Islamophobic. That's xenophobic.
I'm not saying
You've
that
got to look at
Islamophobic
in-house.
is xenophobic.
I'm not saying you're saying that, but that's why it's all being buried, and it's gotten worse and worse and worse. And so that's why
I understand where you're
it has to be talked about.
I understand.
Millions upon millions. We've got a small percentage compared to our population in this country of people who've been doing that for generations, right? Child sexual abuse and stuff, not on that scale. Not on that
Shipping
scale.
kids to another island.
So when you're talking about foreign nationals who've declared jihad, which means war, when they're coming into this country, this is in international law I'm talking about. When they're coming into this country or any other country and they're raping anyone, okay, that's regarded as a weapon of mass destruction in international law. Do you know why? Because it doesn't just destroy that one individual who's raped, but anyone and everyone who comes into contact with that individual will be impacted negatively, whether they know what's gone on or not. And thus, the community becomes destroyed. That's why it's regarded as a weapon of mass destruction in international law when rape is used during wartime, which jihad is.
Yeah, but no, jihad is a religious. Jihad.
No, it isn't.
Jihad isn't just.
No, it isn't.
Okay,
otherwise,
otherwise,
more than
otherwise,
1,000 years of literature on Islam and jihad, and more
then you
than
have to say that the British, the Americans, when they
one of them has described jihad as being some kind of peaceful religious hack that we keep getting spun.
Cool. So you have to then say that the British, the Americans, and all these other countries that went into the Middle East and then not just only attacked them and killed them, but also raped little kids, because soldiers have done that from the British and the American over in all these other countries that they've been taking, Vietnam, India. They've been doing this for years. So that means that the
Does that
British.
mean it's okay for it to
No,
keep
no,
on happening?
no. That's what I'm not saying. I'm not saying that. I'm saying
No.
that you have to
I've
then
never
you
said
have
it's
to then
okay.
say that
We're not
you guys
talking
have
about
been doing the
those.
same
We're
jihad.
talking about what's happening to our children
You
here
have your own
now.
version of
That's
jihad.
our duty. That's our responsibility. As soon as the clock strikes 18 years of age and you're in this country, it's your responsibility to safeguard the safe passage of every child. That's the law.
Okay, I didn't know that law, but it's a good law to have. But it doesn't
That's-
change the
yeah,
diff-
that's
it just
what being
it doesn't
a-
change the
being an adult
fact.
is.
It doesn't change the fact that, like I said, there's militants that came from the UK, America, and all these other Western countries that went into these other places and did the exact same jihad on other people. I'm not saying it's right. I'm not saying it's okay because they've done it and you guys do it. I'm just saying that we have to understand that it's not just a them issue. It's a issue that we need to deal with. And in regards to what you said in regards to BBC earlier, you also have to understand with the BBC and all these news outlets, they are pitting the right against the left. BBC is known as a leftist broadcaster, whereas you've got places like GBN now, Great Britain News, and all these other right wingers. So this idea of, oh, they weren't mentioning it. Yeah, they weren't mentioning it because GBN and other places were pushing that narrative, while they pushed another narrative which was about whole transgenderism's okay and all this other stuff. So each of these news outlets are just pushing their own agenda, but it's not the way you see it, where they're just trying to hide it. No, they want you to go to the right-wing side. They want you to push you further to the right and push the left further to the left, so that middle point that we can meet and actually have some kind of growth and communication where we can actually start coming together and changing the world. They don't want that. Like I said, they don't want us looking up at the people in charge and going, hey, you messed up. You're the one, your fault. Everything is your fault because you've done this and this and this. They don't want that. They want us to point at each other. I'm saying that
they don't want us to look into the root cause. Yeah,
exactly.
You can't get to the root cause by avoiding facts. We need to look at all of it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah. So that's why I said in regards to the BBC not mentioning it, is not that it's not being mentioned in the UK. No, it's being mentioned, but it's by the right wing. So this is the political divide that they're trying to create between the people, and then trying to use the right wing ideology to push this narrative that you need to constantly look out for the other person because they're always the enemy, whereas the left wing is saying, no, you're the enemy, you're always the enemy. And it's like, no, there's a middle ground. It's where you're not the enemy, the other person's not the enemy. It's just that we need to find this middle ground where we agree on how we want to live and we push that narrative rather than the fear-based narrative or allowing people to get away with stuff.
Well, the thing is, the people of this land already know how they want to live.
How's
Every other land has been imposed upon them. There's not one of us
that?
that has
How do they
given
want to live
consent
here?
to any immigrant being in this country.
How do you want to live here? Just without immigrants? Does that solve the problem?
I want to live in my home, which is what this country is.
Do you live
with my people?
But do you live in your home at the moment?
Yeah, I'm in my own country.
Then that's ticked off. What else are you trying
and
to
I
achieve?
don't want any sadistic ideologies being in this country.
Unfortunately, you can't change that fact. People are
Oh
stupid.
yes, I can.
People
Oh
are
yes,
stupid.
I can.
People
I
are
have
stupid.
democratic freedoms.
Listen, like I said, Jimmy Savile was British. He had his own ideas, and just because he wasn't from another country doesn't mean that he's not going to have these ideas. No, people are stupid, and people have their own ideas. So let's get rid of all the immigrants. Cool. You've got your country back. How do you want to see it thrive? And you can't just say it the way it is, because obviously, like I said, the way it is.
Well, yeah, I can say
in charge.
that I want rid of sick ideologies that are regarded as death cults, but that everyone calls religions.
Okay, so
death
you want
cults
to get rid of all
They're
religions.
criminal organizations, aren't they? Which is what Islam is.
Would Christianity come under that as well?
No.
Why not?
Death isn't commanded in Christianity.
Yeah, it kind of is.
No, it isn't.
You get to heaven through. How do you get
that
to
doesn't
heaven?
mean you're commanded to kill yourself or anyone
No,
demands.
no.
In Christianity.
Yeah,
all right. In Islam, you are commanded to kill. You don't want to know how many verses we've come across in the Revival.
There's verses in the Bible that talk about that you need to go and kill the women, the children, and even the animals, and don't leave.
No. Yes. No one's commanded to kill.
No, I can bring it up for you if you like. I can bring it up for you. I'll bring it up for you.
There are stories in the Bible in which people have killed.
It's not stories.
Christianity, the religion itself, does not command anyone to kill.
No, the God commands the people to go and kill the animals, the women, the children, everything. And
back then, right? Back then, not today.
But
there is no commandment to kill anyone.
There is no commandment in Islam to kill anyone. I don't think.
That's how you don't have 95% on Secret Services, intelligence agencies' watch list. 95% of them aren't on that list because of Christianity. They're on that list because of the Ravayat, known as the Quran. 95% of them demands.
Yes.
Because of that in book.
Not the book. It's, don't forget.
No, we read the book.
Come on, Lieutenant. I thought you're smarter than this.
We read the book.
The reason,
don't put that on me. You thought I was smarter than this?
Yeah, because the reason
you think you're smarter than that, do you?
No, but I'm looking at the bigger picture. The reason that they're going against this jihad or this retaliation is why? Because the British and America went into these countries and destroyed them. So they feel like they
No. Jihadis are doing what they're doing because of that book.
Then why didn't they do this? Why didn't they do this 1,000 years ago, 100 years ago?
Listen to this. Listen to this. This is a quote. Islam was never a religion of peace. Islam is the religion of fighting. No one should believe that the war that we are waging is the war of the Islamic State. It is the war of all Muslims, but the Islamic State is spearheading it. It is the war of Muslims against infidels. That's Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi, leader of the Islamic State, to Newsweek, May 2015.
Okay, and I'm going to read you something. This is from the King James Bible, 1 Samuel 15:3. Now go and smite Amalek, and utterly destroy all that they have, and spare them not, but slay both man and woman, infant and suckling, ox and sheep, camel and ass.
Who said that, and who did they say that to?
It was God saying it to the people.
The people back then?
Yes.
Yeah, not now.
But
no one who reads that today takes that as a commandment to go out and kill anyone.
Christchurch?
What do you mean Christchurch?
Christchurch, that was New Zealand. I think that was a white guy who went...
Are you talking about the Christchurch? Well, actually, he was a right winger.
Yeah, right. But that's what I mean.
No. Christchurch was a right wing guy who went and killed all the people.
Right
in the
wing,
mosque.
yeah. But nothing to do with Christianity.
Well, I mean, yeah, it's hard to say he was Christian as such.
But that's one guy out of 95% on the watch list of intelligence services just in the UK.
I understand that, but what I'm saying is this propagation of the right wing and pushing this right wing narrative is only going to increase this amount to the same proportion of the Islamic.
Ignoring the facts doesn't stop terrorism.
I'm not ignoring the facts. I'm trying to highlight more facts of both sides using scriptures when it suits them, but it's not an issue of.
No one's doing that.
It's not an issue of being Christian, and it's not being a matter of being Muslim. It's a matter of understanding and
We're talking
education.
about ideologies, okay? You don't get terrorism coming from Christianity.
Yes,
you don't get terrorism coming from Buddhism.
Yes, we do.
You don't get terrorism.
What was the Crusades? The Crusade was what? People terrorizing people.
I'm talking about today's demands.
So you're just talking about today, and you're ignoring all of history.
Now.
Okay, so if we're talking about today, then like I said, look at cause and effect. Why do these people?
We're talking about the matter at hand today. How to solve a problem?
Why? If you want to solve a problem, you don't do it by fighting against a problem. That causes more problems.
Who's talking about fighting against a problem? We're trying to talk about the problem.
No, the fight against the problem is to kick them all out, and that resolves the issue. That's not resolving any issue. That's just pushing it over there.
Criminal organizations shouldn't be anywhere in the world. Criminal organizations are made up of criminals. They should be in jail.
I agree. I'm not talking about...
We
I'm
don't have
talking
the
about-
jail
you
space.
said
We
that-
don't have the resources or anything.
You said you want
for
this
these
country
imports that
to
none
be
of
your
us
home.
have given the consent
You said you want this country to
to
be
the
your home, and you want
importation
the
of.
immigrants out.
Do you
Correct?
understand that?
You said you want this country to be your home, and you want the immigrants out. Correct?
I'm talking about sadistic, criminal, death cult ideologies, which are
Which
illegal.
is, i.e., Islam, which you said. That's
Yes,
all you're trying.
it's a death
You can use the
cult.
pretty words
It's a
you
criminal
like.
organization.
You can use all
It's
the
a foreign
intellectual words you
criminal
like, but all you're trying to
organization,
say is you
and
want
it
Islam
shouldn't
out.
be here.
All you're trying to say is you want Islam out. Yes or no?
Yeah, it's
there
a
we go.
foreign criminal organization.
There we
That's
go.
what a death cult is.
There we go. So the only issue you have is with Islam and people being here who are Muslim. So your solution is to get rid of them, and that's it. Happy days. Everything's good again.
Well, no, there's still always work to do. We're human beings, aren't we? We're not infallible.
That's
What
what
do you
I'm
mean,
saying.
happy days?
That's what I'm saying. I'm saying instead of just thinking that we get rid of these people and that's it, problem solved. Hey, while these people are here, we'll deal with them, but we also deal with our shit. And then
No, we don't have the resources for this imported cack. We need to focus on our own.
Go for it, Hafiz.
The man. Let me give you this statement. You said that there is nothing in Quran that or in the Islamic religion that actually encourages people to kill themselves for the cause of Allah. Well, that is not really true. There is a hadith that literally says that the soul. This is the hadith. I got to find the exact hadith itself. It just this segment in Google. It just brought that bit up. No soul that has a good standing with Allah and dies would wish to go back to the life of this world, except the martyr. He would like to return to this life so that he could be martyred again for the taste. For he tastes the honor achieved for martyrdom. And Dr. Omar Suleiman said that a martyr would only want to return to the world to experience the sweetness of sacrifice, which can only be achieved with the sincere love of Allah. So there is a sense, there is an actual doctrine of martyrdom within Islam, which says you should kill yourself for the cause of Allah.
It doesn't literally say kill yourself for the cause of Allah. What it's saying is that
it's to die for the cause of Allah.
It's to die for a higher cause. And I'm pretty sure either it was Lieutenant or it was Big Nose themselves. I think it may have been Big Nose. He said earlier something about how the high... I'm going to butcher what he said, but essentially, I'm going to paraphrase it. He said that one dying for someone else is the highest form of caring.
The highest, you're right. He said something about the,
and he agrees with that statement. He agrees with that statement. But in this situation, because we call it martyrdom and because it's come from Islam, it's like, oh no, it's all bad and evil. No. If we take that same understanding that it's not about just dying and killing other people. No, it's the fact that you're protecting and you're doing something higher with your life than just your own selfish desires. You're doing it for someone else. Then I can listen to that passage and I could go, yeah, that's... If someone willingly gives their life up for someone else and they do it because they worship God and they love God, they would want to come back and do that again, because that is the highest form of caring.
That is the highest expression of love, I guess.
Yes, exactly.
Like
so this is why I say that it depends on how you read into things. If you're going to read it into it with a fear-based mentality, you will see the worst of the worst in that thing. But if you take a step back and try and go, okay, wait, I can understand this from a Christian perspective. If a Christian turned around and said to me, oh, I will die to protect anyone. My religion, Jesus taught me that you need to be able to protect the children, protect these people, and I'd die to do this. No one's going to have an issue. But as soon as a Muslim says that, it's like, suicide bomber. And the whole suicide bombing thing is someone...
That's because the Muslims have expressed that within their expression of this highest form of love is to kill other non-believers for it. That's how they've expressed it, or at least that's the outward expression so far that we know of.
Like I said, that is down to the people who were teaching these people using that same passage and trying to get their own objectives. That's why I say the way we resolve this isn't by just wiping out Islam or wiping out Christianity. It's about trying to get people to understand the higher understanding of their text, that it's not just what the people in charge want you to do in conquering other people. No, it's meant to be about protecting.
Demands, have you ever heard any of the stuff, like even just a smidgen of some of the things that these perpetrators say to their victims
No.
about what they're doing and why they're doing it?
Is this the grooming gang thing we're talking about?
The
or
child
something?
rape gangs, yeah.
Yeah.
The jihadis, yeah.
Yeah, I haven't actually read those papers yet. Some
No,
people
I've
said
not read 'em.
it's very, very,
Well,
very
I mean,
horrific.
I've been in peer support groups because, I've got like my own mental health problems. And in peer support groups, you've got people with a whole host of different problems. And I've been privy to, stuff comes out, right? And what's said in the room stays in the room. And I'm telling you, like, if you even just heard one or two things, you could not possibly sit there and say what you're saying, Demands. You really couldn't, especially knowing that they all go to the same mosques, no matter how peaceful or not peaceful they are. They all know who's doing what. I've had to be in a walking group with someone with mental health problems, and we're all supposed to be safeguarded and we're supposed to be safe in each other's company. And yet when I'm just like skirting around talking about things like that, because I've had my own issues with said individuals, nowhere near as bad as what's gonna come out and what I've heard other people have gone through. But I've been close to that. And when I've just skirted around that, someone else who's got a mental health problem looks at me with glee and is over the moon that I went through that because they're a Mohammedan. And that's a peaceful someone from the Gambia with mental health problems who I'm supposed to be safe in the company with, and who is a peaceful Mohammedan.
Once again,
they're over the moon that I've been through that. And they're happy and joyous. It was last year when all of that rioting was kicking off in Belgium and all of that, and people were being killed. You've not seen glee in someone's face until you've seen that, and it was evil. And that was a peaceful Muslim.
I'm not going to lie. If I heard, I don't know your personal situation. You haven't fully explained it, but I'm trying to understand best I can. But if I was to talk to someone who was crying about the riots, I would laugh in their face. I would go, "Oh, that's funny. You have an issue when people are in your country doing things that you don't like, huh? I wonder how that feels." I don't know if the rest of the world knows how that feels. It's a sense of irony that, okay, when it's on your doorstep, you can see that it's horrific and it shouldn't be done. But when armies are sent across the world and then they come back and you're like, "Oh, the heroes are back," I would see that as ironic. I would see that as ironic, and I probably would laugh at someone in that situation. Obviously, it depends on the story that they told me. If it was something that was really personally like bad, I wouldn't. But if it was just someone just complaining about the riots, I would go, "Yeah, do you know you can't walk down the street in Libya without getting bombed or whatever?" You know what I mean? It's a completely
I think you're
different...
missing the point here, Demands. This girl is looking at me saying, "Allah will it so." Allah is getting revenge.
Yes, revenge. That's what I said earlier.
When I'm talking about children being raped in this country,
why do they feel like they're getting revenge? They only
you're defending that
because they feel that they've been attacked.
Defending that, Demands.
Someone only gets revenge.
That.
Someone only gets revenge if they feel like they've been attacked. Correct?
You're defending that.
I'm not
Gambia
defending
is
it.
not
I'm
under
saying
attack.
it doesn't matter. It
does matter.
If you were Christian and you saw another Christian getting
that
Christian
girl
nation
is
getting
under
attacked,
an ideology. Nothing's ever happened to her that's been bad. She's
how do you know?
The Gambia, for crying out loud. I know loads of people from the Gambia.
And do you know everyone's story? Do you know everyone's had the exact same story?
She is in an ideology. Do you understand? Which is a
this
death
channel,
cult.
like I said, I thought this channel was about reasoning And
that it's
critical
okay,
thinking.
perfectly acceptable for
This
our
is meant-
children to be raped.
I thought this was reasoning and critical thinking, but you constantly bring it back to evil ideology. Just saying something is an evil ideology just because you fear it or you don't like it isn't reasoning or critical thinking. It's emotional thinking.
Okay, demand. One moment, I'll talk to you now.
Yeah, go for it.
You are defending Islam or Muslims here?
Neither. I'm saying that life is a spectrum and one Muslim isn't exactly
No,
the
I
same
didn't
as the
ask
next.
about life. I asked you, are you defending Islam or Muslims?
And I said neither.
Thank you. That's it. So no more. Now, so what is the issue for you standing against these arguments?
It's the fact that, like I was saying earlier, is that the people in charge who have been causing all these issues to happen want you to fight each other. If
Okay, so
the
what
peasants
have you
were
done
fighting each
about
other,
it?
nobody
One
would
moment,
be
I
the king.
understood it.
Yeah,
What
go on.
have you done so far?
What do you mean?
What have you done about it? What have you done?
Well, I've tried to talk to people. I've tried to get people to understand that there's a higher understanding of their text. I've tried to push hope through truth, love, compassion, contentment, humility, and trying to get people to see that there's always more than one perspective or two perspectives. There's a myriad of perspectives. So,
But you did speak to the Muslims at the speaker's corner. Did you see how they treated you?
yes, I did. Yeah.
You experienced that, didn't
Yeah.
you?
But
That is Islam.
no,
That is Muslim to
but
you.
I had the same experience with the Christians. When I go speak to a Christian, he wouldn't let me
No.
say two words. He'll constantly, anything I said, he'll go, oh, but check this out in the Bible. Oh, Jesus died for your sins. Oh, is that right? Okay, look at this. Jesus says this. Regardless of whether it's Christian, Muslim, or anything, anyone who's got an ideology where they think that they're 100% correct and not seeing any other perspectives are going to push it like it's a drug to be sold. I don't see it as just an Islam issue. I see it as a people issue.
Okay, what's the people issue?
Ego and self-centeredism.
What does that mean? I don't understand.
I don't know if
Can you
self-centeredism
open it
is a
up?
word, but being self-centered, it's just people only seeing life through their own personal perspective because it gives them comfort. Yeah.
Does that apply to government or people or whole UK?
People in general. It's a world issue. It's not a UK thing. It's not a government
No,
thing.
we're talking about the UK.
Okay.
UK people today, if there is a referendum or to cast your vote, yay or nay,
Mhm.
what do you think they would say for Islam or Muslims?
Sorry, can you repeat that again? I didn't quite get that.
The problem is the UK. You are saying the worldwide ego statistic or
Yeah.
ego, that kind of thing to bringing up. We're talking about the UK. The people,
Mhm.
what do you think they would say? Yes or no for Islam or Muslim for this country?
It depends on the people. If you're talking to right-wingers, they will say no. If you're talking to left-wingers, they'll say yes.
Okay, which one are you? Which one are you?
I'm neither.
You are a people, yeah?
No,
You're one of the people.
I'm an eagle. I have both wings. I have the right wing and the left wing.
No. So you see, you
I
pick and choose.
believe I
That's
can
dishonesty.
fly.
I believe I could touch the sky. Oh, sorry, what was it? Why am I being dishonest?
So yeah, because you saying I can, I am with the party of the wind. That's what you say.
Yes. Flying higher every
So
day.
that's dishonesty.
Why is that
So
dishonesty?
no one can rely on you because
Because-
you're dishonest. You cannot be trusted.
You're the one wearing a mask. Why can I not be trusted? I'm here with my face.
No,
sharing my
listen, you
opinions.
just said, look, listen, when I asked you if there is a referendum or you said people, different types of, you even named the people, right wing, left wing, yes?
Yeah.
So which one are you? Which one are you out of these people you mentioned?
Neither.
Okay, so are you part of people of the UK?
Yes.
So what would you vote?
Personally, I would vote. So it's just to kick people out, right? It's just to kick Islam out. That's the vote.
No, I said Islam, yay or nay? Or Islam or Muslim? Yay. Well, Islam. If for Islam, if you know Islam, there's no
I have no idea what that means, bro. Just going Islam, yay or nay.
people. The UK saying no to Islam.
You're kicking
No
out-
compatibility at all.
You're kicking out Muslims.
What
Yes.
do you stay with people or are you against?
So if we're just kicking out a group of people because we don't understand them, I disagree. I think the Nazis did that to the Jews, right? And I don't want to go down that
No,
path of history.
look, don't give comparison. Jews, you
Bro,
don't see them in the street
bro,
holding the book.
If you can't articulate a proper question or a proper statement as to something I need to agree
Now
or
look
disagree
ad
with,
hominem in me. If you go, listen,
going
I've
to
asked you a
do
question.
premise.
People not asking for Jewish people here. People saying Islam, yay or nay. Where do you stand?
I have no
You
issue-
see dishonesty, ladies and
I have
gentlemen.
no
I
issues
proved
with
it to
people
you.
being Muslim, and there's no dishonesty, big
No,
nose.
you don't have. Okay, so you can live in Islamic country then. Yes.
Possibly, yeah, if I felt the need to.
Okay, so what is it stopping you tomorrow? We give you tickets, you go and live in with one of them and tell them that you come because the country is peaceful, you've come and you want to live with them.
I never said that the country's peaceful. I haven't said that I want to live with them, but if I was
What? No, I said, what is stopping you? You know that Zishan was saying exactly like you. He said that, oh, I'm born here.
Mhm.
But you have, I think, Islamic mentality also, similarity. I can see.
Okay, now
Yes.
you're dropping the ad hominems. Cool.
No, I
And
said
you
you
already
have
said I was dishonest.
similarity. Mentality is similarity. You are defending indirectly. For what cause? Tell me, for what cause?
I actually think you've got more of an Islamic ideology because you're here promoting fear. You're telling people they need to be scared. You're not showing your face.
No, I never said such a nonsense.
Hold up.
I've always,
Hold up.
I'm
Let me
claiming,
finish. Let me
I'm
finish and I'll
challenging
listen
your
to you.
pathetic claim.
You could challenge me after I'm
When
finished.
did I?
You could
When did
challenge me
I?
after
Wait a minute.
finish.
When did I?
Because you could challenge me after I finish, okay?
No, because you're
Because you-
talking nonsense.
I'm not talking
You're
nonsense.
saying
You do wear a mask. You do spread fear. You do tell people that they need to be scared of Islam. And then there's you saying that you
When
wear
did
a
I
mask.
say such a thing? When did I say? When?
You say you wear a mask because you do it for your own safety. So you, in your life,
Yes.
live in fear. You're pushing the fear narrative.
No,
You live in
listen. You see
fear.
how pathetic you are. You
You're
can't
Islam.
even translate
You're Islam.
my mask wearing.
You're Islam,
Listen.
bruh.
Oh,
Go on.
listen. I've told you. What is it stopping you to go and live in Islamic countries? What is it stopping you? Tell people.
I'm happy here at the moment.
If you think I'm from Iran, wait a minute. If you think I'm from Iran, so we have run away from Islam, yes? So what have you run away to come here? Tell me. What is it stopping you?
Born here because my parents.
Sorry?
I was born here because
You see, ladies and gentlemen, exactly like that, Zishan. So now you know it's not good. People are upsetting Muslims. Wait a minute.
Hold back. No. Shut the fuck up for a second because you love to do this.
No. Don't say shut the fuck up. Don't ever say such a nonsense.
I'm going to say that because you
No.
listen, you constantly talk over me as soon as I've given you a one-word answer because you want to push this narrative. Oh,
Yeah, because you're talking nonsense again.
He doesn't want to leave the country because no, that's not the point. My point is that
that's what you just said because I was born here. So you're born here. You can't.
Why am I
listen?
Here? Because I was born here. That's a simple.
Okay, but now you're unhappy. You're unhappy.
Yes, I'm unhappy. You see, this is your assumptions. It's you trying to push a narrative on the people.
You have been defending. Everybody has said to you something about Islam. You're trying to defend indirectly. So if that is the case, what is stopping you? No, you don't.
Yes, I do.
You just went against Jewish as well here right now.
When?
You were giving comparison to Jewish people.
I was saying that you're telling me to go Islam, yay or nay. And I said that kind of mentality is the same thing that the Nazis did. The Nazis went Jews, yay or nay. I'm saying that you are doing the same thing as the Nazis.
Listen, I'm saying people. You live with people, yes?
Listening.
Do you live with people in the UK or you live in your own paradise?
Listen. What?
Yeah, but do you live with people? People saying they don't want Islam. What do you say to that? Do you want Islam?
Listen.
You're a part of people.
I don't care if someone is Muslim or Christian or Jew or whatever.
Why don't you care? Tell me, why don't you care? Why don't you care?
Because if that's the set of rules that they've chose to live their life by. It's got nothing to do with me. People have free will. I am allowed to do what I want. You're allowed to do what you want, and they're allowed
You
to
see,
do what
ladies
they
and
want.
gentlemen,
So you don't want free will. You want a totalitarian state run by the big
so
nose.
do you think Muslim have free
You're
will? Do you
Islam.
think Islam give
You're Islam.
free will?
You're a death cult.
No. You, mighty, you need to open your eyes and see what's happening to the world.
I am.
No, you're not. You listen
I
from
am.
your programs you
What
have.
you're doing is you're opening your
I've
eyes
told you,
to Islam.
I've explained to you the problem, the illness you have. I don't want to be
You've only
rude
opened
here.
your eyes to
You remember
Islam as
we
the
had
problem.
interviewed.
You don't see any
No,
other
listen.
problems. You're like, oh, England is great. Look, they let me come here. They let me do what I want. Oh, you don't see the child pedo rings where they abduct kids and send them to islands in the UK. You don't see that. All you see is Islam is the problem. Islam is the issue. That's all you see.
Yes, Islam is a problem. That's right.
And you sound
It's-
just like the Muslims who say
why-
that Jews are the problem. That's why I say you're more Islamic than me. I see everyone's point of view and I allow people to live the way they want to live. You are the one pushing your way of life onto everyone else and saying that, hey, our way of living isn't compatible with your way of living. You need to get the hell out. That's Islamic. Essentially,
Listen,
well,
as a second citizen, what I mean by that, non-English, right? Are we? Do we have to obey the rules and regulation of this country, the law, constitution, and so on forth?
if it's fair, if it's right,
So if it's not fair, you would go against.
yes.
How?
Well, let's say there was a law that said that you need to stay at home. You're not allowed to leave the house. Anyone who's left the house will be arrested, and you need to have permission from a doctor or someone else to leave the house. At that point, I'm like, no, that's infringing against my freedom of movement, my freedom of
So
life.
what will you do? What will you do? What will you do?
What I want. If I need to go out, I'll go out.
Okay, so you go against the law then?
Yes, because the law is unjust.
So what?
The law once said that slavery was okay. Does that mean
No, one moment. So
the laws can be
you
wrong?
will face the consequence. Yes, you
Yes.
will face the consequence.
Yes.
So that's exactly what Muslims are doing. Exactly like you. The mentality, you see similarity
No.
here.
No, I'm talking about unjust laws. You're talking about just going against all laws because I'm Muslim, apparently.
Listen, they also think that Qasim was saying earlier here to
I don't know, Kasim.
Jay Fu.
I must have missed that.
Exactly that the alcohol and pork
Mhm.
is prohibited, and he'd come to America. You know, he said he was born in America, 17 years old. So he was telling people, that's what he was saying to Jaypu. He wants them be banned these things there, and he's from Pakistan, right? I don't know whether he was born there or brought up, right? He was demanding that. That's
Yeah,
exactly
because,
like
I
you.
mean,
You
according
say.
that is true. According to your logic, that the man, if you think that there's a law that is unjust,
Mhm.
then you can go against it. You can break it. So if you think that having an age of marriage
Mhm.
or an age of consent
Yeah.
is against my God's law, which
Yeah.
is more superior than a man's law
Yeah,
of
yeah.
age of consent, when my Allah says there is no age of consent, then that is an unjust law. That is a fake man's law, and I can ignore it and abide by my God's law, which has no age of consent, and thus I can have sex with 9-year-olds
I can see.
and abide by
I
the
can
by
see
the
what you're saying
by the
there.
example of my prophet.
I can see what you're saying there, but that's not the way I was applying it. I was using it more in the COVID situation. But we could
Sure.
we could apply it another way. We could turn around and say in Nazi Germany, maybe it was a law to push any Jews that you know and make sure that you tell the authorities where the Jews are living. If people chose not to follow that law, that's because they chose that their God. Do you know what I mean? We can put it in any situation we like, but I'm hoping that people aren't using it to manipulate it for their own selfish desires, but for a higher understanding.
I agree. And the thing is, you see, this is where really now I think, I guess we're getting into the leaves, we're getting into the nitty gritties of how do we actually judge what is a just law, what is an unjust law? How do we, on what basis do we actually then say these things are good and bad? Essentially, we're getting into morals and ethics.
Truth.
That's what we're really getting into, aren't we?
And hope.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that, like, just like you said, that if someone saw what was happening in, let's say, 1935, 1940, well, I think it was like 1939 when the war began, but let's say 1938 Germany, and they saw what was happening to the various Jewish communities and various Jewish people, but the law said that that's how it happens to be. They created the laws, they passed legislation saying that these groups of people have to wear, for example, a Star of David on their chest. You as an individual has to then make that judgment. Is this a fair and just law, or is this an unfair and unjust law? But you have to have some criterias to base that on. Otherwise, we're just automatons effectively following the law like machines.
Yes.
We have no real discernment of what is just and what is not. But what I will say is that on that same flip side, the problem with this is that this is why I think religious people, not Muslims, theists, argue for an objective set of laws. I think this is why, because they say if you don't have an objective standard for your laws, then every law, if you don't have an objective standard for your ethics and morals, then every law and every legislation that your government passes, you have to obey, because it's the law, right? The law is the most
this is why in America they've got the
optimal thing.
In America they've got the Declaration of Independence. So they got the Declaration of Independence and the Constitution, and then the laws are made separate, and then the laws should go
the laws
back
have
to the Constitution and the Declaration in order.
Do they actually abide by these standards?
Exactly.
They've got an objective standard of the Constitution,
which
and the
everyone's
Declaration
agreed
of
upon.
Independence, and whatever new laws they make, they have to then, the Supreme Court usually does that. It's their job to then see if this is constitutional.
Bill of Rights. J.F. said.
Yeah, the Bill of Rights. I said. No, sorry, the Declaration of Independence. You're right. It was is actually. What's it called? That was the declaration they made from against England.
It was the
independent.
Every man
England.
is allowed to bear arms and blah blah blah. That's part.
No, that's the Constitution. The First Amendment, the Second Amendment, the First Amendment, right to freedom of speech and expression, and Second Amendment to bear arms. So that's all Constitution, and the Bill of Rights. And so what they do is they take. And it's really the Supreme Court's, I think, job to make sure these are constitutional. I don't think they look at the Bill of Rights as such, because they're always talking about whether this particular law is aligned with the Constitution or the spirit of the Constitution, etc., etc. But what I'm saying is I'm not advocating for a theistic, objective, godly given set of laws. I think like you just described, a constitution would do that job quite well as a what do they call it? Bear stand. Oh, damn it! I forgot the damn English term. But as a standard, as an objective, an objective standard to compare to when you're making new laws.
Yes.
Because, like you said, the COVID laws, the Jewish laws in Germany, so on and so forth, could be unjust laws.
And we can't saying Muslims yay or nay would also be one of those unjust laws.
Well. Yeah, I mean, technically, yes, but again, if you have a standard and you're comparing two standards, so if a Muslim comes and tells me that my laws and my God and my prophets say I can marry a 9-year-old, but you don't have any objective standards to say this is wrong, then can you honestly tell them this is wrong? You can't. Because if you're only going by whatever you decide at the time that you decided, and what fits essentially the nature of your society and the nature of your surroundings, basically the zeitgeist that you're in. And if that zeitgeist says 9-year-old marriages are fine, which is effectively what Muhammad did, that's why I don't really begrudge Muhammad for what he did. For 7th century barbarians of the Middle East, he was probably an upright standing member of society, but he's just, compared to us, he seems horrific. But then so would Genghis Khan, so would Caligula, so would even Julius Caesar. Loads of people from the past would seem like monsters to us in this day and age. So I don't judge Muhammad for being the man of his time. I judge Muslims today
I
trying
agree.
to be
Yeah,
like
yeah, yeah.
Muhammad
Yeah.
because they can't friggin' do that. They're insane. But
Mhm.
he is what he was. But what I'm saying is that we have to have at least some sense of ethics and morals and a standard, a sort of line in which we do not cross, so that we can now tell the Muslims, this is our line, this is the line we don't cross in this land.
Mhm.
And if you wish to live a different way to this,
Then go back.
then this isn't the place for you.
Yeah.
This isn't the place. You can find another place that meets your standards, but this isn't the place. This
I
is
have
where
no
we've
issues
set
with what
our
you're saying.
lines.
I have no issues with what you're saying. But when we, like Big Nose just try to put on me, when you go Muslims yay or nay, that's taken all of that kind of nuance out of it, and it's just turned into a what's the word I'm looking for? A witch hunt. Just
New G. The new G. The word is new G.
what up?
Hello.
Yeah. How
Hello,
are
everyone. Hello.
Hello, Charlie. How's it going, mate? Sorry, the man. Carry on. But you know Charlie, right?
Yeah, I do.
Ollie.
I said what
Ollie,
up?
Ollie, I do apologize, Ollie.
Banksy.
I said hello, but
Sorry, mate.
I was pretty much finished with what I was saying. I was just saying that, like, what you said, Hafiz, I agree with. It's all about the nuance and obviously setting the standards in place and then saying, listen, if you don't agree with this, find somewhere that you want to go, that you can do what you want to do. But these are the rules and the rules here. But they're based on these standards of truth, love, compassion, contentment, humility, and hope, or whatever that's my standard, obviously.
Yeah. But whatever standards we set, and we say these are our standards. You see,
Beautiful.
I actually had debates decades ago with a Muslim in America, an African kind of convert, and he constantly talked about the great issue, things of Iran or great things of the other Muslim countries, and I'm like, after many years of conversing with this guy, I just said to him one day, I said, look, you seem deeply unhappy in the United States. It seems that everything that the United States stands for, you stand against. Why don't you try living in a Muslim nation? Go to I'm not saying get out of my country, that kind of very racisty type phrasing.
No.
I'm saying genuinely, if
you're
you're
unhappy,
unhappy, my parents were unhappy in Iran after the revolution. They were deeply unhappy, so they moved. They looked for a place to go where they would be happy. I recommend that to anyone who feels unhappy in where they are.
Would you?
If you,
sorry, I don't want to.
all I'm saying is, if you feel, then don't get me wrong, it's not easy moving out of a country. This is, you try moving out of a city. Move out. I'm trying to leave this stench-filled horror story that is London for many years, and I'm still stuck here. So I can understand how hard it is to get up and pack up and move. It's not easy for most people, but if you are that deeply unhappy with somewhere, you should make your plans to get out of that environment. I don't expect everyone. I honestly not only expect, I don't want everyone to live the way I live. I don't. I think it's ridiculous to want. It's a horrific standard. That's a dictatorial standard. That you must live exactly the way I want you to live. That is Hitler, right? That is Stalin. That's pure dictatorship. The fact is, I want you to live the way you want to live, but I have these standards. I want to live in this type of an environment with these types of standards and these types of sort of ethics and morals. And I will find that niche. I will find that corner. Now, if I go to that corner of the world and I make a society that is nice and harmonious and structured and good, and then you like and you envy my life, and you want to come and live with me, but now you want to come and live with me and then change the way I live to the way you live, because you like the comforts, you like the security, you like the economics that I created, but you don't like the morals and ethics and the standards I also created with it. That's the part that I take objection to, is that you come to my neck of the woods after I built all this shit and then want to change it to fit your needs. That's not how it works.
Okay, so just to start off answering that, you started off by saying about that guy in America who's complaining about everything, and you said that why don't you go somewhere where you want to live? Is there anything wrong with trying to stop negative changes in the place that you live? So, for example, if you were living in Germany and you were a Jew, and all of a sudden these rules are coming in, and then the German came up to you and said, if you have a problem, go somewhere where you want to live. do you see how like the place I came to isn't the place that it's now? Like you said, UK in the 80s was different to the way the UK is now. So if
That's true.
I am, as a brown person, complaining about Britain because of the way it is now, doesn't mean I don't appreciate Britain. Doesn't mean that I don't love the fact that I'm here or I appreciate the fact that I'm here. It means that I don't like the changes that are about to take place because I can see that they're not from a place of uniting people, but dividing people. And if I try to fight against that, it doesn't make me bad. It doesn't mean that I want to go somewhere else to live. I'm happy here, but like you said, the 80s version, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So,
well, you see, you're right. I mean, there should be a mechanism in which we debate and hash out our ideas.
Yeah, 100%.
And I guess this is where the secular democratic nations and their system of voting and democracy and government changing has essentially tried to meet those needs, in which your country will evolve and change over time, but there'll be some good ideas and there'll be some bad ideas. How do we navigate? What filtering mechanism do we put in place to filter out the bad ideas and implement the good ideas? And I guess that is what these societies have supposedly built, but I don't think that, I think there's huge failings in the system.
I think the Greeks
had huge gaps.
I think the Greeks had a good system where they it was called they had I think it's similar to what you said about the Iceland Democratic Republic or something, where it would be democratic, but then there'd be like a group of people who were typically in that time philosophers who would then make rulings.
Yeah, well, I mean, this is kind of what the Americans try to set up with the three tiers of government. You got the judicial, the executive, and what is it? The legislative, the judicial, and the executive, which is essentially the Senate and the House, and then you got the presidency and the Supreme Court. Those are the three sections of government. That is essentially what they try to do. They try to do this so that every man and woman, because the main thing about the American system is, and it is still to this day, the people hold ultimate power. In fact, the people, if they can get 50, I forgot what it was, like something like 50 states or 48 states to agree upon a constitutional amendment, they don't need Congress. They don't need the president to sign for it. The people can enact it.
Oh, wow.
If they can get, there's a system in America in which if they can get up to 48 or 49 of the states to agree, they can enact a change in the Constitution or an amendment, what they call the constitutional amendments, that doesn't need Congress, that doesn't need presidency. It can completely surpass.
Is that how they legalize weed?
No. This was state by state.
Because I know that I know that after it was legalized, the Supreme Court.
It's federally still illegal.
Yeah.
It's federally illegal, but each state, various different states have decided to make it legal. But you could be smoking weed in, I don't know, where is it, Virginia, and it's legal, and then you just literally drive down to another state, and then bam, you're
arrested,
locked up. So you got to be kind of wary of that. But the thing is that that's not what I was saying. What I'm saying is that ultimately the founding parents of America, although I will put this with a caveat. The founding parents of America, when they were referring to the people, what they actually meant was Anglo-Saxon white Europeans, not the black slaves, not a whole host of other people. In fact, not even the Irish.
I don't even think it's our new guest as well.
Oh, sorry, Eugene.
Our new guest.
Sorry.
No, I was just enjoying the conversation. I'd like to say hello to everyone first. Hi, Big Nose. Hi, Lieutenant. Hi, Man.
Hi,
Banks.
Hello.
Everybody well. Nice to see you all.
Oliver. How are you doing?
Very well, thank you. Very well. Just enjoying the conversation between Banksy and Demand. Please carry on.
Chime in if you have anything to say.
Yeah, I just want to finish this thought. The thing is, there's lots of caveats in all of this. The problem is everything is full of little nuances. So it's not like I can just say, but the American founding parents said the people. We don't want kings. We don't want supreme leaders. We're not going to have that. We're going to have a country by the people, for the people. And they meant that, at least for themselves. They don't mean it for other countries. But for themselves, definitely they meant that. And so they tried their best to make a system where the ultimate power can always revert back to the people. No king, no president. Presidents are not elected kings. They're not elected supreme leaders. They are the servant of the people. They serve the people, and the people have the final say over them no matter what happens. And the people can choose to kick them out if they also wish. Of course, the system over the centuries has been convoluted and manipulated in order to take away the power of the people, to take away the power from the people, because the rich and the powerful always want the power in their hands. But the system, the constitution, always goes back to the people. That's what they set out to do. Unfortunately, in Britain and other places, we don't have that system. We have a monarchy system. We have a hierarchical system. In this country, we have House of fucking Lords. There are assholes who came out of a vagina and somehow they're better than me. This is what it is. There is in America is a country of citizens. Britain is a country of peasants and subjects.
Aristocrats.
It's a different system. We're not under you see, the problem is, I think a lot of us in Britain have this mentality, because of American influences and American movies, we think we live in America in an American free system, whilst we're actually in a monarchy hierarchical system of people of classes. We're in a class system here. We're not in a country of citizens. We're in a country of what's it called? Subjects. We are the subject of the king. People think it says on your passport you're a British citizen, but it really means you're a subject of the king. That's what you actually are in reality.
They did away with that some time ago. We're a constitutional monarchy.
Yeah, but Lieutenant, I think that is in words only.
Anymore.
Yeah, I was going to say it's just
words. Well, yeah, the mentality is still there. But if you went through the system yourself, it's not that way. But yeah, the mentality's there for sure.
It's not even just the mentality. The actual there's inbuilt segments of the system. I say House of Lords. Can you just apply to go and sit in the House of Lords?
Yeah, there are still in the House of Lords. There are 750 members, and there are still 92 who are hereditary peers still sitting. So these are people who literally have just been born into that role.
Yeah, they came out of a vagina. Their sole contribution to that role was to come out of a particular vagina at a particular time.
And the House of Lords was supposed to be the experts, right?
Well, they're the second chamber of our representative democracy. So the House of Commons create the laws and write the laws, and then the House of Lords are meant to
but they would be the experts in their respective fields in order to give
not necessarily
kind of
no they're basically supposed to review the law and give it
someone the authority to be in the House of Lords to then double check. That's what I'm saying.
They're appointed by they're appointed as a life member. So once you've been given a lordship, you hold it for life, and then they are appointed by government. So it's normally a leaving government. So yeah.
So the government decides that this is the balance and checks. These are the people that we want to put in for the balance and checks, and obviously,
yes,
corrupted system.
They appoint their own checks and balances. Shocking that is the way the system works. Of course, this is what I mean about this rigged thing. This is a casino, okay? You're living in a casino. The house will always win. You might occasionally walk out with a few quid in your pocket, but you will always come back, and they'll always take your money from you.
And also, if you were to look at, say if you did have a tyrannical government get in power, and the House of Lords, obviously as it is, it's filled with life members. They obviously wouldn't share these tyrannical views. The House of Commons can always abolish the House of Lords.
Can they?
Yeah, of course they can. Yeah, and it's the same reason that the monarch has no power, because it's said that Parliament is sovereign. So sovereign power lies with Parliament, but every law needs to be given royal assent.
I was going to say that,
yeah. So basically, that's meant to be the very last check and balance, is that the king or the queen can say, no, I'm going to say no to this. But in reality, the moment that they say no to it, they're out on their arse.
So they say yes to everything just to keep.
Oh, they have to. Yeah.
Which once again takes away that balance of checks. Sorry.
Yeah. So yeah, there are these balances and checks, and we don't have a written constitution like America. We have an unwritten constitution. So in some ways, it's better because it's flexible. In other ways, it's worse because
it's too flexible.
It can be too flexible, yeah.
Yeah, double-edged sword. But essentially what I was saying was that's why I think that some laws you can kind of go, yeah, that's BS, and it's just people in charge trying to, like, if they bring in the 15-minute cities, if they say there's a law now that you can't leave your 15-minute city, I'm sure everyone's going to kick up a fuss about that.
It depends how nice their 15 minutes is, I suppose.
True, very true.
It's not even that. They won't introduce it as just immediately 15 minutes. They'll
No.
introduce it in segmented areas. I mean, there are parts of, because I went into one of them ages ago in Hammersmith. I drove my sat nav, I missed the street, and then my sat nav redirected me. And then I went through a couple of side streets in order to get to the main street that I wanted. And then I got a letter. This was a few years back. I got a letter from Hammersmith Council saying, you have gone through an area we have designated as what was it, like low traffic?
Yeah.
Yes,
I got around a couple of months ago.
Bollocks!
It was ridiculous. I went down that one road and no problems. I came back around and I lost my phone wherever I went. So I went back around to go get my phone. That couple of hours difference, that was it. I got stuck. Same road, same route. That's it. I got a ticket as well. £60, I think it was. Absolutely.
Oh shit. Well, yeah, I got a letter, but now at that time they were just trialing that area.
Oh,
it wasn't that it was. So I just got a letter saying you have to be careful if you know at such and such a date onward, you'll be fine. I'm like, I pay road tax, right? I pay insurance, I pay for all this crap, I pay for my car, and now I can't go on roads because you decided these roads are now roads I can't go down, even though there are no barriers, no bollards, nothing indicating that I shouldn't go down this road. And I pay a fortune supposedly to use these damn roads, but I still can't go onto the roads.
The worst is when there is signs. The worst is when there is signs and you're sitting there in the middle of traffic thinking, can I turn into this road or not? And you're calculating. You're like, wait, it says...
the time zones.
Exactly.
Yeah. They've got stupid time zones on certain roads as well. Yeah. It's just, I think these are specifically designed in order to essentially, the car driver is a cash cow for councils.
Tax the poor.
And it's just, this is just taxing.
They've really got the congestion charge, dropped in the ULEZ. Now they're introducing these low traffic areas where if they really cared about congestion or traffic or anything like that, they wouldn't be closing down roads to make you drive an extra 5 minutes to go around to where you need to get to. You know what I mean?
Which means you're going to congest
more fuel,
and use more fuel. So it's bad for the environment, bad for the congestion. Everything's terrible, but still, we'll
but
do
the
it
government
anyway.
makes some money. That's the good point.
But yeah, the council needs.
Yeah, the big problem with that is that this revenue making out of people by taxing them this way and fining them, just as a way of raising money, is something that we haven't had for about 700 years. Our ancestors would have hated this. They would have railed against it and rebelled and said, no, I'm not paying this. This is just to make you money. Justice needs to be served here. It's not about just making money for the state. It's about actually law and order. And this isn't justice. You're just rinsing us for cash.
There's some brave souls out there that vandalize the ULEZ cameras, or they put
the Blade Runners,
yeah, exactly. Or they do like they cover up the speed cameras. Like in my area here, I'm not joking. The speed cameras are 20 miles per hour on a freaking dual carriageway. You're on a dual carriageway and you can't go over 20 miles per hour. There's no houses, there's no residents, no nothing. It's just a dual carriageway, 20 miles per hour. I drive 20 minutes down the road into the country lanes. I'm doing 60 past houses.
Yeah.
It's absolutely
it's
ludicrous.
They've done. If you look at Hanger Lane, this is that dual carriageway. That's 30 miles an hour now, and it has been for quite a few years. And then you come from Hanger Lane, you come off it, go towards King's Cross, and it's 20 all the way to until you get to, I think, Old Gate or like Old Gate, sort of Old Street, that area. Until then, I think it's even that area is now 20 miles an hour. Pretty much most of London is 20 miles an hour now.
So how do you reduce congestion? By making everyone drive slower.
Yeah, it's insane. I've got cyclists passing me. I'm the one paying all this frigging money for this goddamn car, and now cyclists are overtaking me on the inside. It's a piss take. Absolutely. It's like I bought a car so that I can get to where I need to get to faster than a bicycle. That's why I bought a car and I didn't buy a fucking bicycle. Otherwise, I would have bought a bicycle.
It is.
It's a nightmare. It's an absolute nightmare. But and the funny thing is, though, I have been looking at these electric bikes because some of them can do up to 80 miles an hour.
Ooh.
Wow. Insane. I've seen some of them doing 75, 80 miles an hour. Now, admittedly, the range is really short, unfortunately. That's the problem with these electric bikes, is they don't have a massive range on them. But yeah, man, on average, they can do 50, 45, 50 miles an hour, no problem, which in these 20 mile an hour bollocks. In fact, they can do 40 miles an hour and they'll be fine because they don't have a number plate.
Yeah.
So the cameras can't do nothing to them. So you can do 45 miles an hour on an electric bicycle in a 20 zone, whilst poor car drivers and motorcyclists have to sit behind you. It's pissed.
They'd recognize you from behind, though, Banksy.
Whatever, man. They recognize my fat ass. Like this is the only ass in London that's that wide. But anyway. But yeah, I mean, I've seriously been looking into these electric bikes though, because as far as reasonable length, like not, it's just, as I said, it's the range. Like you can do like, I think the range is like 50, 60 miles on a single charge. So if you have that kind of a range, then it's perfectly fine within London. Unfortunately, I don't live within London, so I have to get into London, probably on like a train or something, in order to then utilize the bike. But yeah, if the range on them, extends a bit more, you get like 100-mile range, then I'm pretty much gonna sack the car and just get one of these damn things. No insurance, no tax, nothing. You just charge it up and off you go. And maybe I'll pick up a couple of mobile phones along the way, because it seems they've been utilized for that quite well.
I was going to say you could do Uber Eats. I always see the Uber Eats on these electric bikes.
Yeah,
you could do a few deliveries on the way.
But I mean, I think mobile phones, especially the good, nice iPhone 12, 15 or 16 would bring in a lot more than a couple of Uber Eats deliveries. But it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. I was watching a guy, he's an Iranian guy who comes to Speaker's Corner, Sherwin. He's a young lad. He's a little bit autistic. But he's got this weird setup where he has two cameras on his shoulder, across his shoulder, his mobile phone and a DJI camera, and he like IRL live streams, just walking around. And he literally was walking down Oxford Street, and this poor German woman with her little child came running up to him. The girl was crying. They just got mugged with their mobile phone. She just had her mobile phone snatched out of her hand. And she's like, I have no idea what to do. I'm a tourist. I don't even have my phone now to even, like, can I call the police? And the Sherman guy helped him. He called the police for her, told her where to go to this police station and reported and all that. And the little kid was crying. I'm like, this is what you guys are doing to tourists. Which tourist is going to come to London now? When they see this video, they're not going to come anywhere near London. They're like, people are getting beaten up for their watches in the streets, mobile phones snatched out of their hand. It's insane. It's not. They've taken freedoms and haven't even given safety. I mean, at least.
Banksy, I'm sorry. I'm going to have to say this just for the sake of it. If you don't like it here, maybe you go find it.
Precisely. And you know what? You know what? Those with the means are leaving. We're losing like 10,000 millionaires a year out of.
Do you know where most of these millionaires go?
Dubai,
New Zealand, all these. There's really there's
safe.
Yeah, safe havens for all these rich people, and that's where they go. They go shoot off and they go do their thing over there, and they leave this place to disintegrate while they keep making decisions here. Or they still have, like I was talking about this earlier on my stream. It's kind of related, but not related. So it's like Nike. They've got a company here that makes all the money, but as soon as the money gets to the top and it's time to pay taxes, they're like, oh, actually, this isn't our money. We are owned by this company in this other country. We need to give them the money, and then they pay the taxes.
Yes.
So
they set up holding companies in offshore, in tax havens.
That's it. So these rich people are doing this right now. That they'll abuse and extract as much resource and wealth as they can out of the country while letting it go to shit because they don't care because they're off somewhere else doing what they need to
Because
do.
they're not loyal to this country.
No.
They're
Yeah,
just-
as soon as people become a certain level of rich, they leave the nation states and they move to a place called Richistan. They're an international class. They've
It's a
got
nice place,
multiple
Richistan.
passports. Yeah, they've got multiple passports. They flip from country to country.
Yeah.
They're non-doms in each of these countries. All their assets are held in secret offshore accounts in the Bahamas or in the Channel Islands.
Caymans as well.
Cayman Islands.
Cayman
yeah,
Islands.
Cayman
Oh, there's so many of them. I mean, Ireland now itself has become one of
Yes.
those places. Google
Ireland
is based
is-
in Ireland,
yeah.
not by accident.
Mm.
I
I've
don't think
heard.
they have huge offices in Dublin. I don't think Google began out in County Dare or wherever the hell.
They're an Irish company.
Yeah, they're an Irish company now.
Oh, top of the morning to you. The thing is, these I've heard Apple has so much money now in the Cayman Islands that they can never bring it all back into the United States anyway, because the amount of tax that they would have to pay, it would be astronomical. So they're just going to leave the money out there. So they're not even like these giant corporations. I mean, we're talking like Apple and Disney and all these massive mega corporations. They're not even investing the money back into their supposed countries of origin. To when these politicians talk about, oh well, we got to support these large corporations because trickle down effect and they're pissing on our head and telling us it's raining and all that.
Yeah.
It's like these large mega corporations are not even bringing the money back. They can't, because if they do, the amount of tax they have to pay is astronomical. So they'll never bring the money back.
Do you know what you
into
call
the
them?
country.
You call them dragons. Because
Yes.
Dragons
yes.
just hoard wealth and they just sit on it and never let anyone. And if anyone comes close, they just devour them and destroy them. They're essentially dragons of old. There's too many of these people at the moment, and that's what's causing the issues in the world. It's not the fact that there's not enough to go around. It's not the fact that Islam or this religion or that religion are destroying the world. No, it's the people at the top who are pulling the strings. And
Yeah, you could get all Jordan Peterson about it and say that dragons are metaphorically more true than true because they represent an archetype of hoarding wealth. Roughly speaking.
Exactly,
Roughly speaking.
yeah. But I have to cry at the same time, right?
But what about his father and the dragon of the father?
Well, you've got to go rescue him from the belly of the whale.
Oh my god, yes. But the thing is, I'm sorry for those who don't know Jordan Peterson's stuff. You guys should look at there's a company called Freedom Tunes. They did this fantastic comedy parody of Jordan Peterson about all of these dragon and all that stuff. You'll get it when you listen to that if you don't know Jordan Peterson. But for the rest of us, because it seems like an internal joke at this point if you don't know Jordan Peterson. But the thing is, this is the problem, man. There's all of these things playing all at the same time. We've got, sometimes I like to say, you're right. I don't think that the problem is with poor Muslim guy who comes from Iraq or Iran or Pakistan or whatever, and he's trying to make a living in this country and he's just doing his Uber and he's trying to just, build himself up just to have a 2-bedroom terraced house and his two wives and his wife and 2 kids.
Yeah, exactly.
You know what I mean? I'm not looking at that as that is the guy who I'm not looking at him as the problem. The problem is when people lash out, they lash out at that poor guy. He's the poor bastard who gets caught up in it and his window gets a brick thrown through. But of course he isn't the actual issue. It is a much wider issue. But what I will say is that we have all of these playing at the same time. It's like freaking Star Trek's 3D chess or shit. There's the rich who have all their agendas and the corporations who have their agendas, but then there's also the ideological agendas that the Islamists have, and they want to push their agenda. Everybody has their own agenda to push, and then
sorry, just to add, it's not just the Islamic agenda, it's also the Christian agenda, like you mentioned earlier with Bob from Speaker's Corner and stuff like that.
Yes, yeah, Bob's a dictator. Bob's a straight up dictator. I'm going to say that any qualms.
Have we been slagging off Bob?
No.
Well, no, we just mentioned it now. But
we just mentioned that he's a neo-fascist.
Well,
yeah, me and you actually only talked about that.
He's pushing Christianity and a religious state, essentially. He's
theocracy. He wants to have a straight up theocracy.
Yeah, I've heard him argue this in the park and online, that he's essentially is literally arguing for a Christian theocracy in Britain.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which
He
is
told me the other week he would ban Life of Brian. I'm like,
Yeah.
fuck that. Life of Brian. I love Life of fucking Brian. To me, Monty Python is the quintessential British culture.
Yes, I agree. I agree.
Britishness
100%
through and through. For me, Life of Brian, Four Candles, or the Two Ronnies, and also Open All Hours, Monty Python,
Body Language,
Carry On, the Carry On movies. These are, for me, this is the quintessential heart of Britain. You can't ban Life of Brian.
Hang on, you can't leave out Benny Hill.
Benny Hill,
course,
exactly.
yeah.
He would be
Remember
cancelled like
him?
15 times over with the Me Too movement. They would string him up and skin him alive with the Me Too movement in the spirit at the time. He was brilliant. I grew up with him. He was just like Benny Hill
still
was.
runs through my mind to this day.
Benny Hill was fantastic. Everybody knows that theme tune. Everybody immediately knows that theme tune when you hear it.
Yeah.
So yeah, these are, to me, that's Britain. That's hardcore Britain. If you want me to describe it, when people say, "Oh, Britain has no culture," yes, it does. You look at Monty Python. Look at Only Fools and Horses. Open All Hours. That's British culture right there in front of you in full display. Mary Poppins, for fuck's sake.
Oh, I love Mary Poppins.
Chitty Chitty Bang Bang.
Yes,
Those
Chitty Chitty Bang Bang.
Bed knobs and broomsticks.
Yes.
I literally, every Christmas, this was the lineup. This was the movie lineup for us. All of these things. And I am some fucking foreigner who waddled over here with my parents as a kid, and I grew up on all this shit. And so if I can do it, I know I know everyone else can manage it. They can ingrate themselves into this world. But the problem is the modern world doesn't even reflect that anymore. With the fact is, you see, there was an element to the television. Now, I think there is a reason why some of these things are also happening due to certain technological advances. The television didn't really give you your bespoke options of what to watch. The Christmas lineup was whatever the BBC stuck out there, and you guys sat around the TV at home and watched it as a family, and you got all this Chitty Chitty Bang Bang and Mary Poppins and Monty Python, all of that fed to you because you didn't really have this bubble that you could put yourself in. Nowadays, people live in their own bubbles. If you don't want to watch something, you don't have to watch it because you got Netflix, you've got Amazon Prime, you've got the internet, and you literally select everything that you watch individually. So you don't get that randomness that TV used to have for you, where you would be given something that you may not have normally picked, but you actually liked it once you watched it.
Yeah.
And so there is some of these elements as well. People are becoming much more what
Stuck in their ways.
Bubble. They're creating their own echo chambers. They're creating
echo chambers. Yeah.
And I think some of that is obviously the technology that we have. We have much more. I mean, sure, I don't have to watch stupid adverts about, I don't know, prostate cancer creams or whatever it is, hemorrhoid creams or some shit in between every movie. I don't have to suffer that crap anymore, which I like, apart from the non-clickable ads that appear on YouTube. But other than that, the ad part of it I'm not missing. I like the fact that I can watch a whole movie without having to be interrupted 12 times. But I also know the fact that I'm not going to get that randomness that I used to get from television. I don't get to watch a documentary that I just flicked over. Channel flicking, that used to be a thing. I haven't done that in like 10 years. I haven't channel flicked into. I don't even own a TV. I just own computer monitors. That's all I have.
No, you do channel flick, but in a different way now. It's called doom scrolling.
Yeah, I suppose. Yeah. But that's not really that, because you got algorithms manipulating you behind that.
Yes.
You didn't have algorithms manipulating you behind the TV. The BBC. The BBC.
Yeah, the BBC trying to manipulate you.
The BBC Channel 4 were the algorithms that were manipulating you. But yeah, I mean, you don't. Yeah, nowadays you have algorithms that are feeding you things that you hate. If something angers you and you are fuck this and you comment on it, next thing you know, you get 12 of that shit.
Yeah, because like, engagement. Yes, keep engaging.
I'm getting stuff that I'm looking at, especially on YouTube, that I'm like, what is this? I don't even want this. The thumbnail puts me off. Why are you putting this in front of my face every time on my homepage? It's not like it goes away once or twice. It's there constantly until some of them I've started to literally click on and reject. and say, I don't want to see this anymore because it just looks horrific.
You need
But
to,
that's-
you need to massage your algorithm, Banksy. It's how it works.
Massage
You've
my
got to
algorithm.
say,
Look,
yeah, you've got to say, no, I don't like
my-
that. I don't want that.
I'm
You've got to
sorry.
make
The
a
only thing
mindful
I like,
decision.
the only massages I like are in Thai establishments. And they have a happy ending. Most of these make me angry. There's no happy ending at the end of any of these algorithms. But yeah, no, you're right. You're right. It's a different. I mean, I suppose, I don't know. Maybe I just see myself when I was going to say we, but I'm not going to say we. I'll say me. I'm an old bastard who likes to complain about people on my lawn. Okay. I'm just sitting on my porch screaming at the kids to get off my YouTube lawn. And I think that's where I am. I think that's what it is. Maybe I'm old. I have passed. I am not of this world anymore. I've passed it. I have a rosy tinted glasses of a yesteryear, and maybe that's not for me anymore. This world is for others.
Well, if you're not based, you're definitely not lit. You're not fire. You're just skibbity, mate.
And you don't have Riz.
You're Rizless.
No, you know Riz, right? You know what Riz is?
Charisma.
I used to.
Oh my God. Ollie, you are old, mate. Yeah, what the man says. See, the man's got the finger on the pulse, whilst our fingers are far away from the pulse, stuck up our asses.
I find these words interesting. When I hear them, I'm like, I ask Google. I'm like, Google, what does Riz mean?
Now that is old. If you have to Google Riz, well, admittedly, I had to Google, like back in the day, I had to find out what LOL was and what shaking my head and LML. Yeah, I mean, all of that.
There's a wonderful story about a woman who thought LOL meant lots of love, and she wrote a text to her family saying Nan's died. Lol.
Oh shit!
I love it.
Oh shit! Oh, that's awesome.
That's a good story. I love it.
That is the best. That is the best. Oh my God. Nan's died. Lol.
So, Banksy, do you not see any hope for the future? What if technology, the algorithm, and Britain and started kind of reverting back to the 80s style, but with the new advancements of the future?
You see, the thing is, I saw a movie called Loopers some time back.
Looper. Oh, that's the I've seen that. Yeah.
It's a thingy. It's
Bruce Willis, I think.
Bruce Willis. Yes, that's right.
And,
you know what I mean.
Gordon Levitt. Yeah.
Something. Yeah. That's it exactly. Now in that movie, when Gordon Levitt, whatever, the kid who wanted to become rich, and once he said he retires, because they paid them in silver. Remember, they paid them in like silver bars, and then the final payday was like a bag of gold bars, a bunch of gold bars, and then he would then retire and he would go off. He said he wants to go to Europe. He was always talking about, I'm going to go to Europe after I retire. And the guy from the future who was living in the past, ordering, telling these guys where to go and shoot these guys, said to him, no, don't go to Europe. Go to China. China is where the future, where things are going to be happening. And my fear is exactly that, because I've seen the history of the world. These things are cyclical. The rise and fall of different empires in different parts of the world, because the period when Britain no longer went to China for silk and tea, went to India. They switched, and that's where the British Empire started to blow up and started to become really powerful.
East India
because they no longer sorry,
East India Company or something like that.
Yes, yeah, they no longer went to China, because for centuries the Westerners, the Guaylo, the white man, the Gai Chi used to go, the round eye used to go to China, beg the empire for tea, and the empire, and give him gold, give him silver, give him treasure, and they would used to, this guy expressed it as they used to chuck some tea and silk at this peasant and tell him and send him on his way. That's how the Chinese saw themselves. When this flipped and Britain and the world no longer went to China for the tea and silk, the Chinese call that the age of humiliation. They see that as the age in which they fell and they became humiliated, and it was the age of humiliation for them. They want that shit back. They want their position back in the world. They want to be at the top of that heap again. They're not satisfied with this American, these round eyes running things. They were the ones who invented the gunpowder and noodles that these round eyes call spaghetti. So they want that shit back. They want their place back in the world. They want their position and their authority back in the world. And they're going to work towards to get it. And they're doing very well. I think that is where the future is.
They've got the social credit score system, right?
Yeah. And massive monitoring.
If that went worldwide, would you have any issues with that?
100%. I despise dictatorships. What are you kidding me? That's straight out of every dystopian future you can possibly. So George Orwell will be doing backflips and a triple somersaults in his grave.
They're not the future then. They definitely can't be the future.
Well, no, they're not the future for someone like me, but they will be the future for all those peasants and lemmings who will happily give up their freedoms for security and safety. Once the Chinese start to show their beautifully clean cities, like the Dubai, like the Emiratis are doing, and all these millionaires and billionaires are running over there. The fact is that people will give up. People have given up their freedoms for security. Look at Singapore. Singapore is a beautiful place, apparently, from what I hear.
It is beautiful,
clean and wonderful. You can't chew chewing gum.
No,
you can't chew fucking chewing gum.
You can't buy chewing gum. You can't take chewing gum into the country.
You can't take chewing gum into the country.
Nope.
Holy shit!
Find it in your bag. They'll take it off you. In Australia, you can't take cigarettes, I believe.
Cigarettes?
You can't take cigarettes into Australia, and when you're in Australia, cigarettes are like absolutely ludicrously priced. I think vapes aren't allowed in Australia.
I don't know. That's I don't, because I don't smoke. I never really, those things are not on my radar. But yeah, there you go. I mean, Australia isn't exactly utopian, but I think Singapore has that kind of vision, that utopian type of vision. So does Dubai. Dubai is monitored 24/7. Yes, it's perfectly safe. You can walk around. I literally bought a MacBook Air, a MacBook Air, and a MacBook, an iPad. An iPad, I think it was 3 or 4 at the time. And I bought them at 3 a.m. at a Virgin store in one of the malls after the New Year's party finished, because I was there for New Year's Eve. We were going home. The Virgin store was open. I went and bought those things, walking around with the bag with like the Apple products just showing, just straight up. If that was London, I would have been mugged 14 times before I even made it out of the mall. So, I went onto a bus. In fact, I couldn't catch a train because the trains were all full. So we caught a bus back to our hotel with these electronic products, hundreds of pounds worth of electronic products. Not even one person even looked at me funny. Nothing. 3 a.m. just walking around, no problems. So that's how it is in Dubai. And yeah, I can see why, because that cut off your nuts if you dare to steal anything. But on the other hand, if you have one argument, which is one guy at Speaker's Corner that I was speaking to, he said when he was coming back from Dubai, he was like an Indian Pakistani guy. He lives in Dubai. He said, I left my front door key in my front door of my flat when I left. And I know for a fact that when I go back to Dubai, that key will be exactly where it was, and no one would have touched a thing inside my flat, because I can be sure that's how safe it is. But at the same time, a week ago, before he flew to London, he was trying to get into a parking spot, but as the guy came out of the parking spot and he was trying to go in, some other guy came in and parked straight in. And this guy was maybe an Arab Emirati or whatever, because he had a bit of a verbal sort of interaction with him, and he kind of swore at him and gave him the middle finger. The Pakistani guy did. When he went to the airport to come to London, he was held. Ooh. He was held because the Emirati complained about him swearing at him. That's how it is in Dubai too. Yeah. That's the flip side. So if you have, God forbid, any kind of bad interaction with, especially an Emirati, your ass is grass as a foreigner. So you may get all the security, but you also get that. That's the other side of Dubai. That's the side that they won't tell you about. The other thing is, one of my friends, she used to be a cabin crew for Malaysian Airlines. She said to me, they told them, if you get raped in Saudi Arabia or Dubai or Qatar or Emirate nations, don't call the police. They will arrest you for having sex out of marriage.
Damn.
That's what happens to women over there. That's the kind of advice they tell women, because that's the kind of treatment women get if they get molested or raped or touched up by an Arab or an Emirati in that part of the world. So that's the flip side to those countries. They give you this wonderful sugar-coated topping of civility and safety and skyscrapers, but underneath it is an Islamic shithole that still exists, that will prosecute a woman for having out-of-sex marriage if she's been raped by some bloke. That's the insanity.
That is absolute insanity.
This is the problem. Like, this is why I keep saying you can't even trust these so-called safe countries in the way that you think, because there's other things underlining sort of issues that exist in those nations. And there's also racism, by the way. There's a huge amount of racism and bigotry towards non-Emirates or non-Saudis or non-natives. Sorry.
Well, I've actually done work in Saudi. I've done a few restaurants out there. And during the building projects, we kind of became aware that there were slaves working on the building site. So, yeah. So these are people from Southeast Asia who had their passports taken from them.
Yes.
And hadn't been paid in 6 months and looked unlikely to get paid.
Yeah, that's it. That happens. People, I posted an entire documentary the BBC did about how you can buy people on Instagram, maids and servants and stuff like that. There's a literally a program in Dubai, which is like an Instagram type application, as well as Instagram itself from Facebook, that you can purchase. You can actually find maids, people, they advertise their maids, you can go and then you can purchase the maid. That's straight up slavery. And by the way, when the BBC investigators went there, the person who was selling the girl, this like girl from Cameroon, I think it was like a 16-year-old girl, he was a police officer. This isn't like happening by like civilians that are like, uncouth people. No, police officers selling people.
The people who are paid to protect. Yeah,
the ones who are supposed to uphold the law.
Well, they're upholding the law.
Their law. But that's what I mean. This is the underlying. This is what happens under the surface of that sort of supposed civility that you see on top.
But this is sorry, go for it.
No, just say I rather have, because I compare, because Vegas, Dubai always wants to compare itself to Vegas. They've got the Fantas of Bellagio. They've got all the trimmings that Vegas has. I would rather take the filth and the degeneracy and the sort of the strippers, the gambling, and all the horrors of Vegas that they consider to be haram, but at least have the honesty of Vegas, than to take the false, fake narrative of Dubai and its supposed, Islamic. Yeah, bollocks.
I think one of the big problems Dubai is going to have is that they basically are going to run out of oil and gas money, and they will no longer be able to pay for all of these glitzy, glamorous places to attract foreigners to come and invest and come and work and live and play. And what they'll be left with is a very shiny toy with an Islamic undercurrent that people will eventually find extremely distasteful, because the misogyny that exists there will be unacceptable to people at some point. Yeah, if you were a woman, would you want to go live there?
Maybe.
If you knew that you may be raped and no justice for it.
Depends how desperate I was, but because I know that if most women go there because they try and get a rich boyfriend or something like that. When I was in Dubai, I was going through the hotel lobby and there was just all these foreign women who've gone there willingly to basically work the night.
Yeah. The prostitution is massive. Massive. My mate literally 4 months ago sent me some pictures of 3 girls from Iran, because Iranian women, because you don't need a visa from Iran to go to Dubai. They were there for about a week to get as much money as they can, and it was like £120 an hour, or was it £120 for 3 hours? I don't know. It was something like that. Girls weren't that bad looking. 2 of them were not particularly attractive. One of them was very attractive. But generally, they were there for a week. Boom, boom, boom. and they go back to Iran with a pocket full of cash. And that happens all. I mean, I went to a Filipino, because when I went to Dubai, we stayed at a really cheap ass hotel. Okay, it was basically a brothel. It was a Filipino brothel that we just happened to hire a room in, because at night all the Filipino workers from all the shops would come to our hotel, because it was a Filipino bar, disco type bar attached to our hotel, and they would all be down there. And all the taxi drivers, the Bangladeshis, the Pakistanis, Indian taxi drivers would all come and essentially, have their thing with these girls. And when I went to the bar, because my mate wouldn't go, he was just a cheapskate. It was £12 to get into this bar. And the final night, I said, dude, I got to see what the hell's going on here, because we're living in a brothel, and I want to know what the hell's going on in this bar. So I went down there, and I met an expat Scottish guy. And he told me about how things work basically in these places. And yeah, literally all the women are in one corner of the room, literally all of them just standing in one corner. The guys are spread out with some of them have bottle service, like a bottle of whiskey or whatever. And then the girls kind of wander over from time to time and go, do you want to buy me a gift? I'm like, what is the gift? Are we talking? What are we talking here? Are you happy with the Amazon Prime gift card? what are we talking about? But yeah, I mean, yeah, that's what it is. The gift. You give him a gift, and the Scottish guy said to me, I think don't give him anything more than like 100 liras or whatever it is. I forgot now.
Dirham?
Forgot the currency of Dubai. Dirham. Yeah, he said don't give him more than X amount. I forgot how much it was, because dirhams are actually far more expensive than pound. So I think it worked out about 100 quid anyway. I was like, yeah, I'm not. No, okay.
But these issues aren't necessarily like a Muslim thing, though, because once again, just being devil's advocate.
It's not an Islamic thing.
Yeah, just being devil's advocate. When I went to Thailand, the amount of British men, single British men that were going to Thailand was insane, and it is known for its sex tourism. That is essentially what Thailand is. So this isn't a group of people issue. Like I say, this is a people issue where they just.
Oh, it's a poverty issue. Oh yeah.
It's not just It's not just poverty, because the people who go over for the sex tourism aren't poor. They're just.
Oh no! Poverty is in the country. The people, the girls who are
being taken advantage of.
It's the supply. Yes. I mean, the thing is, there's demand. There's always, when it comes to sex, there's always demand, because we're just pigs. But come on, we're dogs. We're just dogs. We would literally bang anything and everything. And I know this because I know a guy who was a sailor years ago who told me about how they would shove packs of liver into a jar.
Okay, Banksy.
Look, all I'm saying is men are pigs. Trust me when I tell you, we bang everything. Anyway, but what I'm saying is that there's always going to be demand. When it comes to sex, there's always going to be demand. But the supply.
I'm sorry, I can't stop hearing. Every time you say that, where there's sex, there's always going to be demand. I keep hearing demand. I'm like, I'm not there.
But you know what I mean. There's always demand for.
There's always demand. He's always there.
Demand. There's always demand. Demand is everywhere. It's the supply that we have to look into.
We can't keep it supplied. We just can't keep it supplied.
He's loving it. Look at him.
He's insatiable. He just can't get enough. But yeah, the supply is because of the poverty. And these Filipino girls, they don't get paid much at all in these stores in Dubai. So they, in order to essentially, what's it called? I forgot the term. I'm sorry.
I'm trying to think of the term too. I know what you're trying to say.
Yeah, in order to supplement. There you go.
You both got it.
Supplement their income, because they don't really get paid much, is to prostitute themselves. That's the only way they can actually, and they can make enough money to send back to their families. They don't even get proper bank accounts. One of my friends from another work, I went there. She went to Dubai initially to work with the company that I was working with, because they had an office there. But then she got together with some other friends and set up a payment system for these foreign people that live in Dubai and work in Dubai to have some kind of a bank transfer system where they can transfer money to their relatives in a secure way, because the only things they had was like Western
Western
Union and things, and they were getting conned, and it was expensive, and they had all sorts of problems. So these guys actually realized there was a gap in this market, that they could actually, if they could create a payment system, and like a cash app, like
And
PayPal
thus
type of
Revolut
thing.
was born.
No, these guys were not behind Revolut.
I love that, Banksy. It's like all these poor women who are forced into prostitution, and your first thought is their banking system is just so awful.
But what I mean is, these girls, this friend of mine and the group that she's with, they realize there's a gap in the market when it comes to these guys, because they don't, the Emirati nations, the Dubai doesn't allow them to have proper bank accounts, because they don't allow them to be citizens. These people are foreigners forever and ever. They will never be citizens of these nations, no matter how many decades and how many centuries they live there. They can have their children born in Dubai. They'll never be citizens. They will never make them citizens in Dubai, Kuwait, Abu Dhabi, Bahrain, Qatar. You will never become a citizen of these nations, no matter how long you've been there. And this is what I mean about how amazing the Europeans are. The Europeans, they give you a British passport in like 5 years. 5 years. That's nothing. This is like 2 minutes in comparison to everyone else. My friend had a baby with a Filipino woman in Japan. This is an Iranian guy. He went to Japan to work decades ago and had a baby with this Filipino girl. That child never left Japan until he was 22, 23, when he got married to a Japanese woman, and then they had a baby with that Japanese woman. Then Japan gave him a passport, and he could finally take a vacation out of Japan.
Wow.
His whole life, he never left Japan because of that.
Do you think that's good?
Because he wasn't. No, it's straight up racism, but that's how Japanese protect their society. But what I'm trying to say is, this is how other people protect their society and their ethnic lineage and their core of their nationality.
No.
They don't just let frivolously every Tom, Dick, and Harry come and do whatever the hell they want and just chuck a passport at him. No, they protect their societies this way. And you can call it racist, you can call it whatever. The Japanese don't give a shit.
No,
This
I
is how
understand.
they
I understand
run
that,
their society.
I understand that they're trying to create a a certain society that goes by their rules and
homogenous.
Homogenous, yeah, that was the word I was looking for.
They want to create an ethnic. They want to keep their ethnic homogeneity. But the fact is that this is what I'm saying when I say, when I look at the Europeans, they are massively generous with their societies.
For sure,
massively. I mean, don't get me wrong. I have issues with white Americans who piss and moan about how they want to keep America white. Now, I personally say fuck you, because that ain't even your place.
No.
You're a migrant yourself. You're a colonizer. You're a fucking
you're a foreigner.
What do they call it? Yeah, you're a foreigner. You're a foreigner, mate. Come on.
Unless
you got a feather in your ass.
Saw a wonderful video, Banksy, of one of these white protests to keep America white. They're all protesting on the street, and this Native American guy walks past, and that because they're all got the signs up saying "Go home, foreigners." And he goes, "Yeah, I agree. Go home. Go away."
Yes, I saw that one. That was years ago. They all shut up. Because what can you say? This is the dude that we just took his shit. Yeah. So unless you're called, sitting on a ball or some shit, then I'm sorry, you can't bitch. You can't be bitching about white America. America is gonna be whatever America is gonna be, but you can't complain about go home. And Australia, New Zealand, I feel the same sort of thing.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, dude, you guys, I'm sorry. There's a bunch of guys who are blowing on a didgeridoo right now, and that's the dude you took his shit.
I think Australia was worse. At least with America, it was immigrants, even if they were slightly violent. With Australia, it was just a prison colony just being sent there. It's all the violent people that you don't want in your country. You're just gonna
there's some. I saw some videos of what they did to some of the people from what was it? Tasmania. The British did some shit in Tasmania. They did some fuckeries in Tasmania. I'm not joking. There was some massacres there. and you're like, holy shit. that was some brutal
there's
shit.
kind of a weird parity between the Maoris and the Europeans in New Zealand. They kind of have an unspoken thing of, because they did their own genocides as soon as they were given weapons from the Europeans. They just completely genocided their enemies, and then they were basically left looking at each other, and they basically kind of looked at each other. Well, we both did it. So peace.
I didn't know
calling the kettle black on that one.
Yeah, I didn't know that one, Yuji. So what, they did massacres to the new residents of Australia?
No, well, the Australian Aborigines had it much worse than the American indigenous people, because at least the American indigenous people had actually the capacity to fight back and did fight back. And if it weren't for the diseases that had rampaged them and killed 95% of their population, the Europeans might not have won. You literally may not have won, especially against the Comanches.
Also, they did kill a lot of the buffaloes as well, which was their source of food and stuff. So there was a whole thing about that.
But yeah, they fought back, and they were given land to live on, which increasingly got worse and worse. And they were treated appallingly. But there was no consideration for the Aboriginal Americans. They were just seen as basically the indigenous monkeys, and they were quite happy to Australians. Yeah, they were quite happy to kill all of them. Without a second thought. The Maoris could fight back because they had this warrior culture. So the Europeans were kind of a bit more wary with them and had treaties with them and had peace with them. But the Maoris, once they had a kind of a political situation that they could handle, they just slaughtered their enemies outright and murdered them. So they were kind of like the last one standing.
Right. The Maoris kind of took it against their own enemies, their own historical enemies in their own land.
Of
and
course.
Then they kind of settled things a little bit with the.
Yeah, this isn't a genocides aren't a problem particular to Europeans or white people.
Oh God, no.
No, it's a natural thing. But like you were saying with the the prostitution and money, and they did an experiment with monkeys. They were trying to, or chimps. They were trying to see how they would handle money and if they could get the concept of money and understand it. So they gave them these tokens that they could exchange for fruit that they liked. So they'd be given like a ration of tokens, and they were trying to see if will they figure out, if they put the token in the box, will they get the idea of exchange for exchange. One of the first things they started doing was the female monkeys would start having sex for tokens. And
are you kidding me?
No, it's true. So
with other monkeys?
Yeah, they basically have sex with the male monkeys.
Holy shit! Oh, that's unbelievable. Prostitution was like immediately invented.
Yeah, it was like immediate.
With the introduction of money.
So money leads to prostitution.
Immediately. There isn't even like a pathway, or you have to like wind your way towards it. No, immediately. Money, prostitution. You like this? Give me some money.
So if we got rid of the whole money thing, like they say that they want to do, I think WEF are talking about this, of taking away income and making it a basic income. What do you guys think about that?
What's the
we're in trouble at that point. As soon as as soon as it becomes necessary to actually give people money, it means that they no longer have work.
Well, no, what if the work's still there, but it's just instead of
they wouldn't be giving you the money then.
You being a doctor and someone, I think it's more communist type thing where everyone kind of gets what they're given, rather than, how like capitalism is like, I can make as much as I want to make. Whereas that is just, no, this is your allotted credits, and then you can spend those credits on whatever you want. But
it sounds very much like everyone receives the same, but not everyone inputs the same. And then it typically weans down into something like what we're seeing in China with their social credit scoring system at the moment. It turns quite tyrannical.
The social credit score in China seems to be more about trying to police people's behavior rather than their economic activity. But if the government it does. They go hand in hand. Certainly they do. But if the government is suddenly deciding it needs to give its citizens universal basic income, it's because there's no work left, because the labor has gone out of the market. which means that there are only a few people who will own the capital that's actually doing any production. So everything will be being done by robots or AI at that point, because otherwise they just wouldn't give you the money, because they'd just make you work for it because they'd need you to work.
Well, I would question, why would they even keep you around if everything's being done?
Well,
by
that's the problem. That's the problem. The reason that they would keep you around is because it's you don't want to liquidate everybody. But that universal basic income lifestyle won't be a pleasant one. It will be one of subsistence. You will be happy at the bare minimum.
Own nothing and be happy.
But if
Yeah,
I'm just trying to think about this logically. But if everything is done by AI and done by robots, then it's not about profit. It's not about trying to make the most amount of money so you can whatever. It's just purely providing a service. And at that point, if you're getting a basic income, and say like I get 1,500 credits, a loaf of bread might be half a credit, or 2 loaves of bread, 1 credit, and that would be consistent for everyone rather than having a market of different prices. Does that make sense?
The issue then will become who owns the means of production. So who owns the robots, who owns the AI?
Yeah.
If it's the government, then that's one set of problems. If it's in private hands, that's a different set of problems.
Yes, exactly.
Anyway, could we go back to the topic? Is that possible? Just trying to move it away from the.
Sorry, I didn't realize that. I hadn't even thought there was one.
Yeah.
Who can claim that Muhammad was the last prophet, messenger, Nabi, or Rasul of Allah?
Not me.
So I thought, Sir Oliver, you would be the one to claim that. Go ahead.
Me?
No pressure.
Drop in a minute.
No pressure, Ollie. Just
there's an ordained Buddhist.
The mic's
I may have to
on.
pass that right on to
solve the one of the biggest religions in the world's problem.
I just made the poor lad cough.
who can claim it. Yeah, anybody can claim it, but can you prove it? That's the thing.
Ah.
I mean, logically and factually, if you were to believe that God sends down prophets, then Muhammad wasn't the last prophet at all. Because there was Bahala after Muhammad, very closely after Muhammad. Actually, well, yeah, I mean, it was still within. It was right at the beginning of the writing of the Constitution in America. Right around that time in Iran, there was a guy called the Bahala, who founded the Bahala religion, and he was considered, well, what the Baha'is believe, he's a prophet of God. He was sent down. He was in fact foretold to come, just like John the Baptist foretold the coming of Jesus, with a guy called the Bab. And then, when he came, he declared himself as the Bahala, the next prophet in the lineage of Abraham. And of course, the Muslims immediately killed him. He was executed in Iran. Naturally, because you don't say shit like that. And that's at least one of the prophets. Then of course we got Joseph Smith. If you believe he is a prophet, then there's another one. Then there's L. Ron Hubbard. If you believe he is some kind of a prophet, then there's so clearly by just the numbers alone, and I think there's a few others as well. Muhammad wasn't the last prophet, but of course that's if you believe these other prophets.
Well, it depends on whether, because I know that Jayfu and some other people have told me that like Allah isn't the same as God. It's a different type of God. And if you go look at it by that perspective, then he was the last prophet of that demigod called Allah. But all the other prophets maybe came from the God above him.
Oh, you're saying God, Allah has a God.
Well, no, yeah. I'm just saying, like,
try that one in Iran.
Some people have the perspective that Allah is like the dark entity of life, like the devil, and then there's God above him, and Muhammad was tricked by the devil essentially. So,
like a Gnostic kind of position.
Yes,
so like I'm Christian Gnostic, but with Islam flavor.
So he would be a last prophet. He would be a messenger, or a messenger, or a Nabi, or a Rasul of Allah.
Massager?
So I was trying
Did he give happy endings?
I think Nose is misspelt messenger.
Yeah, it's okay.
With messenger.
I thought it was funny if I read it that way.
It is.
So if Allah is actually Satan, then he would be the last prophet of Satan and the last messenger of Nabi or Rasul of Satan.
I remember you had this argument a few times with them in the park, didn't you, Demand, about how Muhammad isn't the last of the messengers, and that's not what it says. Is that still a position you kind of hold?
Yeah, still. I said I actually mentioned this earlier. It was a Sneeko conversation as well. I even spoke to Sneeko about this. I said to him, look, I ain't got no problem with you believing what you believe, but if you turn around to me and tell me I have to believe that he's the last messenger, I'll have to pull up a list of all these other people who came up after him and gave messages from God. So yeah, and according to the hadith, they like to, because you know how they put the brackets and they like to interpret it the way that they see best. They're like, oh, it says he's a last prophet and the seal. He's the last seal and prophet of God. And I'm like, well, no, it could mean something else. It's just you're reading it as the last ever. You could just say that Islam in its entirety is not going to be changed by any other prophets. So he's the last prophet of Islam. But you can't then say that he's the last prophet ever if God has sent thousands, according to Islam itself, God has sent thousands and thousands of messengers in the past. Why would he just stop sending messengers for the next 1600 years? It doesn't make sense, especially if Muhammad was sent to the Arab region. You'd also have message, and according to Islam again, they say that each peoples get messages from God. So their own ideology pushes the fact that God will send messengers to each different people, and that one person's messenger doesn't then have full authority over every messenger or every other people, that each people will get their own separate messengers. So yeah, that's where I stand on it, if that makes sense.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I don't think it's an interpretation that any of them would accept.
No, definitely not.
No, but that's an interesting point that you make there, Demand. So they say that every peoples has a messenger from Allah, but we don't hear of every people's having a messenger from Allah, do we? There's no evidence of that. So
no, their argument is essentially that it's all in the past and they all fucked up and they all died out, but then Muhammad was sent to be the give the religion of the world or something like that to the world. And it's like, no, he didn't give it to the world, he gave it to the Arabs, and then the Arabs decided to go and force it on the rest of the world. There's a difference.
Yeah, that's true. And in the Rivayat, it tells you that if you've got any doubts or anything, to go and check with the people who read the scriptures. And it tells you that the Torah and the Injil, as they call it, the Gospel, is Allah's word as well. And so you're to believe everything in there as well. And if you're going to believe everything in there, then you'll believe that Christ is all you need.
But sister, your Bible is corrupt.
Yeah, but that's the word of God, so how could it be corrupt?
Oh no. That version can be corrupted, but their version cannot be corrupted.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
it's
that's how it works.
The easiest way to find is this: Surah 33, Al-Ahzab 40. If you bring it up, Lieutenant, you will see there is no such a nonsense anyway. I will tell you why. Do you have it there?
I'm bringing it up.
Yeah. Surah 33, Al-Ahzab.
Which verse? Which ayat?
40.
40, number 40.
40.
So, ladies and gentlemen, remember, this is what Muhammad is saying to his crowd. You have to visualize this. So you see this, the contradiction and all inconsistencies, you will see it here now. So if it's been revealed this, right, to the Prophet, in the bracket Muhammad, yes, and he's supposed to be saying this to those people. Does it make sense to you? And we are on Surah 33. There's how many surahs left, still haven't finished. So Muhammad hasn't died yet. Does it make sense?
I'm so confused. What are you talking about?
Exactly. You will be confused.
No, I'm confused by your premise. I don't understand what the premise is of.
So this verse is given to Muhammad to read it out to people, to his public.
Uh-huh.
Am I correct?
I'm guessing so, because God gives it to Jibril gives it to Muhammad, and then Muhammad then reads it out. Is the way that it typically
Okay.
is supposed to go. Yeah.
So you and I are in public, and Lieutenant will read it. Let me see if you will have any questions to ask, like me.
Okay. Muhammad is not the father of one of your men, but the messenger of Allah and last of the prophets, and ever is Allah of all things knowing.
So tell me, do you have any question? Do you understand what it says?
I understand what it says, but I don't understand your issue with it.
No, you tell me, what is it that you understood?
I understand that Muhammad is saying that he's not the father of any of the men. He's not there to babysit them. He's just a messenger of God, and then he's claiming that he's the last of the prophets. And then he says that only God is the person who knows all things.
So he's saying to you and me, we are standing before him amongst 200, 2,000, I don't know however many. So what would you ask? Why? I would ask, why are you saying this? Prophet, why are you saying this? How would you answer me, in your opinion?
It's because I want you to lead yourselves and just take what I'm saying as instructions, because only God knows all things. Don't come to me with all your problems and your wobbles. I've given the guidance that God has given me, and I'm not your dad. I'm just a messenger. That's how I'm interpreting it. Obviously, the context may make it different, but you could tell me if I'm wrong.
Well, I don't know. Let's see the others. Banksy, Sir Oliver, and so on. Banksy gone to sleep, huh?
Why does Sir Oliver? Why was Oliver gets called a sir?
I know. I was wondering that earlier as well.
were you part of the New Year's knighthood that I missed?
This is why you don't get called sir, because you piss and moan.
Well, actually, Oliver gets called Sir Oliver. I get called the man, and you just get called Banksy.
I object. if Sadiq Khan can get knighted, I can get knighted. Okay. Anyway, look again. Yeah, I mean, from the basic reading, from the sort of novice reading of this, I just exactly agree with what the man said. Is Muhammad is not the father of any, in the brackets, any or one of your men, but he is the messenger of Allah and the last of the prophets. And I mean, the thing is, the Quran always, all the verses always end with some some way of flagellating, not flagellating, fellatiating Allah. So he just kind of goes, Allah is all things knowing. You know, they do though. They flage him. Allah is the most merciful and the God and the greatest of all and all knowing. It always ends with one of these.
No, for sure, but it's just the
penis sucking lines.
I'm just reading the tafsir of Ibn Abbas here. So as we all know, if we try and do our own exegesis of any part of the text of the Quran, we're bound to be wrong. We need to go and visit the scholars who know better than us.
Obviously.
So having a look here at Ibn Abbas's tafsir, it says, Muhammad is not the father of any man among you, i.e. Zaid. So he's basically saying that his adopted son, Zaid, he's no longer the father of him.
Oh, so they're to that situation.
So he's disowning his own adopted son at this point. But Muhammad is the messenger of Allah and seal of the prophets, and him Allah has sealed the advent of prophecies such that there is no prophet after him. And Allah is aware of all things. So he knows that he is the last of all prophets. So he's appealing to the authority of Allah who knows all things. So he's affirming what he's saying because he knows it all. And he's also saying, Zaid, you're no longer my son.
I can appeal as a Rasul. He's not mentioning Rasul or Nabi. He's saying messenger and prophet. Can I claim to be Rasul?
What's Rasul?
Exactly. Rasul. Like that Al-Mahdi is claiming.
Oh,
I
okay.
think the difference between Rasul and Nabi is like a messenger or a prophet. I think Nabi, if I remember correctly from listening to Chris, Nabi is like just a messenger. A Rasul would be a prophet, slightly above just a messenger. But in regards to what you just said there, Oliver, I have no idea why the prophet would be addressing his son-in-law and letting him know that I'm not your dad anymore in the Quran.
Adopted son.
Adopted son in the Quran, which is meant to be for all people for all time. It's like if you need to say something to your adopted son, you just say it. Why does it need to be a thing in the book? So this is why I don't like these scholars. They just make up their own BS.
I agree with you. Like this it seems a little bit off topic. Like he's saying to the people, look, I am just your prophet. I'm not your dad. I'm not here to, babysit you. But off the side topic is like, oh yeah, also fuck that guy. I'm not his father either.
Yeah, we'll put it in these terms. If you are a cult leader and you want to do something difficult that you think people will be upset about, you would say that, oh, God's telling me to do this thing. It's not me. I'm not the one who's saying he's no longer my son. God has said this because God wants me to be without the burden of children or whatever bullshit he wants to bring up. He'll put the burden of blame on the God thing rather than say, yeah, it's my decision. Yeah, because I don't want to pay for you anymore. And me banging your ex-wife is now an issue for me, so I need to kind of get rid of you. Whatever is going on. I don't know the
oh yeah, he married his wife, didn't he? He married that guy's wife because he talked him into divorcing his wife.
Yeah. And that's also in the Quran because God needed to make sure that everybody knew it was okay to marry your adopted son's ex-wife.
Yeah.
But then got rid of the notion of adoption altogether.
Hold up a sec. Sorry, go for it, Banksy.
All I'm saying is that, you see, my theory has always been, obviously, that this whole thing is bullshit, and this was basically Muhammad making this shit up as he went along, and he needed some, he needed get out clause, and every time shit went wrong, he went, Allah really revealed a surah to me that says you must fellate me every night before I sleep. and he would just slip one in. He just slip a surah every time he needs some shit.
That's a bad example.
Didn't two of his wives get upset at him because he was caught sleeping with a slave in their bed? And then they were really angry with him and they made him promise, don't do that again. And then he had a revelation that God told him he must do it.
Conveniently, a surah came down.
Well, it's not convenient. God has told me I've got to do it now.
I was going to
say, so when it says last prophet, what does it mean? It's for them or for us?
The last prophet.
I would say for them, because because if the Quran is saying that each people is sent their own prophets, and he's saying I'm the last of the prophets, I would assume that he's saying I'm the last of the prophets to you people. To you Arabs, I'm the last prophet. You're not going to get another prophet after me. You better.
Isn't there supposed to be a lineage of prophets? So isn't he supposed to be in the line like before him was Jesus and before him was whoever and Moses and Abraham? Aren't they in like a line of lineage of prophets?
Yes, there's a lineage of prophets, but they're not all from the same area. You know what I mean? Like Jesus wasn't from the desert Arab nations. He was from Bethlehem,
Judea,
yeah, but they all have to follow the line of David.
Correct.
No.
Line of Abraham.
No, they don't.
No. Hang on a second. Right, I'll give you my take on this verse, and I'll hopefully touch on what you are talking about. So, it says Muhammad is not the father of one of your men. I ignore the bits and brackets because that's just what someone in today's world has added to it, right? So Muhammad is not the father of one of your men. So father, way back when, in the Arabic and Aramaic, in the Semitic tongues, means dearest beloved, right? That's why when you're told you only to love God as your father, you're to have no other father, you're to have no other dearest, nearest, dearest beloved, right? You hold him highest. So that's what father means, right? It's not about who your dad is or anything. So Muhammad is not your dearest beloved. He's not the one you're to look to. Allah is. But the messenger of Allah and last of the prophets. Now, I say that that can't be the case because you're commanded in the Riwayat to believe what's in the Torah and the Gospel. And what's in there is that you all have a connection with Allah, and therefore you don't need anyone to come to you to be a prophet to you. And when you do develop that relationship with Allah, God, that is, that's talked about in the Riwayat and the Injil, when you develop that relationship, you are gifted with the ability to prophesy.
Mm-hmm.
Some people have that gift, some people have other gifts. So there's no such thing as a last prophet.
Yes,
that's all.
I
That's
agree.
all in the gospel.
I think it's Surah 1 or Surah 2. It actually says that, and I usually bring this up to the Muslims. It says that don't follow the one who is guided, follow the one who guides. So Muhammad would have been the guided one, but he's not the one that you should be following. You should be following the one that guides him. So
that's right. Then it's only Allah that guides.
But he's saying this in this situation. So you're saying that he's saying something good here, that he shouldn't be worshipped and he shouldn't be looked up to. In fact, that they need to look up to God.
Well, he's doing a good and a bad because he's saying, yes, he's not the father. So he's not the dearest beloved, right?
Mm-hmm.
So he's saying always look to God. But then he's saying he's the messenger of Allah and last of the prophets. But that's not true. Because as soon as you have your relationship, you receive your messages directly.
Correct. But Muhammad never had a relationship with God. He was visited by an angel. This is probably why he's the last prophet, because he never actually made that connection with God. God ended up sending an angel down to him to kind of say, hey, pass on this message. So maybe it's to say that, hey, there's no other angels coming down for anyone else here. I'm the last one that the angel is going to come talk to. Now you need to just focus on God directly.
But all of that ended at least 600 prior when the new covenant came in. And that's what I'm saying is in the Injil. It's from that point what Christ did, that everyone had
your Bible's been corrupted,
relationship with God, and therefore there's no need for any angel to be sent.
To the people of Judea and that
the gospel is for everyone.
Yes, it's for everyone, but it's like the Muslims say. They say that Islam is for everyone. It's like, yeah, it's for everyone who wants it. It's the freedom of choice God gives you. So he could give you this flavor or this flavor or this flavor of religion. No. It's your choice which flavor of religion you choose. That's why I typically say I don't have an issue with people being Muslim as long as they don't go too far with the extremes, as they understand the wisdom that's being passed down. I would see this as if there was people in the deserts being disgusting and doing crazy things, because they were apparently at the time they were pagan, they were worshiping idols and stuff like that. So even though the good news came down, the Injil or whatever you want to call it, the gospel, even though that came down, it obviously wasn't penetrating the thick heads. So then God went off. All right, cool. Let me send an angel down for this group of people just to wake them up a little bit. But then,
so if it wasn't penetrating their heads, they didn't know much about it, why does he tell them about it as if he knows that they know about it?
Oh, no, they probably knew of it, but they were probably rejecting it and going, no, we don't believe in that. We've been doing this practice, the tradition mindset. Or we're doing
and he doesn't send a messenger or anything to get through to you.
Sorry, who doesn't?
God doesn't. You've got thousands of years of testimony of that, and it's also in the Injil about how he works, which this book tells you to believe.
Well, before Jesus was Moses, I believe. Oh no, Isaiah or one. There's a bunch of different prophets before Jesus turned up, from Moses to Jesus. Bunch of prophets in between. So using that logic,
the new covenant, how things are.
Yeah, but I'm saying using that logic, this is a group of people in one set area that God has sent multiple angels to after he's already given a multiple prophets to after he's already given the original knowledge. I see God trying to help the people and wake them up. And maybe there was other people in the Arab region who were possibly sent as prophets, and then they probably were killed off because they were like, no, we're good with our idols. And they never made history. Whereas maybe I'm just guessing on what
because
could have
it
happened.
says in the
We don't know.
Injil that anything after this will be false prophets. If anyone comes to you trying to preach another gospel, which this book does, know that it's a false gospel.
Well, I then have to go and say, like, have you heard of the Sikh religion?
I have.
Yeah.
It's pronounced sick, actually, Daman.
Sorry, I was, Romanizing. And actually, it's not Daman, it's Daman. Daman. If we're going to do pronunciation. No, but what I'm saying is the Sikh religion is only about 300 years old. And if you were to read that book, I'm sure you will not have any issues going, okay, yeah, this sounds like a message from God. It came after the Gospels. And if I could look at that and go, cool, there's truth in here, it sounds like it's a message from God, I can't dismiss it because the Bible said there's not going to be any more messages or any more. And if it's agreeing with most of what the Bible's saying, I'm going to go, yeah, they're aligned. That's why I don't take the Bible or the thingy. Like with this line that we're reading at the moment on the Quran, imagine, because we don't know what happened for real, imagine that the people who were around Muhammad at the time didn't like the fact that he married his adopted son's wife. And then after he had died, they said, oh, by the way, this little line here, he was saying this to his son so that they could justify it. Not for Muhammad to justify it. It's them twisting the scripture that he's already given, just saying, listen, don't come to me with your problems. I'm just a messenger. They've turned it into, no. He's talking to his adopted son to say that you ain't one of mine kind of thing. I'm just a messenger. So it's one of these situations where people twist or they change things after the fact. So it could have happened with the Bible. It could have happened with the Torah. It could have happened with all these different books, but we don't know for sure. We could just assume that people will always try and make things fit for their own narrative, if that makes sense.
What do you think it means, Big Nose?
Yeah, please enlighten us.
Well, as I said, this is ambiguous, isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
So Allah is not giving any indication at all as to what, but they have come up with their own nonsense, hadith and tafsir, which are invalid anyway. If Allah can't make us understand, how can the human being make us to understand? In my opinion, if that is, it says seal of the last prophet. What does it mean, seal?
Well, the Muslims will say that it's the last. It's the seal on top of something to close it for good. But if
okay, so it's closed for good then. That is it, then it's closed for good.
But if you ask a Jew what the seal is authority from God. Because Solomon came down with.
But who is it addressed to Jew or to Muslim?
Well, this.
Yes.
Apparently to the whole world.
Well, both would be a
No, but the book is for the Arabs.
Yeah, but they say that the religion was given for the world. It's not just for the Arabs. It's whoever chooses to go down this path. That's why
religion is different. We're talking about Ravaya in the bracket Quran.
I don't know what the difference is. Maybe I'm being stupid.
The difference is Ravaya means narration. There is no such a thing called Quran. If you go to your neighbors, any Muslim neighbor, they probably have a book called, they say Quran, but it's the other way around. Ravaya means narration. And narration means he said, she said.
Cool.
Yeah?
Yeah, so it's like the Bible being just like testimonies and then being called the Holy Bible. It's like this is a bunch of testimony. Oh, a narration.
No,
in
but
this thing called the Quran.
Banksy, I think, was it yesterday, he clarified what it means, the difference between Christian books and the Muslims, hadith and tafsir. Are you there, Banksy?
He's probably taking a little break.
Banksy.
He's probably taking a little break. But the
Okay.
only weird thing I would say from this particular verse that is kind of weird to me is the fact that Muhammad's talking in third person. I'd be like, bro, are you okay?
Yeah, that's right.
That's the only weird thing.
That's one of the reasons. Or the person who's written this Ravaya, the book, is under duress. You know, the caliph who wrote the letter we read, the lieutenant had read.
Yeah.
Another caliph, it's Abu Bakr, I think. The lieutenant read it the other day. How this Ravayat was written after the death of the Prophet. Do you remember, Lieutenant?
Zayd ibn Thabit.
Yeah, could you read that, please, so people can understand who has written this Ravayat in the bracket called Quran? And by the way, I think your views will change a bit more towards British people or us, to be honest. Iman.
I'm not with any side. I just want the truth, and I don't want people being villainized just because of a religion. I just think that compassion goes in all directions for all people. So
where does compassion drive from? From people or from books?
From your heart.
No.
No, come on.
Okay, where does compassion come from then?
Your logical mind.
No.
Yes, it does.
A child
Proven.
Watching an animal getting hit isn't because of some logical thing it's been taught. It's getting upset.
I didn't say about something that's been taught.
Sympathy.
No,
that is called either empathy or sympathy.
Yes, empathy, not sympathy. Empathy.
Yeah. Empathy. Right. I think you don't know the definition. Empathy is when you put yourself in someone else's shoes. Compassion is something you choose to do.
Yes, because you can.
And that's in your logical mind. It's not emotionally driven. It's not an emotion.
Sympathy is just feeling bad for someone. That doesn't typically lead to compassion. Whereas empathy, if you've been in a really bad situation, like you said, you've got your group that you go to, it's because you've been through that particular situation that when other people are talking about their situations, you have that empathy, so you could then show compassion to each other and listen to each other. Correct?
The empathy is, for example, if you see somebody gets hurt, you get that feeling, the hurt, empathy.
Yes, I know empathy. I know
sympathy. You sympathize.
Yeah, sympathize.
You feel sorry.
You just go, oh, sorry about that, or that feels.
Yes, you feel sorry.
There's no actual feeling with sympathy. Sympathy is a dead or feeling.
Could we go back to the subject? Could we go back to the subject?
Is that J Fu?
Yeah.
Go. Well, he asked the question about where does compassion come from. I told him from the heart.
Yeah, and it doesn't. It comes from your logical mind. Your heart.
Could we go back to the subject, original subject?
Good, and that is all.
Animals can show compassion.
Okay, so Zayd ibn Thabit was the personal scribe of the Islamic prophet Muhammad, serving as the chief recorder of the Quranic text. He hailed from the Ansar, helpers, later joined the ranks of the Muslim army at age 19. After Muhammad's passing in 632, he was ordered to collect the Quran into a single volume from various written and oral sources. He was a noted expert on the Quran and spent much time reciting it. Biography. Zayd bin Thabit belonged to Najjar clan from Banu Khazraj. When Zayd was almost 6 years old, his father, Thabit, died in the Battle of Buat. Zayd was 11 years old when he asked permission to participate in the Battle of Badr. Since he was younger than 15 years old, Muhammad did not allow him to do so and sent him back. He then decided to try to win favor with Muhammad by learning the Quran. He was later appointed to write letters to non-Muslims and to collect and keep a record of the Quranic verses. Saeed was among those chosen by Muhammad to write down the verses of the Quran. He used to spend most of his time reciting the Quran and continued to learn the Quranic verses as they were recited by Muhammad. Saeed later volunteered to fight when he was 19 years old. This time he was accepted in the ranks of the Muslim army. Saeed's time to fight had come 9 years after the establishment of the Muslim community in Medina. Muhammad's era, 610 to 632. Saeed had the role of writing down the Quranic verses that were sent to Muhammad from Allah through the angel Jibreel. Saeed had also been commanded by Muhammad to learn Hebrew, and he took a fortnight to master each of the languages, including Persian, Coptic, and Greek, which he used to work as an interpreter of Muhammad. Compilation of the Quran. After Muhammad's death, Saeed, who became a Quran expert, was assigned the role of authenticating and collecting the oral and textual Quranic revelation into a single bounded volume. This initiative was started on the Rashidun Caliph Abu Bakr's agenda. Abu Bakr is Aisha's father, especially after the Ridda wars of apostasy, and the Battle of Yamamah in particular, in which a large number of Quran memorizers, around 360, perished. Umar convinced Abu Bakr that the Quran should be collected in one manuscript. So during Abu Bakr's reign as Caliph, Saeed was given the task of collecting the Quranic verses from all over Arabia and was the head of the committee, including Ubay ibn Ka'b, which performed this task. The number of people in this committee in some sources are around 25, whereas in some they number to 75. Saeed finally accepted the task and, according to him, started locating the Quranic material and collecting it from parchments, scapula, leaf stalks of date palms, and from the memories of men who knew it by heart. When Saeed had completed his task, he left the prepared suhuf, sheets, with Abu Bakr. The suhuf had received ijma, approval, by almost all of the companions of Muhammad, including Umar and Ali. There was no objection on the authenticity of the suhuf. Later on, before Abu Bakr's death, Abu Bakr left the suhuf with Umar, who in turn left it with his daughter Hafsa. Hafsa, Salama, and Aisha were wives of Muhammad who memorized the Quran. Zayd ibn Thabit thus became one of the foremost authorities on the Quran. He was appointed the judge of Medina. Umar ibn al-Khattab once addressed the Muslims and said, "O people, whoever wants to ask about the Quran, let him go to Zayd ibn Thabit." Now remember, that's Umar ibn al-Khattab, whose atrocious threat to the Persians that I read earlier. During the time of the Caliph Uthman, by which time Islam had spread far and wide, differences in reading the Quran in different dialects of Arabic language became obvious. A group of companions headed by Hudhaifa ibn al-Yaman, who was then stationed in Iraq, came to Uthman and urged him to save the Muslim Ummah before they differ about the Quran. Uthman obtained the manuscript of the Quran from Hafsa and again summoned the leading authority, Zayd ibn Thabit, and some other companions to make copies of it. Zayd was put in charge of the task. The style of Arabic dialect was that of the Quraysh tribe. Hence, this style was emphasized over all others. Saeed and other companions, including Ubay ibn Ka'b, prepared 5 copies. One of these was sent to every Muslim province with the order that all other Quranic materials, whether fragmentary or complete copies, be burnt. When standard copies were made and were widely available to the Muslim community everywhere, then all other material was burnt voluntarily by Muslim communities themselves. This was important in order to eliminate variations or differences in the dialect from the standard text of the Quran. The Caliph Uthman kept a copy for himself and returned the original manuscript to Hafsa. Sources differ about his death. However, the fact he died in Medina in 665, which is 45 AH, whatever that is taken as authentic. Sa'id ibn al-Musayyib stated, I attended the funeral of Zayd ibn Thabit. After he had been buried, Ibn Abbas said, O you people, whoever wishes to know how knowledge leaves us should know that it is like this that knowledge leaves. I swear by Allah that a great deal of knowledge has just left us today.
So what are your views now, Demand?
On what? I have no idea why we just read all of that. It's just, what's the point you're trying to make? You have to give some kind of, I'm going to teach you something that you should have been taught earlier on in life. Point, evidence, explanation. You give a point, you then provide the evidence, and then you give an explanation. All you've done is just given evidence, but you've made no point. So what's the point you're trying to make?
What do you mean the point? The point here, did you not hear? Collection. They've collected from here, there, this man, that woman,
Okay,
and
yeah,
so on.
That's fine. The same thing happened with the Bible. The same thing happened with the Torah.
Listen, Bible,
What's the point?
Bible is not, they're not claiming the word of Jesus.
No,
This
they're
is
claiming the word of God.
Allah.
No, they claim the word of God. The Bible is the word of God. That's what they say.
Oh. You see, this man,
Daman,
somebody
Yo,
talk
okay
with him, honestly.
okay, Daman, do you mind if I step in for a moment?
Yeah, because I'm confused on what his point is here. Like, what's he
All right.
trying to
Okay,
prove?
well, actually, perhaps unintentionally, he actually makes a Christian point of view, and let me tell you why and where.
Mhm.
There's in the New Testament, in the Gospel of Luke, is Luke 16. There's a very interesting, very philosophical, and there's a summary of the prophecy, the holy prophets, Moses, and the life after death. It's a conversation of a rich man who passed away and a poor man who also passed away.
Mhm.
And the rich man found himself in Hades,
Mhm.
while the poor man was together with Abraham. And the conversation actually is between Abraham and the rich man.
Mhm.
And these are the sayings recorded as sayings of Jesus. To make a long story short, the rich man, since when he realized that he lived away from God, the grace of God,
Mhm.
he asked to send at least another prophet back to the world to let his brothers know about the true God.
Mhm. Mhm.
To which Abraham answers, and these are the words of Christ. But Abraham said, if they will not listen to Moses and the prophets, they will not be convinced, even if someone were to rise from death.
Mhm.
Now, Christ spoke about himself. He will be the one to rise from death. So when you have already an ultimate word coming to the world, this already, this in a sense closes the matter of any other additional book. In this very passage, it shows us that all the messengers were sent. Everything was already told. The prophets would reveal something of the holy nature to the mankind.
Mhm.
But even if somebody will rise from the dead and tell them, they will still not accept it.
Mhm.
If you look at the Quran, if you look at the Muslims, this is whom they're talking about. They will not accept it no matter what. Even if somebody rise from the dead and show them, look, I was dead and now I'm alive, they still won't accept it. They will say, no, that didn't happen. It was the incarnation, death, and resurrection as one. If you listen to every Muslim at Hyde Park, anyone else, they always have this fixed question, oh, why Jesus died? Why Jesus died?
Mhm.
They will never think of the event of three, incarnation, death, and resurrection, but I only will focus on one thing. Precisely how it's reflected in the words of Jesus, already would say, he will foretell. Those people will not accept the word of God no matter what.
I think I'm being dense here right now, but how has this got anything to do with what he just read out for, well, Lieutenant just read out in regards to the collation? This is what I was trying to understand. Why did we just read the collation? And don't get me wrong, the story is good, what you're telling me, and I understand where you're going with that. But it's just, I don't have an understanding of how it relates to what he just read.
Well, first of all, we know that the knowledge, much of the knowledge was destroyed, and whatever has been preserved, it still serves no purpose, and because it's already it's a form of like a spiritual miscarriage. It's a stillborn act. There's nothing in it.
Nothing in.
So whether they're gonna cut a head of it or leg or any limb, there's still nothing in it anymore.
I'm so confused.
Not only that, Muhammad has not approved that book. Do you understand?
Yeah, no, I understand that Muhammad didn't write the book himself. That's why.
That is it. The book is invalid.
It doesn't, like, Jesus didn't write the gospel himself.
Stop that, please. Jesus did not. I'm not talking about Jesus. You didn't.
No, exactly. Listen, big nose, Mr. Logic. If you're using this logic with the Quran, use the same logic with the Bible. That's all I'm doing. I'm using the same logic. You're picking and
no,
choosing.
listen, we are not. I'm not making claim against Jesus. Listen, those people.
That's my point. You're so fixated.
Banksy can answer you on that. I don't want to go through that.
You're not seeing the bigger picture. You're just going, oh, look.
The Bible and the other books of the Christians are not from God. Directly.
So what if the Quran wasn't written by Muhammad? Cool, that's great.
Big nose. Let me just jump in here real quick. Can you make your claim again with the passage? What was your claim with the passage?
Oh, the passage was super long. It's just basically talking about the guy who.
Yeah, I know the passage. I just want to see what's the point. What's the argument?
That's what I'm trying to get.
The point is, you believe in Uthman's book, not Muhammad directly.
Why?
Didn't you not listen what she read? Uthman had collected. In the end, Uthman had collected.
What did he collect?
Uthman, who was a caliph.
What did he collect?
Narration of people, crazy people
saying
simple.
What Muhammad
don't you
said.
See how he
and
doesn't see, ladies and gentlemen?
John, this Luke, this Paul, this Thomas in the Bible also wrote down what they had heard from Jesus, and they took that and collated it. So I'm saying, why is it an issue for you about Islam but not about Christianity?
Okay, don't you see it? That book, the narration invites to violence, to kill,
okay, so your
to belittle people.
So your issue with the Quran is the violence.
So tell me now, compare it with the Bible and the other books.
Like I said,
of the
earlier,
Christian.
Yeah, like I said earlier, I think I showed. No, I didn't show it, but I talked about it. There's a verse in the Bible where God tells the Amorites,
so are they applying it now? Are they applying what you've shown, what you read today? Are they applying that thing to today?
Big nose, calm down. What you're doing is you're shifting the goalposts. You go, oh, prove this, and I go, all right, cool, score a goal through your goalpost, and then you go,
you just said, listen, you just said you pointed out the verse for us.
Bruh.
You pointed out the verse from Bible.
Listen, calm down.
Lieutenant told you they're not doing it now. Are they doing it now?
Your issue was a collation, right? That's why we just listened to 5 minutes of Wikipedia, right? Your issue was the collation. Now, it's not the collation, it's the fact that it's violent and this. And then when I try and say that, hey, the Bible's got this as well. Oh, no, that's not the point. Today, you've changed the goalpost 3 times in the last 30 seconds, bro. You don't stick with your logic. You pick and choose when you apply.
Listen, I don't understand. You defending the book, Ravayat.
You don't understand.
Are you defending Ravayat?
No.
Are you defending Ravayat? Yes or no?
I'm defending logic.
What is your logic? Produce your logic. Let me hear it.
Bro, if you just didn't hear me.
All right, let me take this. So
your logic is you comparing with Christianity. That's what you're telling me.
I'm saying if your issue is the collation, that someone's collated these documents and then called it the Ravayat or the Quran, then you must have an issue, because you have an issue with people collating. You have an issue with the people who collated the Gospels and then called it the
I
Holy
don't
Bible.
have issues with them. Don't
There
you
you
see?
go.
You doesn't
So
understand.
you're not
What-
staying true. You're not staying true to your logic. You're staying true to your feelings. You're arguing. You got
I
low
don't think
EQ.
you're
Low
comprehending.
EQ. You're a charlatan.
Listen, the man, I'm saying these people are claiming it's the word of Allah, this book,
Yes.
directly.
And Christians are
Right?
claiming that it's the word
Yes,
of
that is the
God.
claim.
No,
Yes.
Christians are not claiming that. Christianity based on faith.
Jfu, please tell me if I'm wrong.
Oh.
Is the Bible the word of God or not the word of God?
The Bible is not the word of God that God gave narration to it. There are few passages in the Bible, like Ten Commandments, one of them. The one you're speaking about, which is in Samuel 15 or something. But these are the commandments given through the prophets, and you have so actually, which I will go back to what you were saying. I get your point, Daman, but I'll go back to later. But where are the words of God in the Bible? Well, actually, when you study carefully, this is a New Testament. The most mind-blowing the words to me that God would speak is recorded. This is my beloved Son, with whom I'm pleased to listen to him.
Amazing.
So that's to me. So these are words of God recorded.
Beautiful.
There was God that has spoken.
Beautiful. So, like I said, both claim that there's words of God in the. Obviously, the Quran says it's all the word of God, and the Bible says that some are the word of God. Fine, but they both claim the word of God. If your issue is someone claiming the word of God, you've got to be consistent with your claims.
Okay, what
Notice,
do they take when they read the Quran?
Please. I want to go back to what the man was saying, so we stay on the point. The man was referring something from the Old Testament.
Yes.
But Christ himself said these words. He said, "You were taught eye for an eye and tooth for a tooth." And he amended that.
Yes.
He did teach us that there's nothing in the words of Christ that you can show me that he commands you to kill disbelievers or to kill anyone or any group of nations or anything like this. You won't find anything like
He
this.
did say that. He did say that. He said it in the Old Testament when he wrote it. According to you, Jesus.
Say again?
Jesus is the author of the Old Testament, so he wrote it himself. He didn't say it.
So what he's saying is because Christ, the Father, and the Holy Spirit are one. When the original Bible, the Torah, was given, that was Jesus speaking when he said, "Go and kill the Amorites and don't leave any women or children."
Proof right there.
So
Jesus was not God.
If you say Jesus is God, then Jesus did say those words before, but then he changed his mind in human form.
Well, and this is where, let's say, this is where yes, you find discrepancy in understanding, because as we know in the Ten Commandments it says thou shalt not kill. So when you have, and then of course I know the message is to the people thou shalt not kill, and yet when you have a commandment from God, which again, my investigation over the two different deities embedded in the Old Testament, but that's my view. It's okay. I may be a blasphemer on that one. However, to me, the God of love, the one who so loved the world that he gave his only son, I cannot conceive in my mind how the same God would be the one to give an order. In fact, more than one order of exterminating, let's say, some people. To me, that doesn't go together. This is the reason why. Hold on, please. Let me just finish this point. This is the reason why Jesus himself would speak about the worshiping Jews, religious Jews, that they're actually they are of Satan. So the reason why Jesus became so controversial and the reason why they became so furious with Christ on earth, because he actually threatened that identity, which is embedded in the Old Testament. And they realized that actually Christ undermined that entity by many of his teachings and his words.
Jfu, are you a Gnostic?
Well, I'm not denying the truth that is embedded in Gnostic writings. Yeah, but
So
I am a Christian. I'm a Christian. I'm a baptized Christian.
Sure,
But nevertheless, In my view, since you asked me that question, to me, my view was act of the spirit that some of the writings were set aside precisely for the purpose of exposing Islam in the future.
All right, so Big Nose, do you know what an ijaza is? Big Nose.
What's that?
Do you know what an ijaza is? Ijaza.
Permission.
Okay, yeah, well, that's one definition of it. But also in ijaza, in terms of the Quran and Islam, the ijaza is given to someone who memorizes the Quran from a specific teacher. The ijaza is also a chain of narration as well of the Quran. And there's multiple around the world. So when you say the Quran is a ravaya, nobody's denying that is the ravaya. But what's your problem with calling it the Quran? What's wrong with that?
No, it cannot be Quran. Quran, there is no such a nonsense Quran. Who has invented this name? Tell me.
The Quran itself.
How?
By writing it by its own writing. It's in the Quran.
No, look, please stop that. I'm accepting Allah for the time being a God,
Okay.
just for the sake of argument.
Sure.
Right? And giving this revelation to Gabriel and so on forth, right? So Muhammad is repeating what he's receiving to someone or some people who are writing or memorizing. Am I correct?
Yes.
Okay. So who is confirming the authenticity of what they're writing?
Everybody who's in right there. Muhammad himself, the people who are writing it, and them within themselves, each other. Everybody's doing
okay.
Yeah.
So they're writing down, yes? Now they're writing it down.
They're mainly doing memorization, right?
No, it can't be memorization. What are you talking about?
Well, let me explain
They
this
have to write it down now so that Muhammad would say, yes, that's it. You know, dictation you give your brother or sister.
No, wrong.
You know, correction.
Wrong. So back in the Arab times, right, they actually had poetry memorized longer than the Quran. Many people did. You can
look at this guy, Pakistan, defending Quran to me. I'm saying to you, so why weren't they able to write it down? Tell me.
Why weren't they able to? They wrote down.
Write them down, yes, what Muhammad was revealing to them.
The people who knew how to write, some of them did.
Some of them did.
Yes, not the whole of the Quran.
But you saying there was poets. You saying there were poets.
At the time, and
so there must have been books there, books reading poetry to the crowd and here and there. Yes, they must have had books, poetry books.
Poetry was also memorized. That's my point, bro. That's my point. That's my whole point. I'm saying that the poetry was also an oral tradition and was memorized. I can recite.
So invention, somebody would invent from themselves. Yes, looking in the nature or flower, something would.
Exactly.
Okay, so exactly. So how do we know those people have memorized it, suddenly have forgotten? Do you understand what you're saying? And they have to go about their work.
What do you mean suddenly forgotten? Where are you getting that from?
Oh my God. So listen, if you memorize something, right?
Yes.
When you go about look, I left half a kilo of gold. I forgot to take it. What are you talking about? I left in the bin, in the bin. I forgot completely. Half a kilo of gold, you understand? And this is just a word hearing from Muhammad, right, in Arabic, and going about their work, daily task, whatever they do. So when are they going to write them down?
So, okay, let me explain this to you. So the Quran was revealed in 23 years. So modern day people, when they memorize the Quran, let me complete my sentence. So when they memorize the Quran, it takes them 3 years. I can recite off multiple pages of the Quran and not forget. That's all they did every day, all day, every day. There's millions of people memorize.
You can memorize now because there is such a narration.
No. You know how?
Okay, if I say to you something, will you be able to memorize it, and we can test you next week?
You can repeat it to me every single day throughout the week, and I'll be able to memorize.
So
listen,
how many times you have to repeat it every day in order for you to keep going with it?
Brother, listen. I literally memorized multiple pages of the Quran just by listening to audio recitations. 23 years. 23 years.
Okay, listen. Okay, you are trapping yourself now. So Muhammad received this, right? Is he repeating
Yes.
before he producing it out?
This is actually recorded. It's actually been said that it's actually a commandment that when the Quran was being revealed to Muhammad, I think the Jibril said, or the God said, to not repeat after it, but to actually keep your mouth closed.
Where you read? Who says these things?
So
The hadith. One moment. No. How did you know about this? Just what you just said. Hadith is saying, is it?
I think it's either hadith or it's either in the Quran. I'm not too.
Listen, you're a childish man. You saying after death. Wait a minute. Hadith means 300 years later they have told. Oh, somebody. Do you understand what you're saying?
No, you're not even explaining anything. You're just screaming. Listen, let me.
You saying hadith. You read what you just said in the hadith. Hadith is written 300 years later.
No,
right?
No, there was collected 300 years later. It was already written.
So they had they had the hadith, but they didn't have the Quranic verses.
They did. What do you mean? The Quran was preserved first. Give me your source for
honestly.
this.
I'm going based on reality. Listen, if I give you something to memorize to you, you either have to write it down and repeat it before you sleep, or I don't know your way of memorizing things.
Okay.
You have probably a way, yes? You would use a technique and so on. You have to write it on the, stick it on the fridge and so on, but keep repeating it.
No. Listen, you're conflating modern day contemporary methods of memorization to old times. Listen, I'll give you one example. I'll give you an example. If the Quran was never written down, never, to even in 2024, we didn't have a PDF, we didn't have anything, it would still be preserved and people would still memorize it, right?
Because one nonsense is being produced. You are memorizing what what's his name? Uthman has produced.
No.
Do you understand?
Uthman, listen. Okay. Give me 5 minutes. Give me 5 minutes to explain the whole passage.
No. Wait a minute. Do you have a Quran at home now?
Yes, I have multiple.
Read out. What does it say on the first page or the cover?
It says Quran. Why?
No, it never say Quran. Read it properly. The first bit.
What does it say? It says Quran.
And what else is saying? Tell me.
Al-Quran al-Majid. That's it. What?
Narrated?
By no one. It doesn't say it. It doesn't give you the what? What do you mean?
You see, he doesn't want to read it.
Okay, listen. Give me 2 minutes to explain the.
No. Read it. You're dishonest. Read the first page. It says Al-Quran al-Majid. Yes. Underneath must be written. Is it Hafs or Warsh?
Oh, the Qiraat. The Qiraat is.
No, it's not saying Qira'ah. Don't talk nonsense here. It says Ravayat. It's not saying Qira'ah. Does it say Qira'ah?
That is the Qiraat. The Hafs bin Asim is the Qiraat.
No. What is it saying? Read what exactly saying. Because I have a Quran here.
Okay, well, mine doesn't have that one though. I don't have that one, but it's Hafs bin Asim. I know that because I've.
So why his name is there? Tell me why his name is there.
Because that was his way of reciting.
But what's about Muhammad then? What's about Muhammad or Gabriel Angel? How do we know how he has recited? How do we know? You accepted Allah. Listen, please. Listen to your nonsense. You've accepted Allah with no reason, and everything they tell you, you're accepting with no reason. Slippery slope. I've explained it to you.
All right, wait,
these are the important questions.
Let me mess up your mind real quick. So,
your mind. It says.
Yeah, watch. Give me 2 minutes. So, all of the things that were in the passage, the different dialects of Arabic, different dialects exist today. We all know that. But the different qira'ahs, even they are preserved. Even the different ways of reciting.
I know where you bring in these things. Telling me where he's written these things.
Who's written these? What?
How do you know these things? Where have you read these things? You're telling us.
You just pulled up the passage. I'm going with that, right? The passage said that there were multiple dialects being formed. Those mukhtalif, those different.
Exactly. So it's a man explanation. It's not Muhammad explanation.
Those dialects are still preserved. The different qira'ats are still. There's the Welsh qira'at. Yes, there's a Hafs bin Asim qira'at. There's multiple different qira'ats. There's 10 qira'ats of the Quran. Different ways to recite. How you elongate the letters. How you short. That's different. That's the Quran. Still is the same Quran. The different dialects were
So
different.
how do we know Muhammad's recitation to people? How do we know how he recited to them?
We know that through the how they used to
You see,
recite from the. What do you mean you see?
because you were there, you were listening, weren't you?
How the Quraysh recited. They recited.
No, how Muhammad was receiving, right? You saying, I'm going with that. That's nonsense still, but only for the advancement of our discussion. So he receives, I don't know how, right? So he has to repeat how many times in order for him, you saying he's illiterate, how he's going to repeat this to people. And where does he get it? Sometimes maybe while he was eating food or in the desert. So how he going to find people to quickly repeat what he's received?
Well, he first memorized it himself, though. What do you? So he first memorized
You
it.
come on, matey, think, please. You're 17. You're saying you're 17 years old, and you have absolutely no critical thinking.
Brother, I'm telling you, he received the Quran. It's not that long. It's brother. People take 3 years to memorize the Quran. 3 years. That's it. They don't even use a physical
how do
copy.
they do that? How do they memorize?
They don't even use a physical copy. I know places where they don't.
No. Tell me please tell me how does one memorize one chapter, for example, just
over and over again out loud.
Over and over, thank you. How many times you have to repeat over and over again? And what age do you have to be at?
You could be at any age, but you have to keep on.
No, you couldn't be at any age. What? I'm just saying I've left half a kilo. Right?
Brother, listen, you have work. You do a job, right? He didn't have a job. He just sat at his house, and that's all that they did all day, every day. You don't understand it. You're just making this up because you don't want to.
So how was he seeing people? You saying Sunnah? You going by Sunnah? You also telling us, oh, it's Sunnah. Wasn't he teaching? Okay. Anyway, anybody else want to come in?
What's the actual topic of discussion? Is it just about the Quran and the Rivayat and all that stuff?
The authenticity of these Rivayat, yes. How that Uthman, the end, they've accepted Uthman has collected without the permission. He had no right. Only Muhammad, we're going only by Muhammad. So he has never produced anything.
He made the written one.
He made a written one.
He asked Zayd bin Thabit to create a committee of Hufaz, people who had
Who did ask?
So first things first, stop talking, let me finish.
No, you tell. Clarify. Who asked? Who asked?
I'm telling you. This was started during the time of Abu Bakr to create one written copy so that it could be distributed to multiple places where Islam
exactly. Listen, please. It's important for you now. Listen. That man was a caliph. So that boy, on the duress, he would do anything what he says. Don't you get it? In the absence of Muhammad, anything is done. It's illegal.
The only thing you're missing there, the only thing that you're missing and being so ignorant of is that at that moment, hundreds and hundreds of people, even thousands actually, had memorized the entire Quran. If even one
confirmation bias, how do we know what they're saying is? Listen, please.
Because they've memorized
That's called
it.
Fear of caliph. Listen, they were cutting the heads. When Muhammad died, lots of people ran away.
Sorry, can I just ask one question?
Changed, brother. What do you? Nobody ever disagreed on the Quran.
Sir, can I ask you a question? Where is the original Uthman's Quran?
What do you mean? Where is it?
Where is the first Uthmanic compiled Quran?
I mean, I don't know its location. Do you have a location? Do you have an address for it? I don't.
You're the Muslim. If this was okay, imagine this. You're in the 7th century. You just compiled the Quran from all the parchments, all the Hafiz, all the bark, whatever, and you put it together, and this is it. The first Quran, like the first Harry Potter book, Superman issue 1. Where is that one?
That obviously paper decays over time. Like it's probably already decayed.
We have letters from thousands of years ago. You do know that we have the Dead Sea Scrolls. We have scrolls from the original Hebrew text, which is 4,000 years old. You're telling me in 1,700 years ago, in the 7th century, they couldn't preserve the Quran?
I'm telling the well, that specific copy in the desert and all that heat probably wasn't. Well, it was also used.
So they didn't think of the Quran so great. This first Uthmanic Quran, the first one in a book form, they didn't think it was so revered and so great that they should preserve it. They just let the desert.
Well, that's exactly my point. Thank you for bringing up my point. That's my point. I'm telling you, the Quran was memorized. It's an oral tradition. They don't need a book. It's all redundant.
But where is that first book?
There's scanned copies of it too. I can show it to you.
If I burn the Quran today, Muslims will tear me limb from limb, and that's just an English copy of it, an English translation of it. And you're telling me that very first Uthmanic Quran, the Muslims didn't want to preserve that one. They didn't want to keep that one. Put it in a glass box, put it in a box somewhere, and make sure that it's preserved for all time. The very first one.
Okay, well, there's scanned copies of it. So there you go.
I have to defend actually Muslims on this part, because one of the hadith states that in the house of Muhammad, when he kept his writings, and he supposedly he was unable to write, but anyway, the pages of Quran that were in his house were eaten by a goat.
Oh.
So I'm not surprised that the Quran is not preserved if the goat can come into Muhammad's house and eat it.
He didn't eat all of the Quran. I mean, how hungry was this goat?
Look at. I already pulled it up. You can pull it up. Ask the lieutenant to pull it up.
I mean, I can eat half a Quran, but I can't eat a full.
There's also, I want to give you the scanned copies. Ask the lieutenant to pull them up. The Uthmanic scanned text copies. There's the whole Quran scanned from the.
Listen, if that is the case, there's no argument to make anymore, because how do you know which verse has eaten? How do you know that verse must have been something very beautiful?
You keep on bringing up the written parts. The written part is really redundant. It's very. I'm telling you, I can recite pages upon pages.
That would be the proof to people like me to shut my mouth. What are you talking about?
Okay, so search it up.
You're going by memories, people's memories. Do you understand?
By hundreds. You can forget a verse. The hundreds of other people.
Unfortunately, for your argument, I'm sorry. Unfortunately, for your argument, you would have to produce those people from that time now to affirm that what you have is what they memorized, and you can't do that because they're dead.
Listen, I already told
you. They're dead.
The ijaza, that's the sunan, that the whole thing. There's a whole.
Yeah, but you can't guarantee the authenticity of that chain.
So essentially, your proof is trust me, bro. That is your
okay.
evidence.
I'm gonna have to
trust me, bro.
I'm gonna have to back him up for a second. The Torah was originally a oral tradition. It was passed from generation to generation orally, and then it was written down over a period of time on scrolls. Some of these scrolls were destroyed by enemies. Some people, probably like the Pharisees, the people in charge, didn't like people to have this access to it, so maybe they destroyed it. Maybe there is a situation where Muhammad's kept copies of everything and then the people in charge did destroy it. But it doesn't mean, like with the Torah, that it's all completely gobbledygook. Maybe they've just changed things in there. So maybe in this situation, it's the same thing where it was an oral tradition. Yeah, it got it written down. People didn't like the fact that it was written down, and
that argument would hold pretty well if you had the Jewish history of pogroms and displacement and the what you call it, the shrine, the thingy of David. I forgot. The synagogue of David being destroyed and a mosque being built.
Yeah, but that's from external. That's from external enemies. I agree. I'm not saying. I'm not saying Islam. I'm not saying these guys had external enemies that were coming in to destroy it. Maybe you had a few pagans that were doing that, but I'm thinking it's an internal job. It was an inside job by the what was the word that Big Nose used? The caliphate.
Well, are you saying that because this is what I was just trying to get to, is that the Temple of David was destroyed and the mosque was built on top of it? This is where Al-Quds is and all of that stuff. This is the history of the Jews. So the Jews have been displaced a lot. So if you were to make an argument that their original text may have been burnt either internally or externally, given the turmoil history that they had, it would make sense. But with the Muslims, the Kaaba has been sitting for literally from the time of Muhammad, has been stood in the same place at the same location, protected by the Muslims for the whole time. You're telling me they couldn't take one copy of the Uthmanic Quran
I
and
already gave
place
you
it in the
screen.
Kaaba
I already
and
gave you
say
screen.
this is going to be protected for all time?
There,
Well, yeah, but I already gave it to you. I already gave it to you. So you can search it up online. The scanned Uthmanic text. It's literally the Quran that he had, and it's the whole Quran scanned. So you can go look at that.
But Uthman burnt all the other copies, didn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, he
But
burned.
we don't have the
No,
original
hang on.
Uthmanic Quran.
No,
Yeah, yeah,
he's
but-
saying it is
Uthmanic,
online.
I don't mind.
He's saying the
But
Uthmanic
why
Quran's online.
would he burn anything?
He burned the different dialects, so there's only one dialect to speak in.
But we still
Why?
have 10 dialects. We still have the
How
10
do we know
Qira'ats.
he's burned down the correct ones? How do we know?
It's not even
He's
that.
burned down the
with
beautiful Quran, for
but it's not even
example.
that.
Let
With
me
all his efforts
Very
of
good
burning
point.
everything, we still have 10 Qira'ats to this day.
There was 20 at one point.
Listen. The different qira'at aren't different recitation. There aren't different meanings to it. It's the same meaning. He wanted to establish a standard qira'at. That's why he did that.
No, there is
But
different
the
meanings.
But
qira'ats
by whose authority? Allah was given,
to do what?
or Muhammad? By whose authority he wanted to establish one type of qira'ah?
He established the one qira'at for the physical copy
No, by whose authority? Allah or Muhammad?
by Allah's authority.
But he failed at
Okay,
that.
produce that evidence.
He was a caliphate. So
Yeah, also show us the evidence. Where's the surah that Allah decreed to say that Uthman can actually keep one?
It's here,
written
look.
Qira'at?
It's here.
So the-
ذلك الكتاب لا ريب فيه هدى للمتقين. Which book, mighty?
Mighty, I already explained it to you, the Quran, brother. What's so hard about to understand that?
I think the issue here is that they're trying to say that you can't rely that the text that you've got at the moment is exactly the same 100% text that Muhammad was given, which you definitely can't say is 100% because, like,
The most beautiful sentence you produce
I
demand
was trying
this many
not to
times.
gang up on him. It's already like 4-on-1, and I was just trying to balance it out a bit. But at the same time, he's not understanding that your point is just essentially that you can't trust that it's exactly the same text that Muhammad received.
So you're telling me that if one Quran was revealed and 10,000 people memorized it, right?
Well, no, dude. You gotta think about this logically. When the Quran was given, it was given in 7 aharuf, which Muhammad said that were given in 7 different modes, 7 different ways of being recited. We don't have 7 different Qurans.
It was given in
you've
one.
got 10 qira'at. At one point, you had 30 qira'at. The qira'at is what people
That's
have.
not how that works. Sorry, that's incorrect.
This is what a Muslim told me. So
no. The Quran was revealed in one, but the thing is, people recite different ways.
yes, it's not about the recitation though. This is the point.
They have accents.
There's a hadith where there's 2 disciples of Muhammad.
Correct.
Yes, ashab.
Yeah, so you know what I'm about to say. So if one of them is if both of them are hanging around with Muhammad, they're both from the same part of Arabia or whatever it's called, and they both speak the same dialect, but they're saying different things, and the guy thinks, hey, what you've said isn't what I've been taught, and he pulls
Same
him
thing, it's
and
not
takes him
different
to
things.
Muhammad. That means that there was 2 different ways of reading which had 2 different meanings, and this is why he was so upset.
That's incorrect. That's completely incorrect. So the Quran was revealed in one single way that had the same meaning. That's the purpose of the Qira'at. It's always the same meaning. It's just a different accent. For example, you're speaking in a different accent than I am. That's literally what it is. I can show you a difference in 2 Qira'ats. I can sound them out for you, and the only difference between them is the
Is this the
enunciation.
Omeji? I've probably butchered that. The one means king and one means ruler or something. Is that the example?
Malik and Malik.
Malik Omedin and Malik. Yeah.
Yeah, that's
I've heard that. Yeah, but the point is there's 2 different words. One means ruler and one means king or something. So
yeah,
they have different meanings, correct?
That's different. That's the part of the Qira'at. According to the Qira'at,
They have different
both of
meanings.
those people have different accents. People pronounce that word. Look at the minute difference that is. Even that is preserved today. That we know that's how different ways people recited. But according to the science of Qira'at, even that word has the same meaning today. In the Quran, at least.
There you go. In the Quran, it depends on whether you're reading it in Hafs, this, that, the other version. So essentially, you don't have the exact way that Muhammad gave it because you've got the way that people remembered it with their tongue and with their accents. You don't have the original way that Muhammad said it. So just based on that, you could just go, cool, yeah, maybe we don't have it, but you could still learn some truth from it, and you could still gain some wisdom from it and leave any
Okay.
BS.
Even if that was true, it doesn't make a difference. The Quran is still the same. All the letters are still the same. Every single letter is the same. Every single word is the same.
It's not, because even
Literally not.
the dots and everything was added afterwards, wasn't it? So it can't be exactly the same.
It is exactly the same. It's okay. That's why I'm saying it's an oral tradition. The letters, the all those letters or the dots, there are for people like me. I'm not Arab, right? That's why I can't read Arabic like an Arab can. So
Could you imagine if a Christian came to you and said, "Oh yeah, it was all an oral tradition. We've kept it all as an oral tradition for hundreds of years." You'd say, "Bullshit. We've misremembered stuff. You've said things wrong. It's been changed. It's been corrupted."
That's an assumption you're making, and that's incorrect. I would actually say that if hundreds of thousands of people memorized whatever the Bible and all that, what Jesus said, I would actually believe that.
So how about this? Instead of 1,000 people memorizing it, maybe you've got 100 people writing it down, and maybe one person's made a slight mistake and written 42, and the other person's written 40, but the rest of the story is legit and it's the exact same thing. Would you then go, okay, cool, it's the Injil that Muhammad was talking about?
Well, you have to think about it, right? Because okay, let me answer. So in the Quran, if you have something like that, which doesn't exist for this exact reason, because people might have made mistakes and they were pointed out. Even though whatever the Injil, whatever your example you're using for this, even if it was written down, it still has those contradictions. You still can't run away from that. That's why we believe the Quran is the word of God, because it has no contradictions amongst so many verses. Because if people made mistakes, they were able to be easily pointed out, right? That's the beauty of the oral transition.
Okay.
If 100 people memorize it, it's very impossible for you to lose credibility. Even today, you can pull up a Hafid, and I can recite from memory, and he can correct my recitation to the syllable. He can say, this syllable is correct, this syllable is incorrect. That's how it was preserved.
Do you believe that the Hadith are also the word of God?
The Hadith al-Qudsi are the word of God, which are Muhammad that was revealed to him directly from God. What's something that God said, and then Muhammad said, "This is what God said to me."
So the Hadith are the word of God. The Quran's the word of God.
No. That you didn't hear me. I said some Hadiths, maybe the specific Hadith where Muhammad says in the start, "This is the word of God," and I'm telling you this right here.
And if there was two Hadiths where Muhammad said, "This is the word of God," and there was a contradiction between the two.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think that those two would be then added to that hadith, or do you think that they would kind of hide the one that was contradicting the other?
If two hadiths contradict each other, you can actually make the argument, say that they might not be true. You can say that, and I'll accept that. Sure, you can give me a narration. I'll say yes.
No, but it's just the fact that because we know that a lot of these hadiths were collated afterwards, and I think Abu Bakr collected them. And he had thousands and thousands, and he had to discard so many, and he kept so many. So did he just discard the word of God potentially?
You have to give me a reference for that. But I'm saying even if you find two hadith that are actually contradicting, I'd say sure, one of them might be incorrect. I'll come up and say this: one has to be correct and one has to be incorrect, or they're both incorrect.
In one of the hadiths, Muhammad says that. I can't remember who he's talking to, some kind of leader. He says to him, listen, all you need to do is just admit that Allah is your God and that you will worship him alone, and that's all you need to do. And then you find out from the Quran, apparently that's not enough. Or I think it's from the Quran. I know it's from Muslims telling me this. That's not enough. You also have to believe in the books. You have to believe in this. You have to believe in that. You have to believe Muhammad is the last prophet. You've got all these 5 different things that you also have to believe on top of in Allah. So do you not see these as inventions by the people to propagate and push the religion rather than the truth being shared?
Okay, so again, same thing. This is another short testament, right? I have it in my memory, the hadith you're quoting. That hadith specifically says before your death, if you're right about to die, and you just say La ilaha illallah Muhammadur Rasulullah, you could actually have your ticket to Jannah, to paradise. Obviously, to be a good Muslim and to achieve ranks in heaven and to have a sort of solid way to get into Jannah, you have to do all the other stuff. And to be a good Muslim, to be a good person in society. So it's both ways.
So Muhammad wasn't giving that guy good advice. He was just giving him basic advice.
No, there were two different advices.
Yeah, a basic advice instead
God
of the
can
good
forgive
advice. He didn't want him to have a good place in heaven. He just wanted him to get into heaven as a lonely person, as a beggar.
Well, if he was to say that God is one and I worship him, he'd definitely go ahead and believe in the messenger in the book. So he'd definitely want to go ahead and work on his way forward. But as Muslims, we can't influence someone's choice. If someone says we're Muslim and they said the La ilaha illallah Muhammad Rasulullah and they don't pray, we can't say anything to them. If they're Muslim or not, that's them and they're with God. That's their own personal thing.
What about? Okay. Does someone else want to go? Otherwise, I'm going to go into the apostasy thing. Since we're talking about free will and believing whatever you want to believe or do whatever you want to do.
Yeah, before you do that, I have a question actually. The question is to the Muslim guy. What do you think of all the rewards that you receive when you go to Islamic heaven? What do you think of 72 virgins and all that?
It's heaven. You're a Christian too.
72 virgins is heaven. And pearl tent, according to the hadiths. When you're going to circle around having sex with some women, is that heaven?
That's not,
endless sexual instrument is heaven, right? And endless erection, it's heaven. Is that correct?
No, that's not like that. So
I just like to let the Christian gentleman know that yes, that is heaven. That is called the penthouse, Playboy penthouse. He held a birthday party every year.
No.
God bless you, Hefner.
Bang.
May he be in Jannah with all the houris.
Banksy, this heaven is an institution that you know of. It's on a certain street.
All right, so the reward in the paradise is going to be different from the reward here. The way you feel after intercourse here is going to be different in heaven. So it's a spiritual reward. It's all symbolized. It's not going to be, I don't think it's going to be physical. But I don't even know too much about this topic yet. But yeah, if that's what it says in the Quran, then that's what I believe, and that's what I think of it.
Okay. And you don't see it as any form of bribery for lonely, ugly men?
Huh?
You don't see this kind of promises a form of bribery for lonely, ugly men or men who have really ugly wives?
No.
No?
No.
Okay. All right.
Don't seem to follow that too much, but okay, sure.
So, just out of curiosity, why are you 100% a believer of Islam? If, like, you believe all the books and you believe the thing, but why do you believe it?
Why do I believe it? Well, obviously, I was born into it, and I've actually studied it, and I've seen some personal life experiences that actually allow me to say that God is one. And if I look at the religious models out there, for example, Christianity, I can never believe that God would become a human being and do all these things that are in Christian tradition and all that.
Mm-hmm.
Also, multiple verses in the Quran that I actually pulled up on the stream before that are like scientific proofs that nobody could have known back then.
Okay.
Could I ask you a quick question, just quickly?
Sorry, Yuji, do you mind if I just...
Yeah, of course, yeah.
Sorry, I'll defer to you in a second. So, you say you don't believe that God can become a human being, right?
Yeah.
Do you believe that God can blow a spirit into a woman's vagina to create a baby?
Yeah.
Okay, so why is one more believable than the other?
Why is one? Can God lie?
He can
hide
the truth.
Would God lie?
He can hide the truth.
Okay, but I'm asking, would God lie though?
No.
Yeah, so that's against his nature.
God yeah, but that goes beyond. You're saying that because God doesn't lie, and the Quran says that you're deferring back to the Quran as your source of authority and saying, because...
No, I'm asking you.
Yeah, that's the point.
That's a childish argument, because when he says God, it's God's nature. God is above any nature. There's no nature of God.
It doesn't matter.
God is
it doesn't matter whether God can lie or not. What I'm trying to ascertain is, you say God cannot become a man, and then you say, but God can blow a breath into a woman's vagina, and that becomes a man. So my question is, where's the disconnect? Why do you believe in one and not the other? If God can do anything and he could blow his breath into a vagina and create a baby, why can't he come down as a human being?
That's all. Metaphorical. So the spirit that's being blown into Mary and the birth of Jesus, that's all biologically proven, though. Like the virgin birth of Jesus, right? We have people in the world today that are
It's
women.
not biologically proven.
It is. You can search it up. There's a woman that can have children without having intercourse.
I will definitely have to look that up. All right, Nuji, sorry about stopping you there. You carry on.
No, absolutely, yeah. After you, Damanji. If you were to find a verse in the Quran that was obviously an error,
yeah,
would you say that was proof positive that this wasn't from the God of the universe, the creator of the universe?
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
So what do you make of the inheritance problem?
What inheritance problem?
Well, the rules that are set out in the Quran for inheritance, under certain circumstances, lead to mathematical mistakes.
Okay, you have to point it out to me.
Okay, well, it's
are
basically.
You a Christian, by the way?
Sorry?
Are you a Christian?
No.
Okay.
So let's say a man passed away and both of his parents are still alive, and he has 2 daughters and a wife.
Okay.
The inheritance rules set forth by Allah are wrong.
Give me the reference.
Sure. As far as I know, it's 4:11 and 4:12.
Okay.
It's quite a well-known problem.
Okay.
It's also a problem if a woman dies and leaves 2 sisters and a husband.
So what happens in those cases?
What happens is you end up having too much of the original estate being given out. So the numbers need to add up to 100%. But in the second case I gave you, they add up to 116.7%.
Okay, so do you have the verse with you right now? Can you read it out to me?
Yeah, I'm reading it from someone else's quote, so forgive me if it's not quite right. Allah instructs you concerning your children for the male what is equal to the share of 2 females, but if there are only daughters, 2 or more, for them is 2/3 of one estate, and if there is only one, for her is half. And for one's parents, each of them is 1/6 of his estate if left to children. But if he had no children and parents alone inherit from him, then for his mother is 1/3, and if he had brothers, for sisters, for his mother is 1/6. After any bequest he may have a bit, but it goes on like this basically for 2 chapters. So you can investigate this yourself because obviously it's something you need to have a look at. But the maths itself doesn't make sense. This isn't a problem with the time being different, because maths, I'm sure you'll agree, hasn't changed since the 1400s or the 700s. It isn't a problem with translation, because this is about mathematical issues. So it's not that it's been translated incorrectly from the Arabic. It's a well-known issue within Arabic culture.
Give me the part where it's the what the example you gave with, what was it, the 2?
Yeah, the example, let's say a man passed away, he leaves both of his parents are still living, he has 2 daughters and a wife. So in that instance, 2/3 for the daughters will be split among themselves. 1/8 would go to the wife.
Right now?
Yeah, you can go for the numbers now. These are simple fractions. I can give you these. There are 4 simple fractions that will add up to more than 100%. So in this instance, the rules under the Quran say that 2/3 for the daughters split among each other, 1/8 for the wife, 1/6 for the mother, 1/6 for the father, and you end up with a sum that's incorrect.
Okay, so what we have to do is you go by priority then. Then you just have to give it to...
Hang on. Why would you need to make a correction to God's ruling here?
I'm not making a correction. I'm just saying how to implement it.
Well, the God has already told you how to implement it.
Yeah,
2/3 for the daughters, 1/8 for the wife, 1/6 for the mother, 1/6 for the father.
For example, if someone passes away and he has a wife and a daughter and kids, right? Who would get it first?
No, it doesn't matter who gets it first. The numbers are wrong.
Okay, well, I'll get back to you on that. I'm not in the mood to do a lot of math right now, and this verse is a bit confusing. So I'll ask my imam to do the exact calculations. But I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I mean, I can tell you what the Islamic apologetic for is that the scholars fixed it afterwards by making adjustments. But why would the God of the universe need his?
So it's completely incorrect. There's no changes to anything.
No, they're not changing the Quran. They're changing the rules after the fact.
They wouldn't change anything. That's completely incorrect.
Well, they would be impossible for them to fulfill the rule.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like if it's in a case where, because you're making up this scenario where you're saying that there has 4 daughters, it's a very specific scenario. So there's nothing about there's no specific ruling for that scenario, but I can give it to you on how you would act upon that if that was the case. Because I'm pretty sure
he gave you the formula. He gave you the mathematical formula. What are you talking about?
A priority, and you can also look at hadith to cross-reference in scenarios where.
But why would the God of the universe need his maths or his ruling corrected by human beings?
The math only doesn't add up if you do 2 things, and that is you create your own specific scenario, and then you also distribute them without priority.
Well, it's not me creating a scenario. That would be someone having passed away with both parents living, 2 daughters and a wife.
That's a scenario, correct?
Yeah, but I wouldn't be creating that. That exists in the world.
You're imagining. You're putting it hypothetical.
And no, that does exist in the world. That has happened many thousands of times.
Okay.
And a woman dies, leaving 2 sisters and a husband. Quite common.
I think what he's trying to say is that if you gave the example of a man and a woman having 1 kid, how would they divide it? You'd get a different answer. But because of the scenario you've presented, which does happen, I'm not saying it doesn't, but the scenario you presented does make the math a bit more difficult.
Yeah, sure. But there's also multiple other verses too about this exact topic. I'll get back to you on that later. I'm not going to do that much math right now. But if you will, would you go to, if you have the Quran open, if you go to chapter 21, verse 33.
Well, there would be one answer to that particular problem, which would be that in that case, they were not Muslim.
Okay, you just gotta stop talking. I don't even know. Like at this point, I don't know if you're drunk or something, but you gotta I already just said I'm not gonna do that much math in my head. I'm gonna ask someone else who knows more. I'm 17. You're 54.
Oh shit, you're 17. Oh shit.
Yeah, sure. I mean, no, hang on. It's completely fair that he needs to go back and look at this. That's perfectly understandable. But I hope that you do. I honestly hope that you do look at it and don't just ignore this, because this is a complete defeater for this being written by God.
I'll look at this and I'll let you know, because most of these things after I go to the debate, I go back to my mom and he lets me know, and that usually makes sense. So I'll go back. But this 54-year-old dude, I mean, you're just preaching Christianity here. All right, this is about Islam. It's not about Christianity.
I'm not a Christian.
I know. I'm talking about Jay.
He's talking about Jay.
Oh, right. Sorry.
Okay. So why would Allah say that he cannot have a partner, or does not have a partner? That's why he cannot have a son.
Oh my God! What do you mean? What do you mean he says that?
No, this
these
poor kid has already admitted his God isn't even omnipotent. So I mean,
the
Quran
Quran says
God isn't even omnipotent. So I mean,
what's her name? The person just speaking. What's her name?
You can call me Banksy.
Okay, I'll call you Benson. So what was your question again? You're a Christian, right? If I'm not mistaken.
No.
So are you atheist?
Through and through.
Huh?
To the bone.
Atheist?
Yeah. Atheist.
Yes.
Okay, sure. So
no, I'm saying your God isn't even omnipotent. So I mean, if your God isn't even omnipotent, why are we even like worried about? I mean, any other question about God can't have a mate and can't have a kid without a mate? An omnipotent God would be able to do all of these things. An omnipotent God would have limitations, and so I agree that Allah has limitations, and it's fair, and Allah should work within His means.
Okay, so
Allah should live within His means, as they say.
All right, can a square be a circle?
Well, if God is omnipotent, then yeah, in the sense of what God can do.
Well,
my God can make a square circle.
What's your God?
My God is the omnipotent creator of the universe and everything.
And I thought you were atheist, though.
What does that mean? What's that got to do with it?
Atheists don't.
You asked me what is my God. I gave you my God definition of one of my God's attributes. It's actual omnipotence. It can actually make a square circle.
All right, man, sure.
I've got a question for you, if you don't mind.
And can have a son.
Hang on. This square circle business. This is actually quite important because it has some logical entailments that you may not realize that you've just fallen into here. Is it, if something is logically impossible, is it also metaphysically impossible?
Yes.
Ooh,
that's going to leave you a huge problem.
So are you telling me that your God only operates within the realms of logic?
Well, with humans, obviously it's different. But the thing is, like,
does your God only operate within the realms of logic? because my God created logic and it can exist outside of logic. It can literally be illogical. That's why it can create a square circle.
That's why I believe too.
But can your God actually do things that are illogical?
But the thing is, like,
So if you want to retract what you said before, you could happily say that something can be logically impossible and metaphysically possible.
Yeah, sure, but
so God in the metaphysical realm can make a square.
You can't define that though. According to the definition, according to what your understanding is, you can't say a square is a circle. You can't define it that way. That would
within the realms of logic.
No,
in the metaphysical realm, he can do that.
Sure.
Define metaphysical, please.
Beyond the physical.
Okay, well, in the physical form, yeah, the same thing. God cannot become a human.
But my God can.
But geometry does not exist in physical. These are archetypal concepts.
Well, you could be a nominalist if you like. That's fine.
All right. Is Lieutenant on the line? If I could please ask her to open up 2133 for everybody.
This is a short verse, I think. And he is the one who created the day and the night, the sun and the moon, each traveling in an orbit. Yep.
Okay, so do you know when it was discovered the sun had an orbit?
When it was described that the sun had an orbit, people have always observed that the sun goes around.
The sun had an orbit was discovered literally in the past 20, 30 years.
No.
What?
Okay, let's search it up. The sun had an orbit.
Shall we just take a dump on Galileo here?
The sun didn't have an orbit.
Where do you think the sun orbits? The center of the galaxy? Because we've known that for much longer than 20 years.
Okay, let's see.
Are you using science to prove the Quran is true?
Yes.
It's a really bad idea.
Why?
It is a bad idea.
Because if I pull out something else from the Quran that shows that science is wrong,
the man, stop it. Stop it. Let the boy roll. Let him cook.
You know what he'll do.
Sorry?
Words don't mean what they mean.
All right, it was early.
It's different in the Arabic.
Early 20th
Times were
century.
different then.
It was like early 1900s. It was discovered that the sun had an orbit.
Let me ask you this: you said that because you mentioned that women gave birth, and I just found the thing. She had a 3-year-old child who was a boy, but only had female DNA. So Jesus being born, is that a miracle or not?
That is a miracle.
How is it a miracle? If this woman has just given birth to a 3-year-old kid without having sex with a man, are you saying that she's just experienced a miracle and maybe that's the new Jesus that we need to go follow?
Oh
no, but for example, that was unknown at the time, and also same thing.
It doesn't matter if it was unknown at the time. The fact is, the human body is able to do this without having a male person in the picture.
Yeah,
there's a naturalistic explanation for that.
So why is it a miracle?
Also, listen, the same thing with Moses splitting the sea, right? For Moses splitting the sea.
We're talking about this miracle first, and then we could go to Moses splitting the sea.
I'm just giving you an example, from it to try to explain that. It's the same thing with that. I'm giving you a scientific explanation that there was a low tide when that happened. The sea didn't actually just start flowing up and split. There was actually a low tide.
So people didn't understand low tide back then. Is that what you're saying? And they considered that a miracle.
It was a miracle in the sense that it happened at that moment.
Okay, so this isn't a miracle that Jesus was born without a father. It's just a miracle that it happened at that moment. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
So why isn't this moment a miracle? This woman who's just given birth, we've been discussing the fact that virgin birth for years and years, for 2,000 years, essentially. Why isn't this a miracle where God has just proven, hey, I can do this again?
Well,
not only that, Jesus said he's coming back.
Yeah, exactly. At the end. So,
this
kid could be Jesus. And he's got a female DNA. So he's like the feminine version of a man.
Okay, but the story aspect of it as well, you have to take that into account that Jesus was a prophet too.
Yeah, but how do you know he's a prophet? You need to go pray to him first, right? Or go.
Yeah, you do know he didn't come into his prophet until his 30s.
True.
I was going to say
technically 30 years from now, this kid.
Got 30 years ago.
God already willed it though. He willed it before. But I wanted to pull up that verse.
Yeah, we were going to do the orbit around the orbit.
Yeah, that's what I was explaining. That nobody.
Okay, so hang on. This could easily just be a geocentric model where they thought that the Earth was the center of the universe and that the sun and the moon were traveling around the Earth. Doesn't say anything about the galactic center.
The sun had an orbit around, but the thing is, nobody accepted that belief.
No, they did. They thought.
Well, yeah, they did. It was obvious to everybody. The sun goes around,
The Earth.
The Earth. That was their.
That was the
They found that to be the
model.
most. Yeah, it's a geocentric model.
Yeah.
This doesn't say anything about the sun going around the galactic center.
No.
I see your point. I see your point in that.
The whole thing back before Galileo was the geocentric model, which was the Earth, the sun and the moon go around the Earth, and the Earth is the center of the universe. In fact.
Yeah, that wasn't the belief there, though.
Yes, that was the belief before Galileo.
Yeah,
it's the most parsimonious belief that we are a stationary center and things go around us, because that's how
I
it
understand,
is.
but that's not what the Quran is depicting here.
Well, why would you say that it was depicting anything other than what it seems to be saying, which is that I can make an exegesis out of this as well as you can. It doesn't say what you say it's saying. Like when I see in the Quran, sperm comes from the backbone and the rib, you will tell me that that's some kind of translation issue.
No, I'm saying like there's some like hikmah to it, though. There's some science to it to back it up.
Oh well, that's just bullshit.
Sometimes I feel a little bit spermy in my backbone though.
But that's what I was saying. That you don't want to go down the science route, bro.
That's called loneliness.
Yeah, that's just anatomically wrong.
Okay, but there's multiple different like verses that I can use to explain that, though. There's like the one of the different seas, that seas are separate.
Yeah, I mean, you can try and explain it anytime. Like there are no anatomical reasons to take that as fact. That is provably wrong.
No, he was going to go on to another verse that talks about the two seas meeting.
I was saying
he's not going to answer the question that we asked.
Yeah, I don't know how to like answer that fully to your extent. I think that's what it's talking about.
No, but this is the issue, though. You use the Quran to confirm the Quran, and then when anyone points out an issue with it, you go, "Oh no! But look at this verse," and it's like, "Okay, cool, but that's not the verse that we have an issue with." If you're saying that the whole book is true and it's a miracle, then you should be able to answer every verse that we bring up.
Yeah, what's the verse with the issue though?
Well, he just said with the sperm and backbone.
Where is that verse?
Where's that? What verse?
Yuji, are you pulling it up? I heard something.
Yeah, I'm trying to find it.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
Listen, I'm not Muslim, bro. I don't believe it.
There was a gentleman who
I don't believe in that shit.
It's 86:7, stemming from between the backbone and rib cage. So read full surah.
Big Nose, what happened to that guy who wrote something in some foreign? Well, it looked like Arabic or Iranian. I'm not sure, but I did translate it. Glory to be my Lord, the Most High, and praise be to Him. I believe.
Is that the Mahdi? Was that the Mahdi?
Yeah, I think.
Was that the Mahdi?
No, it's our ravioli. It's our ravioli. It's all right.
They were created from a spurting fluid stemming from between backbone and rib cage.
That's scientifically incorrect.
Now,
also, the point of the human embryonic stages sort of laid out in the Quran as saying we come from a clot of blood, which is just.
I think that's referring to the other one that you just. That's the thing that's referring to Adam, though.
Okay.
No, that's not. Adam was created by dust.
No, Adam and Eve, like the Eve was.
Black shiny clay.
No, Adam was created by clay, and life was bred into him, and Eve came from a rib of Adam.
So I think
Adam and Eve were not created like regular human beings.
So there are apologists that will make excuses for this, and that's fine. You can choose to accept them or not. I'm just not that credulous.
Can you read the verse again, please, Yuji? Just the sperm one.
It seems to be 86:6 through to 7.
You could just read that line for me, please. Sorry, I don't.
Yeah, it says they were created from a spurting fluid stemming from between the backbone and the rib cage.
They were created, so it's multiple people. So it's not about just Eve. It was multiple people, and it's from a spurting thing that comes from there.
Yeah, no, you could take them to the poetic sense where like they as
bro. I thought it was a science book. I thought you were proving how it's scientific.
That is true.
You can't turn around and say poetic in one point. Oh, but it's science here, and this is legit because somehow we could.
It's both though. Like it is both though. It is poetry.
But then you come up against the problem of hermeneutics. Where does it say it's starting to be poetry, and where does it say it's starting to be science?
Mhm.
The poetry
come
is
on.
all of it. There's some
No,
scientific.
come on, guys.
parts.
Haven't you guys read in Stephen Hawking's the brief history of time when he says, "Thy has come to show you thy time and day, where thy
Okay.
has begun the circle which we call the singularity." I mean, come on, it's poetic. It was
Well,
already
uh,
before that.
I mean, one of the things about science is it's very specific.
Mm.
As of right now, though, but it does change over time, though. Keep in mind.
What's the
But
poet?
yeah, science doesn't claim absolute truth.
Please
It
explain.
makes
Hold on,
inductive
please
claims.
explain to me the poetic need to say it comes from between the backbone and the rib. Where's the poeticness? Maybe I'm just missing it. Maybe
It's
you can.
no. I'm referring to they. You said they. That's not one
Oh,
person.
yeah.
I'm saying as of they is equivalent to all humanity, and were created was Eve. So Eve is what the start of human or mankind and whatnot.
Wasn't it
That's what
Adam?
it's referring. Yeah, Adam and Eve were the start of mankind.
So
right?
then it says they. You're saying that they is a poetic. All right, fine. But where's the liquid coming from the backbone and the between the backbone and the rib? What's that about? What's the poeticness to that? Is that the science or is that the poetic?
That's illusion. That's illusion towards.
Oh, illusion. So God is lying now.
Huh?
Illusion is lying, deceit.
No,
So you're saying God is
alluding,
lying.
like alluding.
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 Alluding to what? Sorry?
Alluding it towards Adam and Eve.
No. How is it alluding to Adam and Eve? It's talking about.
Because
between
wasn't
the
Eve
backbone-
created from the rib?
Yes.
But that's actually a mistranslation from the Hebrew.
I'd have to check from the tafsir.
So you're saying that
Sure,
Adam's
sure.
backbone and Eve's
That's
the
fine.
rib.
Ollie, what is the mistranslation? What was the original?
I think what I've heard from some people, I haven't checked this out myself, but I've heard this, so I'm actually this is received wisdom to me, is that it's a mistranslation that Eve came from a rib. It was actually that Adam
Side.
was cleaved in two.
But yeah, I think it's in Quran as well, though. So that's where I'm getting my belief from. But
Yeah, sure.
yeah.
Also,
Any other questions besides that?
So
or-
Eve didn't come.
I'll come back to you on the math
split.
part.
I just
I
still
actually
don't
have a very
understand why
crude
you
joke
think
about
that
the whole sperm on the
Islam's
back thing,
100%
but
true.
make it-
What was the experience that you had? You said you had experience of God, or you understood that God is real?
Damanji, if you had a personal experience, then no one could deny that.
No, I
That's his
understand, but
subjective
I just want to
personal
see if his personal experience showed him that the Quran is true, or whether it just showed him that God is true. Because I think
Mine
that's a
are
massive
more
difference.
towards God
Sorry?
in general. Mine are more towards like God in general.
Okay, so
Like-
it's nothing about the Quran being true. It was just that God is true, which I can believe.
Well, it's connected. Like I was in the mosque and I had certain experiences, and I was reading the Quran and had certain experiences, certain dreams that came true and whatnot. It's a whole web. But
Dude, I was at
dreams.
a
Rather
platinum
not
lace
get there
strip
right now.
club one time, and I had some serious experiences, but I didn't really associate them with the club.
Yeah, lots of people have dreams that come true. It's part of parapsychology. So you've been
sometimes-
taken more seriously lately.
Sure, well, other people can explain this more.
But at the same time, there are lots of people don't come true either.
Yes, very
So
true. Yeah.
it makes no sense. Yeah.
Sure, whatever. But it's
but
other
that
people.
night
You
my
can ask
dreams
other
came
people
true.
too. I don't have that many personally yet. But you
Tatiana
can probably
was
ask more
exquisite.
people. They give you more.
Did any of your
Other than that.
experiences say that Islam is the truth and you need to keep focusing on the Quran?
Huh? Sorry?
Did any of those experiences say that Islam is true? Like, did any of those experiences show to you that Islam is true? Because
Yeah, I mean, I don't really recall a lot of them right now, but I could
Well-
probably prepare
Well,
some.
one of the interesting things about religious practices is that a lot of mystical practices are shared between different faiths.
Mhm.
So Sufis will do very similar things to Sikhs and Hindus, and the early Christian had a very strong mystic tradition.
Mhm.
And all of these things point to very similar outcomes.
Sufi
Which is?
is very
God.
minor.
God is legit. But it doesn't prove that the religion is true in its entirety. It just proves that God is true through these practices.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, kid. No worries, no stress. I don't personally have an issue with you being Muslim. I just want to understand why you are Muslim. Like,
Yeah, well, yeah, that's basically the gist of it for right now.
have you looked into the other religions?
Yeah, so look at Christianity a lot.
Obviously Christianity, because that's the ones you guys want to argue with. But obviously there's other religions out there. Have you looked into Sikhism?
Yeah, I have.
What did you not like?
They don't believe in any of the prophets.
They believe in all the prophets.
No, they don't. They don't believe in Moses. They don't believe in.
Well,
most
they
of the prophets.
don't mention him by name, but they say that there's been many messengers by God who's
Yeah, they don't believe like the prophets. Then
the what?
Oh, the Abrahamic prophets, probably not.
Abrahamic prophets. Sure.
Because they don't claim an Abrahamic prophet as the descendant or as the progenitor. That's the reason that you reject it. So, why is it that Abraham is so important to you?
Well, are you a Sikh personally though?
No. I was brought up in a Sikh family, but I walk away from religion. But I just want to understand why you've rejected it because it doesn't have Abraham. Why is Abraham the cornerstone of you deciding what religion is true and which one will allow you to connect to God? Why is Abraham the one? Is it just because you're programming from Islam, or is it because you've actually come to some higher understanding that I'd like to know?
Well, I mean, obviously, the Quran is. I think that's really what indicates me towards.
So it's shaded your perception in the view of all these other religions then?
Yeah, well, I mean, obviously, I haven't gone around and asked every single religion and experienced it and gone through it.
No, but you didn't go to them with a neutral standpoint either. You didn't go to them to see what you could learn and see what the truth is there and whether
I've tried that with some. I haven't tried that with Sikhism though yet.
Okay. I think that would be interesting to see how you come back with that because, like I said, if your perception of something is already skewed by what you have been brought up with, it's not going to allow you to see the truth. It's going to allow you to see your version.
Yeah, no, I don't deny that part. But the thing is, like, you could also accept that what I'm already been brought up into could also be true. It could go both ways.
It could, but unfortunately, the only way to know for sure is to look for the truth without that extra. Hence why me personally, like I said, I was brought up in a Sikh family. I walked away from that perspective. I walked away and I tried to look for the objective truth. And
so you're ethnically Punjabi and all that?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, but no religious background or attachment.
And you don't believe in God either?
No, I believe in God.
Okay.
I believe in God. I just don't believe that he only sends a particular messenger and then no more. I think he's constantly trying to teach us. And I don't think that he's just sent us one religion. I think he sent us all religions to teach us in stages. Buddhism to teach us compassion. Islam to teach us commitment. Christianity to teach us forgiveness. Judaism to teach us
accounting.
Consistency.
Judaism teaches you orthodontists.
I'm loving the sort of comments.
Pharmacy.
So each one had its role to play in the human development.
Sure, yeah. There's also aspects of that in Islam as well, with development of religions and the ideas coming together.
Mm-hmm.
Is it though? Is it?
It's not. It probably is, but it's probably not practice, Hafiz.
To say that with like a straight face is so fucking disingenuous. Does Islam really sit down with the Buddhists and go, let's see if your enlightenment values, or let's hear about your reincarnation? Most of the time, it's you either accept the light of Allah in the reflection of my sword, or you will get my sword, you disgusting Hindu. That's what normally seems to be the outward projection, though. Maybe inside, maybe internally, they are going, maybe Rama and Krishna and Vishnu have a point. Maybe inside they're saying that, but on the outside is Allahu Akbar, I will kill you. It seems on the outward sort of projection of Islam seems to be a bit jihadi. But maybe they are sitting down.
Why that is because it's the only religion that is practiced today. In Christianity, look at the Bible, the verses that were brought up before that Big Mel said were abrogated. Those even command you to kill children, women, and children. Islam doesn't have you fight anybody without being attacked, or there's something imminent sort of threat there.
What?
To save someone.
Bullshit! We literally, the guys here read a letter almost every show to show that Islam is literally the aggressor. It is a letter from Umar bin Khattab to the Persian king. They literally read this almost every show. Lieutenant, is it every show or is it some of the shows? I'm not sure.
What's the gist of it?
It's pretty much every show.
What's the gist of it?
You tell us, Lieutenant. You read it all the time.
It's just basically convert or die.
I'll send it to you. I'll send you the link.
What's the letter say?
It just says convert or die.
All right,
Yes.
I'll get you the link.
No, don't read the whole thing. Just give me the gist of it.
No, there's the link.
The link's
There's
in
the
the
link. There's
chat,
the link right
in the
there.
comments.
feel free.
One of the
Knock
it's
yourself
basically
out.
one of the first caliph. I think it may have been the first
Second one,
caliph.
yeah.
No, it's the second one. It's
second
Omar
one.
bin Khattab. Yeah,
Yeah,
not,
he sends a letter to the
Abu Bakr.
Persians saying, basically, we've got Islam, and you better convert.
What to what
Or
empires?
To the Persians,
Oh, okay, sure.
to the Zoroastrians.
And it's not really to Islam, it's submit to me or die,
No.
you and your Persians. That's the
Yeah,
gist of it.
submit to me, but also you have to start worshiping
Okay, I'll
Allahu
look at that,
Akbar. Allahu Akbar. How do you pronounce it?
Allahu Akbar.
There you go. Just like that. I love
Takbir!
it.
Takbir!
Allah.
All right, so I'll look into that later. But you can't find a reference from like within the Quran or like the Hadiths to like go kill someone for no reason though.
I think there were actually. I can't find it. Someone showed it to me the other day.
Something other than chapter 8 or 9, because that's literally revealed during the time of like war.
Oh no, this was an explanation of what happened after Muhammad died and why they were doing these attacks. I think basically the idea was that Muhammad was started these attacks, and then after he died, that's when the Ummah were beginning to get attacked back.
Okay, yeah.
So that's when they.
What the Caliphs did, I mean, sure, the Caliphs are usually rightly guided people by Islam, but you have to look at something, the main sources that I refer back to too as well. There's nothing in the Quran that says you can kill innocent people like that, right? And like also Banks brought up about the child marriage. I mean, that's a big misconception as well. It's also Aisha was 19 at the age when she got married.
Oh,
No, she was not.
I don't mind about the
9.
Aisha thing. Who cares about that? It does say in the Quran that you can marry prepubescent girls.
No, you
Yeah.
can't.
Yes,
It does say
actually,
that.
yes. there is.
After puberty.
No. There's actually if the pre after puberty thing comes from the hadiths. If you take the
Okay.
Quran, which was
Yeah,
what was
give
it,
me-
chapter
give me
6?
reference for that too.
Yeah. What was it, chapter 5 or chapter 6?
I've got the tafsir here actually, because one of the apologetics that they use is to say
Muhammad
that
hijab.
yeah, it says it doesn't mean it just means women who have never menstruated. And that's just some weird group of women who've never menstruated, like people who have like an abnormality. But
The
Ibn Kathir
exception.
makes it very, very clear.
It's like,
that,
why would you
it
bring up
means-
an exception if you're making a rule? It's like,
Yeah, I mean, but Ibn Kathir makes it very clear. It means young women, and then there are lots of other.
Okay, well, I
tafsirs
mean,
which do
as
the
far as
same
I know, obviously from the Hadith, it's already been proven that's all after puberty.
No,
and
this
then
is
the
Quran
Banks
chapter
point,
4.5.
It's after it was her age was 19. It's proven by her older sister's age. Her age wasn't even kept on the record.
It
So,
is literally in the hadiths, and
even
and
the Prophet
Muslims
Muhammad's
practice. But
hadith.
again, that doesn't matter because this it's in the Quran that actually talks about.
Okay.
But yeah,
so
if he's a Sunni, then you can say go to the Hadiths and make some extra claims. That's fine.
Yeah, well, sure, but just give me the reference and
I think it's 65. Hang on.
Which one? I thought is it?
It's basically
not
about the
chapter 4?
No, it's 65 4 through 5. So it's basically about the waiting period that women have to have
That's
after they've been
right.
divorced.
Al-talaq. It is the
Yeah,
divorce. Yes,
yeah.
al-talaq.
So basically, it goes through a list of different kinds of women and how long you need to leave for each type. And one of those types
you
is
have to wait.
women who have
Yeah, I think it's
women
like
who have
3
never
months.
menstruated.
There we go.
Yeah,
As for the
those-
women
or-
past the age of menstruation, in case you do not know, their waiting period is 3 months. And for those who have not menstruated as well, that's the line right there. As
Okay.
for those who are pregnant, their waiting period ends with delivery, and whoever is mindful of Allah, he will make he will make their matters easy for them.
But if you know Muhammad Hijab, he's made this argument in Speaker's Corner himself that if you're a Quranist, you're a Quran only Muslim, then you are, you have to say that child marriage is fine.
Yeah, well, I mean that's okay. I think that is the exception though. That makes sense because there's no way you're allowed to marry someone who's prepubescent though.
That's what the Quran is saying.
Yeah,
but
the Quran allows it.
Is it 5?
It doesn't say 5. It just says prepubescent.
It just
Well,
says
no,
those
I'm
who have
asking
not
you the verse
menstruated.
number.
Oh, so
Oh,
what's
65 4. Let me post it. 65 4. As for women past the age of menstruation, in case you do not know, their waiting period is 3 months, and those who have not menstruated as well.
That's the exception. That's like if someone biologically can't, is abnormal.
Why would that be in
No,
there?
it doesn't say anything about that.
That's ridiculous to say. Oh, by the way, this rare condition that you've never heard of or might never see.
Yeah, because
this is the rule
there's
for
no
that.
way you're allowed to marry
So you're
someone.
saying that God has given specific instructions using this exception that nobody may experience in their life in this situation, but when it comes down to an inheritance, he couldn't come up with an explanation of, by the way, if you have 2 daughters and this is the
You
situation.
could come up with hundreds of explanations.
But no, hang on. If you're going to use the actual Islamic worldview and method, you're going to have to look at the tafsir, and the tafsir say young girls.
No.
Well, here's another thing, right? If you're going to go by the Islamic method, then you're also going to look at what's in the Torah and in the Injil as commanded,
No,
right?
that's
And
incorrect.
in there,
That's-
excuse me, I'm
don't
not
go into that.
finished.
Don't go
I'm
into
not
that.
finished.
Don't
I'm
go
not
into that.
finished. I'm not
Nobody,
finished.
I don't
I'm
accept
not
the Torah.
finished. I'm not
Whatever,
finished.
I'm
Kasim.
leaving
I'm not
anyway.
finished.
Don't talk over people. It's
Kasim.
not
So in there, it tells us about eunuchs, which are people who are not created to have children.
In the Torah?
So then, if we're talking about those people, then they wouldn't be having sexual intercourse with
Oh
anyone.
my God! Stop mentioning the Torah, brother. I don't believe in that. You don't have to
I'm
believe
not
in
your
the Torah
brother,
or the
and
Injil
don't
if
speak
you're
to me
Muslim.
like that, please.
Nobody has ever done that. Nobody has
No,
ever.
the
not your
Quran actually
brother.
tells you to go to the people of the book if you're unsure.
If you're unsure, okay, and it's
Yeah.
also
So,
whatever.
so your
it's a rhetorical
Quran
question.
actually tells you you have to believe in the people of the book
No, you have
and
to
their book.
cross-reference them with the people who read it before to understand the scriptures. There's no way it says that those scriptures are.
that's a theological argument that they can have between themselves. It's not, if we're not scholars in this, but we can point out the obvious stuff. If he has a view on whether he wants to accept the Torah or not, that's fine. One of the other things that I'd like.
No Muslim in the world accepts the Torah.
The point is, the
Nobody
eunuchs.
does. No
The
Muslim. You'll
point
find no
is,
Muslim.
eunuchs. Again, I'm still not finished. The eunuchs are people who are designed not to have children. So if
So-
that's female, then she's not going to menstruate.
Okay, so stop being weird. I already
So
told
she's
you
not
that
gonna have
I'm not
sex.
believing in the Torah. I think I already explained that. I don't believe in anything that's in there.
Oh, so
Yeah.
you're not a so you're not a
So-
Mohammedan.
So I mean, well,
Not
back
a single
to
Muslim believes in the Torah.
your sort of scientific claims about it being scientifically sound.
What, the
Yeah,
Quran?
the Quran allows you to marry your first cousin, doesn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, we know now that that's what's called a consanguineous marriage, and is in fact incest.
Well, it still happens today, though.
It may still happen, but you're making an ought from an is there. So what we actually see is many more birth defects from these kind of marriages,
Yeah,
especially over several
10%.
generations.
Again, it just allows it. It doesn't. Also, actually, it also promotes interracial marriage as well.
But why would it allow it if it's known to be harmful?
It's not always harmful. 90% of people are still fine though.
But why would God allow that?
Yeah, I just answered that. It's still on average still fine. It's allowed.
Well,
What if someone?
it's
First
literally
cousin
not.
marriages are allowed, but you're not allowed to eat pork. How does that make sense? You can bang your 9-year-old first cousin. That's halal, but you have one bacon sandwich and they will string you up. Holy shit.
Okay. Yeah, but that's nobody. You're not allowed to marry a 9-year-old, anyways. It's not even. I already told you that that wasn't her age.
May I ask you who introduced you to Quran? Who introduced you to it?
Hold on. You want to go with the translation, Lieutenant? Indeed, those
Who introduced you? Who's the family member? Who's the family member who's teaching you about Quran?
I self-study the Quran.
Yeah, but who is the family member who told you about it?
What do you mean?
Is it your father? Is it your mother? Who told you? Who is the one who?
My whole community where I go to my mosque. I mean, everybody.
Yeah, but who took you the first time to the mosque? Was it your father?
He's saying it was peer pressure.
I think it was both. So, I don't know.
Both.
Yeah.
And they were the ones to introduce you to it, right?
To what?
They were the ones to teach you about it. They were your first teachers.
Okay.
Am I correct?
Sure.
Okay. So here's my question. Leaving all those questions aside about validity of Quran, scientific faults, let's leave that aside. would you agree that the same thing happened to your parents? That your grandparents were the one to do the same to your parents? Would you agree with that?
I'm not even having this conversation. You're going to take a whole couple of hours to do your whole point. I understand what you're saying.
No. It's a very simple question. It's a very simple question.
I understand
it's a very simple
We're
question.
going to go on for hours. I want to go to the verse that we have.
No. Listen. You know what the programming is?
Were your parents Christian?
They were completely secular.
Okay, well, I mean, multiple Christians are born Christian. Doesn't mean that they're wrong, right? According to
that's not my question. You're reversing the question.
Yes, I am reversing the question because I don't want to get into that. I don't see any enlightenment in that for anybody here.
Exactly. You see, that's a blind spot of yours. There's a reason for it.
Okay, whatever.
You already take a protective stand. Listen, you're taking a protective stand. Completely subconsciously, you take that protective stand because somebody gets closer to the ones that actually work upon you to create you the way you are. You are not your own creation. You are a creation of your parents.
I'll be honest. I don't even follow half of what you're saying. I don't understand any of what you're saying. Maybe I'm just
That's what's called blind spot. That's exactly what I'm telling you. It's called blind spot. You don't see it. You don't see it.
I cannot follow what your words are. I cannot follow your sentences. I don't understand.
Yes, because you don't. That's why you're absent-minded. This is the reason why you cannot understand this.
I know. I've listened.
It's
I've
like
waited you for an hour long, and I think we've been through our reviews before. I really don't want to talk to you. I talked to you.
No. Listen. I'm talking to you in a polite way. The only thing I was asking is who brought you into Islam, and you told me were your parents. And then of course we can take that logic, and your grandparents did the same to your parents.
Okay, after sure. What about now? Yep.
What about it?
Go with your point now.
Okay. My point is, have you ever questioned yourself?
Yes.
Hold on. I'm not finished yet. Have you questioned yourself to permit your own concept to take over from what you've been given from your parents?
Yes, I have questioned what I've been taught from everything.
You have questioned.
Yeah.
To what extent? May I ask? You don't have to share if you don't want to. When you say you've questioned,
I'm not sharing anything. No.
Okay, that's fine.
So are you finished?
Yeah, since you don't want to take it any further, that's fine. But I suggest
you want to read out the verses and explain your point and your reasoning.
I explain your point. Very simple.
I'm asking,
do you know hold on? Yeah, I'll explain to you what I mean. So you will know exactly what I mean right away. Look. You can hold your ground, and I understand you. You're not a dumb fella. That's why I'm speaking with you with respect.
No, listen,
but let me hold on. Let me just make my point very quickly. So you can understand. See, there's two directions of enlightenment. There's the one that comes from the outside in. And this is with the best intentions that your parents try to do it for you. But there's another direction of enlightenment, which comes from the inside out. Now, that only one of them will survive, and you either survive with it or you won't survive. Do you understand what I'm saying?
No, not really. I don't really follow what your reasoning is and what your argument is here.
The argument is that even with best intentions, your parents might want to extinguish the light that is within you.
Okay.
Even if they don't mean that, even if they don't mean it. And you're going to become just like your parents, and you're going to do exactly the same to your own children, what your parents did to you, and the grandparents did to your parents.
I already told you, I questioned my belief multiple times. Okay.
It's not just about questioning your belief. What I think he's trying to say is that something that the Quran says is don't follow the one who is guided, follow the one who guides. So he's saying that you can follow the people outside of you who are telling you to go this way and look at this and that, but the best way to be guided is from your internal light, which God has given.
Yeah, that's definitely not going to be Christianity because I don't believe in three gods, and I don't.
Oh, no. You're rationalizing. You're rationalizing. Forget that. I never mentioned Trinity, Christianity. He didn't mention Trinity or Christianity. He just said that don't be guided by those outside of you, even with their best intentions,
I
may
internally
mislead
believe
you.
in one God. I internally believe in one God.
Yeah, but it's not just about the belief in one God. Yeah, you say you believe in one God, but then you follow the rules of this book, which may not feel good to you, but you just do it because that's what you believe is the truth.
No, I feel good about it too. There's nothing. I don't have a regret of following Islam. I don't feel in any way bad following Islam.
Okay,
that's actually coming from within me.
Okay, cool. If that's your belief, that's your belief. But I was just trying to. I hope I understood that correct, Jafu. I hope I
No,
correctly.
I appreciate.
Yes, you did. Yes, you did.
Cool.
Okay, is that your whole spiel? Is that your whole preaching, Jay?
Preaching. If you want to go preaching, it turns out the Quran tells you the same thing.
Okay, well, are you done?
Yeah, sure.
All right, okay, so can we go to the verses, Lieutenant, that you pulled up and made your little claim with?
That I made a claim with?
Yeah. What's your claim?
Well, you were talking about not believing in the Torah and the Gospel, and you say that you believe that in everything in the Ravayat.
In the Quran.
There's no such thing as a Quran.
Yes, there is.
No, there isn't.
I have one at my house right now.
No, you don't. You have a Ravayat.
It's the Quran.
No, it isn't.
Go on with your point.
The Quran doesn't exist.
Let's call it the Kurvayat. Does that work for everyone?
Yeah. No, I'm just saying. I don't know. You can make your point. It says Quran right there. There's a word Quran right there.
And what does it say underneath that?
Huh?
And what does it say underneath that? You went through this with Nose earlier.
What before as guidance for the people, he revealed the Quran, and
it tells you that it's a narration, doesn't it? Like a book of hearsay.
I don't see narration. I see the word revealed. If I'm not blind, I see the word revealed.
It could be cognitive dissonance. I mean, it's not the Quran. The Quran does not exist. We went through all that earlier. It got eaten by goats and stuff, and some of the text was eaten by ants and all that.
No, that's all wrong.
You know, the indestructible word of God, right?
You're incorrect again.
No.
Yeah, you're incorrect. He revealed the Quran. Make your point with this verse. He revealed the Quran, and those who disbelieve in the verses of Allah will have a severe punishment, and Allah is exalted, the might, the owner of retribution.
You said, anyway, I don't need you to speak for me. You said earlier that you believe in everything in this Ravayat, yeah?
Yes,
now it tells you here, there's no such thing as the Quran.
Make your point. Stop getting on the red hill.
I'm gonna have to back Lieutenant up on this. The Quran there is added in English. The word used in the Arabic is furqan, which means criterion, proof, evidence, affirmation, or testament. So Furqan is the word that was used in the Rivayat. The Quran is something that's been added for English translation.
No, the Quran is right here. It says the word in Arabic. Actually, yeah, that's true. In this verse itself, yeah.
The original.
You're right.
No.
وَأَنزَلْنَاهُ فُرْقَانًا. Yeah,
it's talking Furqan. It doesn't say Quran. Yeah, so you get.
Yeah, okay, yeah. But it's derived from the same verse. Okay, well, it's Furqan, sure.
Yeah.
Which also means guiding light. So
yeah,
make your point already.
Okay, so in this Ravayat, you say you believe everything that's in this Ravayat, and in there it says again.
What do you like? I'm telling you, it's the Quran.
I am not interested in you telling me anything. I'm talking.
Make your
point.
Do
I talk over anyone? Ever?
Make your point.
So in this Ravayat, you say that you believe everything in this Ravayat. And it tells you here, he, with a capital H, revealed the Torah and the Gospel. Okay?
No.
So that means
revealed the Quran. Are you reading
I am not finished.
Well, read it correctly then.
I am not finished.
She's reading from the one beforehand, not the part that's highlighted.
And he sent down you the book confirming.
I am not finished.
I'm reading it aloud. What is your obsession with being finished? Calm down.
Everyone take a chill pill, take a deep breath. It's all good.
Yeah, let the lieutenant just Get there. Let her land. Let her land.
Well, let him
Some
just
Gen
read
Z
so he
talk.
understands that she's not making stuff up, because he's just confused. He's like, well, I don't see that.
I can read, and I'm waiting for people to shut up so that I can.
Yeah, go
so that
for
I
it.
can make that point instead of him sitting there babbling on, telling me to, because he likes to be in control. Because he's a man and I'm a woman, and he's a Mohammedan.
What
So,
are you?
In this Ravayat, it says, he has sent down upon you the book in truth, confirming what was before it,
Mhm.
and he revealed the Torah and the gospel.
Yes.
Okay, so he with a capital, I am not finished. Shut your mouth. He begins with a capital H, meaning Allah. Yeah, revealed
Yes.
the Torah and the gospel. Yeah,
Yep.
so what's the
Yep.
Torah and the gospel? His word. Okay, before as guidance for the people. And he, capital H, Allah, revealed the Quran. Indeed, those who disbelieve in the verses of Allah, which means the Torah, Gospel, and Quran, will have a severe punishment. And Allah is exalted in might, the owner of retribution. So you're now saying that you do not believe in the verses of Allah, thus you're an apostate.
She's got you there.
He's gone.
Oh, he's left.
Yeah.
That's why. Okay, maybe he'll come back, but got there in the end. It's all good.
There we go.
But
He does it every time.
oh, does he? Okay.
Yeah.
I don't watch enough Big Nose to know. Oh, awesome. Can we? Has Jafu gone as well, or is he still here?
No, he's still here.
Yeah, sweet. Let's talk about Christianity, if that's all right. I just want to balance it out.
Oh, he's
Stop for a second.
Oh, he's back.
Did
so-
Ollie leave? I think we lost Ollie.
Yeah, Ollie said he's going to sleep.
So he has sent down to you the book in truth, confirming what was before the Torah and the Injil. Okay, what's your point?
You're an apostate because you refuse to believe them.
Nowhere does it say it's still in the same shape and form as it was when it was revealed.
Same with the Quran.
You can laugh at
All of it. All of it. However, you say you believe everything in this book, right? And that's what it says in this book.
So okay.
And
Well,
so
nowhere-
you're telling me that you don't, you believe everything in this book, and now you're saying you don't believe everything in this book
no,
because you
wrong.
refuse to believe that part.
Wrong.
Thus, you are an apostate.
You're wrong. I said he
No,
revealed
I'm
the
not wrong.
Torah and the
No, I'm
gospel.
not wrong. You're refusing to believe that, which it says
Okay.
in this book.
Okay, listen. So he revealed the Torah and the gospel. Nowhere in that whole verse or anywhere before it after does it say you have to believe in it. Nowhere does it say that. And we
Wait
both-
a second. It's
yeah, it
God.
does.
God revealed it. Yes, God revealed the truth, confirming what was before it,
He
and He
revealed the
revealed the
Torah
Torah
and
and
the
gospel. Okay, and then it continues. Before as guidance for the people. So you can see
Yeah.
before as guidance for the people is the next part of, and He revealed the Torah and the gospel. Correct.
Yeah.
And He revealed the Quran. Okay, so He's got the Torah, the gospel, and the Quran. Indeed,
Yeah.
those who believe in the verses of Allah, not in the verses of the Quran, in the verses of Allah, will have, who disbelieve in the verses of Allah, will have a severe punishment. So it's listed the Torah, the gospel, and the Quran, and then it said that anyone who disbelieves the verses of God will have severe punishment. It's talking
Yeah, it's
about
not
all the
referring-
books.
Yeah, it's not referring back to those. It says, and then he revealed the Quran. It says okay, so look.
Why
look at the-
why is that in the same sentence? Why is it even you say
No,
it's
in
all
the
poetic?
in the next verse.
It's telling-
وَمِن قَبْلِ هُدًى لِلنَّاسِ وَأَنزَلْنَا الْفُرْقَانَ. That's different. That's the next verse, right? And then if notice that it says we reveal the Torah and the gospel. Those are the same. They're combined. They're the same category. فِي الْإِنْجِيلِ وَالتَّوْرَاةِ. That's the same category. And then after that, it says to look before as guidance for the people, and he revealed the Quran. And then he says those are referring to the verses of the Quran.
No. That's something you're adding. It just says, indeed, those who disbelieve in the verses of Allah, not in the verses of the Quran, will have a severe punishment.
Yeah, okay, sure. Well, okay, let me go with your point. But then again, keep in mind the Torah and the Gospel have been contradicted. They have contradictions. Have been
Doesn't
changed.
matter. In this, according to the Quran, it says that you shouldn't pick and choose. Either you believe all of it or none of it. You can't pick and choose what you want to believe from the Quran. This literally says that God, Allah, has given you the Torah and the Gospel before as a guidance for the people. And He revealed the Quran. Indeed, those who disbelieve in the verses of Allah will have a severe punishment. So He's listed 3 books, and then He said that anyone who disbelieves in the verses of God will have a severe punishment.
Okay, again, same thing. Those verses have been changed. They have contradictions in them. They're no longer the Torah and the Gospel as we know it.
Does that say that there?
No.
Okay, so according to God, He's never wrong and He doesn't lie. So He's telling you to believe in those 2 books plus the Quran, and anyone who disbelieves will have severe punishment. You told us. Hold up 1 second, bro. You said that in that verse earlier about the child, whatever age of consent, you were like, oh no, but He gave this special instruction just in case there's that rare.
I think so. That's my interpretation.
That rare medical condition. So God has given you extra thing about this rare medical condition. You're willing to go on the limb and do all the mental gymnastics to make that fit. But here, where it says in plain English that you need to believe in the verses of Allah, not in the verse of the Quran, in the verses of Allah, and He lists 3 books before that, then He's talking about those 3 books because He's written those books.
Okay, well, keep in mind that what we have today is no longer the verses of Allah. So I can't believe
the Quran's not the verses of Allah either. Then
no, it says the Torah and the Gospel. You said 3 books, right?
Yes,
and you have to believe in all of them.
Yes,
correct.
According to that verse there, yes, that's what that says.
Yep. So that's exactly the same thing. So now I'm saying that the verses in the Torah and the Gospel have been contradicted, have been changed. Now they're no longer.
Were they contradicted and changed before this verse was given to you, or after?
Even before that.
So you're saying that God made a mistake here by adding this in?
No, when they were revealed,
you're saying that God should have said that, oh Muhammad, tell the people that the Injil and the Torah are not for them, they have been corrupted, and never to look at them, only to look at the Quran. Is that what it says there?
But isn't it already?
Is that what it says?
But isn't it already self-explanatory that you already have the Quran, though? That there's no need for the Quran if you already have the Gospel and the Torah.
Why is the Gospel being given if you already have the Torah? If you're using that logic, why would the Gospel even exist? Why did God give the Gospel?
That's for the new people, though.
No, it's not for the. So when you're reading this, you're trying to figure out a way to make it make sense that, okay, it's fine for me to ignore the Torah and the Gospel and only just focus on the Quran. It says in clear English, He has sent down upon you the book in truth, confirming what was before it, and He revealed the Torah and the Gospel. So who revealed the Torah and the Gospel?
God did.
And this was after Jesus came and left. This was 600 years after Jesus. Yes, this is being told. So if God was aware that it's been corrupted, why didn't He say, oh, confirming what was before it, and He revealed the Torah and the Gospel, and then they were corrupted? So never read those. Does it say that anywhere in the Quran?
Again, we don't get to decide what's in the Quran.
Bro, it's not about deciding what's in the Quran. It's about what makes sense. You're trying to do mental gymnastics to make this make sense, to say, oh, but it's not talking about the Torah and the Quran because He says, and He revealed the Quran. No.
Okay, well, if you don't want to believe that, sure, I'll go with your logic and say he's asking us to believe in all 3 of the books.
Awesome.
But more importantly, the verses of Allah. These books are no longer the verses of Allah, regardless of when this was revealed. It's still no longer the verses of Allah at this point, so there's no need to believe in them now. I can't believe in a book that has contradictions as to be the word of God.
It doesn't say any of those things here. This is all your additions.
Yeah.
Well, that's logical sense.
Those are your own additional. They are not. They're not even remotely logical, because you have to first and foremost prove that these have been changed. And were they changed at the time that this verse was revealed, or were they changed after that this verse was revealed? Were the contradictions in the Bible and the Torah there at the time this verse was revealed?
But he already gave you an answer to it when he said, "This is my interpretation."
Exactly.
That's
so
exactly.
You're now effectively making. There's actually a word for this guy in the Muslim tradition. I forgot what they call them. Because these people who add and make their own interpretations within the text.
No Muslim believes in the Torah or the Gospel as of what it is right now.
Yes, there are plenty of Muslims that do. There's just Muslim apologists that don't. The fact is
find me a Muslim who follows the Bible.
But even if you want to go to that has nothing to do with these verses. The fact is, you have to come to this conclusion where the Torah and the Gospel corrupted when this verse was revealed? And if they were so, why would God, Allah, say that you should believe in these two books? Why wouldn't Allah simply say at the verse above, these books, the Torah and the gospel, are no longer reliable, and that's why I have brought you the Quran?
Well,
that would make logical sense if you're thinking
that would
about
actually
logic.
make sense.
Listen,
That would
everybody-
actually fit your narrative.
Exactly, but it's not the narrative because
Everybody
it's not the
knows.
truth.
No Muslim believes in that.
It doesn't matter.
No.
Listen, are you looking to follow God or are you looking to follow the other Muslims?
Well, the thing is, keep in mind, I don't
Are you
know.
answer the question? Are you looking to follow the
Yes,
Muslims?
I'm trying to follow the
or God?
religion itself.
No, not the religion. Are you following God or the other Muslims?
Why do you think the man asking the questions I asked him? He already gave you an answer. He gave you an answer.
So if you're following God, then you follow His.
No, he
guidance.
doesn't. He doesn't.
He just said God. He just said God. So I'm trying to help him along. So if you're following God's guidance, and the guidance in this book says don't follow some of it and not others, you follow all of it. And then in this particular verse, it says that, hey, listen, God wrote the Torah and the Gospel, and He also gave the Quran. Indeed, those who disbelieve in the verses of God will have severe punishment. He doesn't say follow. He doesn't say you need to now live by the Quran and live by the Gospel. He just says those who disbelieve in the verses of Allah will have severe punishment. So he's saying that you have to believe that they're from God. If you do anything other than that and just deny it because you have been told that it's been corrupted, you're not following God, you're following the other people that have lied to you.
Well, I mean, the thing is, like, it has contradictions, though. I can't believe something that's contradictions.
Forget the.
How do you know this? Because Allah doesn't tell you that. Allah has not told you that there are contradictions in those books. Why wouldn't Allah not know that there are contradictions in the Gospel and the Torah? I would imagine an omnipotent, omniscient deity of the universe would know if there are contradictions in the Torah and the Gospel.
Contradictions can come anyway when people are copying things down and they maybe copied it wrong, and then they've got that text that was copied down wrong, and then they're copying that down wrong.
But Allah would even know that and would be able to preempt that and tell you that there will be even He could even foresee, he could even prophesize in this point and say that there will be contradictions in these books. And so I will brought you the Quran so that you do not need to follow these books. He could literally tell you that.
That's what it's called. The Quran is supposed to be the special word for all these previous books, confirming these books, and it's actually the true form now of these books, and that's why you don't need the previous books.
But these verses don't say that to you. These verses, if you read the verses in its plain writing, it's telling you that these are also valid words of God. God has brought these messages, and those who do not believe them will be severely punished. And this is the other trick. It says verses of Allah. It could have very easily have said the verses of Quran here. It didn't need to say Allah. It's specific why it says Allah, because it means all of Allah's words, not just the Quranic ones.
And it says those who disbelieve. It doesn't say those who don't follow. It just says disbelieve. So it's not telling you, like I said, it's not telling you to follow the Torah and the Gospel. No, you were given the Quran. Your Quran is your thingy. Cool. Even I think it's in your Hadith. It's like with your life situations, use the Quran as a first port of call. But if the Quran doesn't answer your questions, refer to the book of the people.
Yeah, I don't think that's Hadith either. But anyways,
sure
I don't think there's other verses in the Quran where it just says specifically to follow the verses of the Quran. I don't think this proportion here is indicating you have to believe in the Torah and the Gospel.
No, it's saying believe that those verses in the Torah and the Gospel have come from God. That's what it's saying, or there will be severe punishment. It's not saying follow them. It doesn't say you have to live your life by the Torah or the Gospel. It's just saying that you have to believe that they're the words of God. Whether there's some scribe errors or something like that, that's beyond the point. If
there are actually clear-cut contradictions in the Bible and in these books.
Or you can work your way through those.
See, he goes in circles.
Yeah.
He goes in circles.
You can work your way through the versions and translations to get back to the original anyway and get it straightened up. That's not a problem with a bit of study. But it's basically saying that whoever disbelieves in the verses of Allah, which is everything that's in the Torah, Gospel, and Quran.
No, that the verses of Allah aren't in those books, by the way. That's also.
That's not true. That's not what your book that you.
The Quran says they were.
Every word of says.
And he revealed the Torah and the Gospel. Who revealed it? Was that Muhammad?
Exactly.
Or God?
That's why it's got a capital H.
But look. The honest truth is, let's not beat around the bush yet. This poor lad, he is indoctrinated into his religion. He's been given a set of
Exactly.
instructions, and he's following those
Exactly.
instructions. That's all it really is. It's not.
That's
Whether,
what
I mean, look,
Yeah.
look. He's a 17-year-old kid. First of all, you got to remember age, sort of where a person is in life. I don't think that he would necessarily be in this mindset 20 years, 30 years from now. He'd be an entirely different person in 20 years' time. But the fact is that right now, this is the doctrine which most children of Islam are raised in. Believe that it doesn't matter what other people say. It doesn't matter what I tell you, you follow, you do. And that is it. If he's listening to us, I actually give him 10 times more credit than 1,000 other kids who don't even venture out of their little echo chambers to even hear an opposing opinion. At least this kid has at least heard us tonight give an opposing opinion, maybe put a slight splinter in his mind.
I'm sorry, Hafiz, you're giving him too much credit. Yes, he's listened, but he hasn't heard.
No, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. There's a process. There's an evolutionary process he has to go through.
He's stuck in defense mode because he's just constantly doing the mental gymnastics and coming back with his answer.
Because he has to. This is like you got to realize you can't just take someone, throw him into a cold pool, and have them not feel cold. Initially, they're gonna shiver.
Yes,
and then the shivering will stop, and then they will climatize to the cold pool. He's in that shivering mode at the moment. He's in that defensive mode because everything his entire life has revolved around is being challenged. So of course he's going to be in fight or flight, and he's either going to fight or he's going to run away. But at least he's hearing it. That's all I give him credit for, is the fact that he's at least here. The echoes, those sound waves are entering his brain, right, and whether some of it sticks or not is irrelevant.
Let me give you a website to actually cross-reference this verse exactly. It explains it to you, because this is what I'm getting from this verse, and that is that this isn't referring to the verses. Even the word ayat, kafaru bi ayatina, bi ayatillahi, this also means signs of God, which also means verses and signs in different contexts. But you can look at this right here, this link. And then you can open up the short English commentary from settings, right? And that should give you your answer. This is, again, not referring to the verses of the Injil and the Torah and the Gospel. These are, again, just referring to the verses of God. It's the translation makes it maybe sound like that, but in the Arabic, that's what it means. There's no way this is telling you that these verses are correct. That was sent before.
I'm gonna go directly to
Are you giving us tafsirs in this sense? Is this the tafsirs that
you could? It's short commentary. You could think of it that way, but it's more or less for people like me and you who don't understand Arabic to its fullest extent, and then we can sort of like understand what the message is.
Tafsirs are commentary. That's what the whole thing is, right? Tafsirs are.
Yeah, well, this is different though. This is just explaining the language.
Okay, so these are not actually commentary on the verses. This is commentary on the language.
Tafsir is different. Tafsir has already been those are pre-written things. These are already been written like years back. This is different.
Do you think Quran.com is a good authority?
I prefer the one I sent.
I know you prefer that because it goes along with your particular version.
Narrative.
Narrative. But if I go onto Quran.com and I look at that verse and I look at the word, let me just.
I only use Quran.com personally.
B-I-R-G. What does that mean? B-I-R-G.
B-I-R-G?
Yeah.
I think it's B-I-R-T.
Yeah, that one. Yeah.
I already told you it could mean signs or it could mean verses.
Yeah, according to Quran.com, they've translated it as in the verses.
No, that's not their translation. It's the translation of people who you can actually go to their settings and look at which translation it's being shown you. It's showing you a couple different ones.
No. Do you know when you hover over the Arabic words?
Oh, the word for word?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Okay,
that's why I'm showing you that.
Yeah, I wouldn't go by that. The word for word it's not grammatically correct in English. That's what I'm saying. That's why you have word for word.
Okay, you're saying that instead of saying verse, it should be signs, yeah?
Yeah, that's part of my.
Let's go with that narrative. Let's just entertain that for a second. Indeed, those who disbelieve in the signs of Allah will have a severe punishment. What signs is he talking about? He's talking about the Torah, the Gospel, and the Quran. Yes or no?
Yes.
So it doesn't matter whether it's verses or signs. The point still stands. He's talking about the Quran, the Torah, and the Gospel together.
Okay, here, let me just copy and paste it here for you from the source itself, so that it may make sense.
Oh, that's a lot of words.
But you can read all this basically.
Yeah,
But
that's a lot of words to ignore what the actual text says.
yeah, because it's different in English. It's being translated from English to Arabic, right? Arabic. Look at, you can even read it first. It's different. If you even hover over the word for word translation,
Yeah.
and you read it out, you can make sense of it.
From
Because it can make
before
sense in
this
English.
guidance
So
for the
before
mankind.
this, can you start with the sentence by saying before this?
Yeah, it says from. Oh, sorry, from before. The this is in brackets, so I'm gonna ignore the brackets. So from before guidance for the mankind,
Yeah, it's not
and
making sense.
revealed the criterion, verily, those who disbelieve in verses, Allah for them a punishment severe.
Yeah, so that doesn't make sense. That's what I'm saying. That's where we need this sort of the paraphrasing of the phrase by phrase translation.
It still
The
makes
thing is, it
sense.
doesn't make grammatical sense.
Yeah,
it's not
and
grammatically
even,
correct,
it
but it
doesn't make
still actually
grammatic sense either.
says the meaning is the same.
Exactly.
The meaning is still stands.
Okay, just leave
Allah
it
has a severe punishment for those who don't believe in these verses.
in the sign. So look at the thing I just the latest thing I sent you. So Al Furqan may refer to the Quran or the heavenly signs, whatever that word is, vouchsafed to the Holy Prophet which establish the truth.
And the heavenly signs that they're referring to here are the Torah, the Gospel, and the Quran, correct?
No, that's not. It says signs vouchsafed.
About what?
That's different to the Holy Prophet.
So you're saying that all of a sudden, after it's talking about these two books, and then it mentions the Quran, it then says those who don't believe in the signs and wonders of Muhammad will have a severe punishment. Is that what you're saying?
Yes,
that's not what it
basically
says, because it says Allah. It doesn't say anything about Muhammad. It talks about Allah.
Well, yeah, in these the ayat-illahi were revealed to Muhammad, though. When you revealed the Quran to Muhammad, you have to look at the whole gist, like the whole thing.
No, you have to stop with the mental gymnastics, bro. Forget what other people have told you. Use your own.
I don't understand Arabic.
Does the Quran not say that you need to use your own head?
It does.
So use your own head. Forget what these guys have said. Just think about it. Read it as it is. Put what they've said to the side, and then come to your own understanding.
I don't even agree with this translation to start with. It says Al Furqan, and it says that's the Quran. So that's also being implied, not in brackets. So I don't really appreciate this translation. Whereas the one I showed you is actually given in brackets. It says Al Furqan. So I don't know if this is very accurate. And the thing is, like, when you read it that way, it could mean that, but I think it very well means what I'm trying to tell you.
How many Muslims do you know that attain some kind of enlightenment?
From what?
From studying Islam.
Almost all of them, right? No?
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, please bring one of them here. If almost all of them are somehow enlightened, I would love to talk to one of them. Because the ones I've met are just retarded. No offense.
All right. Okay. But yeah, like I said, I have to leave. So you guys can enjoy your little time.
No worries, bro. Take it easy. Happens caught that as well.
Okay. All right. You guys have a good night. I don't know if it's even nighttime at your place. I assume it is though.
Yeah, very late. It's all good though.
It's actually morning time. It's very late here.
Oh, that was kind of fun.
Guys, I got to drop off as well. It's been emotional. There's been a lot of emotional roller coaster I've been on tonight.
Hallelujah.
Happiness has gone from a believer to a disbeliever, back to a believer.
Back to a believer. Now I'm worshiping Satan, and I don't know why I've got this carrot in my ass. I was like, what happened? What went on tonight? I got roofied by myself. I'm joking. But yeah, no, it was good. It was always good. It's always good with you guys. Admittedly, it's always good with the man and Ollie and Lieutenant. I'll be honest, I can't stand that Mufti guy. What was it, Mehdi guy? He's just, oh my god. Oh, he just gives me headache. because he can't talk like a normal person. He's extremely adversarial, and he just doesn't seem to have I mean, look, tonight the man, you and I got at it. Big Nose and you got at it. You know, we had all like robust, if you like, conversations, but it's all good. It's all in the fray. It's all, you know, part of the whole thing. You have disagreements, you have agreements, you meet in the middle somewhere eventually, but that guy just filibusters the whole time. He doesn't actually allow you to have a conversation. He doesn't want to have a conversation. He wants to have this, I am right, and I just have to show you that I am right.
You probably noticed this at Speaker's Corner, where as soon as these religious people start talking, they're not actually having a conversation. They start performing for the audience and trying to be like, this is my sermon. You need to just shut up and listen. Unfortunately, I think he goes into this mode where he thinks that he needs to teach everyone rather than having a conversation and allowing people to come to it. And it's a learning curve. It's a learning curve. Hopefully he gets there. Trust me, when he first came on my channel.
Oh, he's been on your channel.
Bruh. He came on my channel first, and for an hour, he just would not stop talking. And I let him go because I was like, okay, maybe he's got a point here. But it just kept going and going and changing subjects. Yeah, exactly. Let him land.
And you realize he's one of those planes that refuels in air. He never lands. He's like one of those fuel balloons that just floats around forever.
Exactly. But I'm not gonna shit on him completely, because after that experience, he did come back and he did actually be a bit more conversationalist. But he can go into preacher mode, which comes from excitement, I guess. He's just like, I know this thing that you don't know. Let me explain it.
The thing is, it's just insufferable. And this is what I said about like this kid. Like, he's 17.
I don't think he's clearly 17. He's definitely older.
Is he not?
He sounds older. He's talking about stuff like, I don't know any 17-year-olds talking about things that like New Scientific Journal have just released. You know what I mean? Unless he's being. What I've typically found is that when Muslims come on these channels, they're usually prepped in order to combat the Islamophobia, and they're just there to defend. That's why I was saying that, as much as I'd like to believe that he's going to go away and think about what was said, he's not. He's going to go back and think of a way to combat what we said.
What he's just, so he's literally just in adversarial mode the whole time. It's not
unfortunately,
it's not really a learning.
I hope I'm wrong.
Mission.
I hope I'm wrong.
Yeah, but either way, I mean, even if he isn't 17, he still seems young. It still sounded like he's in his like 20s or sort of
23, 24, I think.
Relatively youngish sort of category. And so maybe, I just think that at the very least, all you can give credit for is the fact that he is out of his echo chamber and he's listening to people that are not necessarily going to challenge the narrative that he's been told. And that's the best really that you can walk away with. Just like, let's hope he then continues his own journey and discovers whatever the hell he discovers. He might come back next time and he's a freaking Buddhist or something. But yes, but Buddha said, and then we have to go into all of that. But I don't know. But what I've come to realize is you will just have the conversation for the sake of having the conversation and for some back and forth, and whatever he takes out of this is up to him, and whatever we get out of this is up to us, and that's it. I'm just not out anymore to convince anyone. But to be honest, I've never been out to convince anyone of anything,
except to think
we have. Actually, I would think he's 17 years old because he lacks self-awareness. And when I was asking him those questions, there was an intent behind my questions, because now when I made him self-aware about how he's being indoctrinated by children, now he's aware. Is he going to do the same to his own children now when he's aware what's happening to him, what has happened to him rather? So his parents are not aware what has happened to them. And down the line, but this time around, somebody planted self-awareness. That was the whole point behind my question. So in a sense, yes, I did play him, but for his own benefit. So he can later on use that self-awareness for actually positive result.
Hopefully.
Yeah.
Hopefully.
Or at least start on the path to self-awareness. Even if he wasn't that self-aware now, maybe he's gone away with a bit more introspective. And this is one thing that I think so many people just don't do enough self introspective sort of view of themselves. Like, what do I know? How do I know it? Why do I know it? You know what I mean? All of these sort of basic questions. I'll be honest. This is my. People think it's like being humble, but it's not really being humble. It's. I think I'm an idiot because there's just so much in the world to know, and once you realize how much you don't know, you can't possibly think that you're anything but an idiot because there is just so much. I mean, my brain would melt if I even tried to even fathom this universe, this cosmos, this everything in the world. Not to mention if there is the metaphysics part of it, which is an entirely new aspect of reality to look into. Just the reality, just this universe would melt your brain. And so when these people in their absolute arrogance think that they can not only teach you about what is in this universe, but also the metaphysics and meta universe and the mystical and the unknown. It's like, dude, you haven't got you know a tiny little needle, head of the pin of a needle about this universe. And now you have the goal to tell me what's happening in another dimension or another existence.
I've done that. I'm guilty of that. Now I feel bad.
but it's like, this is my problem. I think I know I'm ignorant, and I can't help to think that if someone else is trying to teach me about the very thing that I know I'm so incredibly ignorant about,
I think you got to remember that everyone has different experiences and different things. So yes, I agree. I'm an idiot. You're an idiot. Everyone's an idiot. We can't know everything. However, you may know certain things for like 100%, and you're like, no, damn, if you don't put air in your tire, your tire's going to mess up and you're not going to get to where you want to get. You know what I mean? You could say this to me and I could go, do you know what? I don't know nothing. There's no way you know this. Or I could just go, cool.
True.
So I think
I agree.
I think
you've seen something from a different perspective than I have, so you can point at it from a different angle than I would, because I'm standing over here, you're standing over there.
Exactly.
You can see
it doesn't mean that I know
side
everything.
that I can't see.
It doesn't mean I know everything.
But the way you guys talk, at least none of you places yourselves on a pedestal, on some throne, that you look down upon those who know less. Let me teach you. You're my student. None of that.
God, I hate those people. They are insufferable.
Well, we have one. We have one here.
That's why I said he's an insufferable prick, because I listened to him. I've heard him.
Listen. Sorry.
No. I wasn't talking about the big
nose.
Sorry, guys. I'm talking about thingy. I'm talking about the Mehdi.
The way he spoke today. The way he spoke today is like he placed himself on the throne like Solomon, and John almost like he was enacting the whole scene of Solomon with two women and a child. This mentions that. Let me tell you, it was unbelievable. He has no idea that he's ego tripping. Again, he has no clue about it. That how much he elevates himself. It's quite unreal. It's unreal to me.
I think there's a fine line between.
I do challenge people, but doesn't mean that challenging people or challenging deities doesn't mean that one elevates oneself. On contrary. One has to be clever,
I think cleverness only gets you so far either.
No, I mean clever. Let's even put it this way: say I'm right that Allah is the false god, and yet does exist. By doing what I'm doing, I can openly say that I have no issues. There will be somebody in the spiritual world that's going to back me up. That's the whole fun. So I'm having a ride on something. Yes, am I taking a risk? I don't know, because I'm going for my gut feeling. But nevertheless, it doesn't mean I don't believe that, man, I ever showed you some kind of superiority of my own understanding over yours. In fact, I did always appreciate everything you said. You know it. Yeah. I like to be a joker, but that doesn't mean that that's not a proof of being a some Mahdi or something, some craziness like that.
I think there's a difference between believing in yourself and believing your own
hype.
Yeah, that's the one I was looking for. Yeah, there's believing in yourself and believing your own hype. Yes, definitely believe in yourself, but don't always believe your own hype. You know, you got to take a step back and take a breath of fresh air.
This is actually it. Oh damn it! There was something I wanted to say that Jay said just a second ago. It's gone. I'm sorry.
He was talking about someone in the spiritual realm backing him up, him going with his gut.
Oh yeah, the whole thing. Yeah, about God. I just don't think God is such a douchebag the way the religions make him out to be. I mean, because from my experience of martial arts, the more a person knows martial arts, the better they are at their martial arts, the more humble they are because they know they have power. They know they are strong.
Yeah.
And the better the martial artist, the more humble the person is. I mean, there are people who are jiu-jitsu and judo artists that could tear you limb from limb. You never know it in the streets. They're the most humble, calm, soft-spoken individuals you'll ever meet. So for me, I can only see it from that perspective of someone who has power and becomes more humble. The one who has ultimate power
would be the most
humble, would be the most soft-spoken, would be the most down to earth, if you like, kind of, entity. He will not be the douchebag that these books have made him out to be. It just doesn't, for me, it just doesn't add up. Because I honestly don't think anyone goes to hell. There is no hell. I don't think such dimensions even exist. I think there is a different thing. There is something else. I'm not saying I know it. I was watching a video called The Egg Theory. I don't know if you guys have seen that video called The Egg Theory.
No, but I've
Look
talked
it
about
up.
egg.
It's
I've done an egg theory video previously.
Oh, you've seen it?
No. I've done one myself. I've got my own explanation for egg theory.
Oh, okay. What's your thing?
My one is essentially that there's three. So this whiteboard is the essence of God. It's the realm of God, where this whiteboard isn't just limited to this space. It just goes on forever in all directions. And then there's an egg, essentially. This outer layer would be like the introduction into the heavens, and then that central yolk bit would be the material realm. And God exists outside of the, like in his purest essence, outside, but he then forms himself into the material realm, and that's why everything is God. We come from God, but everything doesn't have God consciousness. That's why this pen isn't God, because it's not in the true state of infinity.
Okay. That's very new.
That's not it. Okay.
Yeah, that wasn't what I was. No. What the egg theory is? It's I forgot. There's a guy who came up with it. They made some cartoon type videos to kind of explain it. Essentially, a person dies, and this person, this voice starts talking to him about that you died, you were in a car accident, but don't worry, your wife and kids are good. And then it starts to describe to him, and the character says, "So are you God?" He said, "No, I'm not God. I am the one who made you, but you will be born again." And he said, "Oh," the character asks, "Am I going to heaven or hell?" He goes, "Neither. You will be born again." And then he says, "Oh, so the Hindus were right." He says, "Well, no, actually, every religion is right in their own way, but the fact is that you are." Essentially, the whole thing comes to this end. You are everyone that has ever lived and that will ever live. You will be reincarnated over and over again until you have lived every human life that has ever lived and will ever live. And then you will mature to then actually be born. So essentially, this universe was created, which is the egg, for this creature, for this entity, which will eventually become a god, an omnipotent, omniscient creature. But in order for this omnipotent, omniscient creature to be born, it has to live every life that every human has ever lived. It is every human being. So he says in one scene, he says, so am I Hitler? He goes, yes. And also you are every person Hitler hurt. Am I Jesus? He says, yes, but you're also all his followers. Am I Gandhi? Yes, but you're also all his followers. Am I Mussolini? Yes, but also all the people he killed. You are everyone and everything, who's ever lived and will ever live. And you will continue to do this until you mature, and then you will be born, and you will be this deity type figure. Essentially, it's like a race of deities, as the race of gods, and this is how they're born. And
That
you
would be,
are.
I think that would be like the Elohim, where they talk about multiple gods, but it wouldn't be the one teaching would be still separate. So they would be godlike in their understanding and their nature ish, but the only true God would be the formless one, the one that never takes the form, the one that is actually orchestrating everything for these beings to go through this growth process.
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna send you guys the link.
Yeah, go for it. It sounds good, but I think it's
it's a novel thing. I discovered it first on TikTok, and then I found it again on YouTube, and it's just a very novel idea of this universe. It is all universes or all things. It's like as it explains it, it's like there's a race of omnipotent beings, kind of like the Q from Star Trek. If you guys
I love Q.
Star Trek, so it's kind of like the Q race, except in order for a Q to be born, it is encompassed initially it's in an egg, and that egg is this universe. And that universe or this egg was created for this being to mature in. And that is the process that we're going through. So every human being is just simply this deity, this creature in different forms, in order for it to mature, in order for it to understand every perspective, every, like you just said, you have a perspective, I have a perspective. It's not necessarily I know more than you do, you know more than I do. You just know different things from a different angle than I am seeing it. You're standing over at one side of this cube, I'm standing on the other side of this cube, and we can see it from different angles. So we can see it differently, even though we both have the same knowledge.
Did you watch my recent video about about free will and determinism?
Oh, no. When was that?
It was a couple of weeks ago, but it was basically the video picture is like a tree. Check that out, because what it talks about is how God is basically, we've got a journey and every decision we make branches off. But we want to get to the end, which is the good fruit. Once we have the fruit, that would be, I guess, equivalent to when God says don't eat the fruit of knowledge in the Garden of Eden. And
of knowledge of good and evil. Go ahead.
Yeah, don't eat the fruit of the knowledge of good and evil. But the devil says, oh, don't worry, you can eat it. You won't die. God's lying about that. But I'm guessing from what you're saying, if we go by that analogy of this is the egg society, even if I went on one branch in my timeline, this version of me could essentially reach that apple state, whereas your version of you could also do that as well. You don't have to go through every lifetime to get to the end. You don't have to go be you, then Jafu, then Lieutenant, and then me, and then someone else, and then someone else, and then finally get to. Everyone has the opportunity in their life to potentially go towards that fruit. And
this is enlightenment, right? This is what the Buddhists essentially say when you reach enlightenment. When
so then nirvana. That would be the growth process. So it doesn't have to be just that one being is the single one that's no. Everyone has the opportunity. I think this is why they say that, like Jesus and all these guys, they say about eternal life. They're saying that your character, the version of you that you are right now, if you want this version of you to continue existing into eternity, go down this path and find that fruit and go down and do that thing, or go down the growth process in the egg to get to that state of where you can live forever. I'm guessing. Make sense, or have I just chatted out my ass?
My brain's melting. No, it's no, it does. I understand. The thing is, I think the egg thing, the egg theory that I was talking about, and the video that I posted for you guys. Also, if Lieutenant want to give it to everyone else in the chat, please feel free. That is talking about we are all of us are a single entity. We're not separated from each other. We are all one thing, and that one thing is this God figure, which is to, and our entire goal is just simply to mature, and then essentially break out the egg and come into the next existence, the other omnipotent deity existence, not in this human existence. But that's what I think, that's what's talking about. But what you're saying is we are individuals, and within our individual,
Are you referring to a next epoch?
Yeah, I think it was the new cycle, the new game, the new version.
But I think from your perspective, yeah, we are individuals. We can all attain enlightenment. We can all go to nirvana, and that path isn't linear and it's not set by anyone. We just have to discover it for ourselves. That you make.
Yes.
Yeah.
But this is why I say go down the righteous path, the truth, love, compassion, contentment, humility, because with that, it and the experiences you have from life, I think it helps get ready for the brain meltingness. Because because there's you might have missed it, but when I started my stream earlier, I was talking about the last couple of weeks. I just had like some crazy different experiences and trying to understand deeper things while things were happening in life, and it was pushing me to my mental limits a few different times in this last year. But it was purely because I had my fallback of truth, love, compassion, contentment, humility, that I kind of kept myself sane. I think, the whole brain melting thing is very possible. I think this is why a lot of people end up going into like mental asylums, going like, oh, they're God, or you have these people that go completely egotistical and then walk around going, oh yes, I'm God, I'm God, I'm God. No. You have to remember, you have to humble yourself, humility being part of the righteous path. You are just a creation, the one above it all, the one who's actually giving energy and creating everything and manifesting it all. He is the one true God. We are part of him. Yes, we are all part of him, but we also have our own identity, which we can then continue on, if that makes sense.
Do you think that you're able to be aware of your own identity without having actually a real trial where your true character shows up? It's easy to say it when you're comfortable in your studio, you just had your meal and cigarette, whatever. Now, what happens when actually, let's say, the whole shit breaks loose?
Under pressure. Yes.
Yeah.
Pressure
test. And then the pressure, hold on, not just any pressure. The pressure that cracks you, that cracks that shell. Go ahead.
Yeah, like the make or break stuff.
Sorry, if could you just repeat the question again for me, just maybe slightly differently.
Are you able to be aware of yourself without understanding what really happens? Because the way you speak, the way you describe the process, it's very nice, but it's also very flowery and happy and all that.
Oh no, it's definitely not flowery and nice. I feel
hold
flowery
on,
nice.
Hold on. But there are moments in life, the moments in life where the pressure is unbearable. When you're first facing a real trial, real moment of truth, you are no longer able to be aware of yourself. Only a result, your actions will manifest what kind of person you really are. So it's beyond your control. It's nice to be in a Zen state and control oneself when everything's all right. But what happens when that moment of truth cracks that shell that we all have?
Okay.
What happens? Go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say, I kind of did an explanation of this earlier as well, earlier on my stream. So I was talking about the situation earlier this year where I was absolutely going bonkers. I wasn't actually going bonkers, but my mental, it was just going off the charts. And everywhere I looked, every decision I thought I could make was just like bad, 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 worse, worse, worse. And it was just like I was feeling trapped, and I was completely like, oh, this is it. This is the end. There is no other option. And it was only through actually just taking a step back, taking a breath, and connecting with God that God opened up a new path. And that gave me the understanding that regardless of how tight things get, whenever you're going to get cracked, God will always open up a path for you. If that makes sense, or answers the questions.
That's
So it's not about
such a
it's not about
situation.
me. It's not about me and the ego and me choosing the right path.
Yeah.
Turns into, no, it's in God's hands.
But does it involve only you, or involves another person, for example?
In my scenario, it involved me and another person. My decision would have affected
there you
someone
go.
else. So I had to try and find a way to make it a good decision, not just for me, but for them. And like I said, I felt like every angle I went down was just like bad, 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 bad. And I was like, okay, I can't think of anything else. I have nothing else I could give to this. I'm going to have to trust God 110% and allow him to open up a way, which he did. And the next morning I woke up and I felt like I was in a new world. I was breathing fresh air like a baby. It was like amazing. But yeah, that was my personal experience of it. So I think the trials are there to test you and push you to your limits. But because I had that truth, love, compassion, contentment, humility, all my decisions were based on those. I never chose a choice based on anger, lust, greed, attachment, pride, or fear. Those weren't in my options for a choice I could make. Because I could have made a choice following those, and I could have been like, oh, cool, I'll just do what do you know what I mean? I could have been that selfish and made a choice, and that would have taken me down a separate path that I didn't personally want to go down. So, because I was trying to use truth, love, compassion, contentment, humility, and I was like, oh, I can't find a way, God opened up a way for me. Sorry to go so deep.
Oh, sorry.
No, it's okay.
I was looking at something else.
It's a bit late, I know.
It's getting a bit late.
Yeah.
That's why I should have dropped off ages ago. The thing is, what Jay said, I think I know what he's saying, although I don't want to go down that road because it's cold and it's painful and it's horrible, and I don't like pain. So that's why. But I know what he means. It is. You see, there's a scene in Batman's Dark Knight when the Joker says, in their last moments, people show you who they really are.
Mm-hmm.
When they're about to die, you'll see them for who they actually are. Who are the cowards, who are brave, and in a weird way, that is where you find, the true character of a man is when he's been placed in such incredible hardship, pressure, pain, agony, whatever it is, mostly suffering, is where you see who you are. And I think that's what Jay was trying to get to is, have you ever been to that point in which you can actually know who you are? Do we really know who we are until we are in that place? Because unless you're at that edge, then you don't. I mean, I don't. I mean, I can brag about being brave about all sorts of shit, but in gunfire, I'm pooing my pants and I'm heading for the nearest exit.
I'd say it's a learning process where what I just described with me, what happened to me, that could possibly be a hill. And maybe in the future, when I reach a mountain, I'll probably be a different version of me, and I'll probably not make the same. Do you know what I mean? So it depends on the amount of pressure. If we were to go to the very final mountain, the very, very final highest mountain that you're literally like, I can't say. I don't know. Well, I'll have to deal with that when I get to it. But that's right now, based on the hill I'm on, I'm trying to stay
the
true.
Challenges you have before you, you're going to meet them where you are.
Yeah.
And that is it, really. That's all you can really say. You can have hypotheticals and create all sorts of imaginary situations of your brave and
Mhm.
explore your imaginary bravery of fighting, in great battles and great deeds, kind of Lord of the Rings crap. Or you can just simply take each day at a time and deal with, I don't know, small things. Maybe you have some level of reading hindrance, or maybe you got cancer. These people face these are the real battles people face. We don't all get to ride by our fellow soldiers into battle with sword in hand. That's not how reality works. The reality is the real conflicts in life, the real battles that you fight are a loss of a loved one, loss of a divorce,
Mhm.
suffering from some sort of chronic illness, or recovering from like cancer or something. Those are really the stuff we face in most average first world lives. We're not gonna be
But even that's a challenge. And
wielding a AK-47 on the back of a pickup truck in Syria anytime soon.
well, even that's a challenge. It's like if someone that you love is dying with cancer, it's like, okay, do you prioritize them or do you make it about yourself? Each one has its challenges, but it doesn't negate the fact that it's still a good challenge, and it does kind of allow you to push to be the better version of yourself. Obviously,
it exposes who you are in that moment.
I think
you will, whatever you do, however you react to that situation will show you who you are. I'll give you an example. I went to this thing called the House of Horrors. It's a 12 rooms of horror, and then there's room 13. Effectively, they torture you, more or less. It's like light torture. They make you sit in this horrific bath full of just stinky, putrid, muddy water, and then they make you eat some kind of bug, and then they just douse you with cold water for periodically, and then waterboard you lightly, and then they electrocute you lightly. I mean, it's not pleasant. It's not pleasant. Now,
I thought you said you don't like pain.
This was not my idea. My working colleagues at work kind of talked me into this bullshit, and I hate them. And I've told them ever since, I despise you all. But they kind of talked us into Halloween, basically, like, oh, let's do something for Halloween, like on this team building bullshit. And I'm like, dude, I don't want this. This is not my idea of fun for me. I'd rather be at a pub. But we did this crap. My worry the whole time, because room 1 to 12 are child's play. They're nothing. They're just bullshit. They're like jump scares and blindfold you and try to make you scare. And there's like a kid tied on a bed pretending to be the exorcist possessed and all sorts of bollocks like that. There are real actors involved. These are not like that's like animatronic. These are real people. They chuck water in your face when you're blindfolded and you don't expect it, so it's a bit of a shock. Child's play crap. I've been through. I can do that. It's like a day in a walk. I can go to Abu Ghraib and do this shit. But room 13 is proper Abu Ghraib shit. That's like proper, like, I was expecting crocodile clips on the nipples and shit. But my worry wasn't that I will be afraid and I'll quit, which I didn't. I went all the way to the last thing. Now, admittedly, there was one thing before the very last thing, but those bastards lied. But my worry was, if I go through all this and I'm not phased, I'm a psychopath and I didn't even know it. I am some sociopathic monster inside that didn't even get phased by this shit, because everyone except me and one girl quit the whole thing, because at any point you can just say the safe word, like red room, and they'll let you out. So you don't have to go through the whole thing. So at any point you can say the safe word and they'll let you out. Me and only one other person made this, and I'm convinced she's psycho. I know she's fucking, unhinged. So I know why she made it, but I was worried about myself, that this is a teaching moment for me. Am I a sociopath? If I get through this without even being remotely upset and phased about this, I'm fucking Hannibal Lecter, and I didn't even know it. But what I'm trying to express is that I think what Jay was saying is, in that moment, or moments of extremeness, you realize something, discover something about yourself that you sometimes even didn't want to have. You didn't want to be that person, this sociopathic psychopath who can be electrocuted. And I will tell you, the last test was they were going to put electrodes on my testicles, and that was the line in which I was not willing to cross. But I did say, but I said, and they said to me, it's just going to be for like a few seconds. I'm like, yeah, but I might want to have children sometime at some point in the future. And I don't want them to come out with like their hairs, with like static electricity standing on end. So I said no to that, but I discovered that was a lie. They wouldn't actually do it. They just tell you. And then if you just say, yeah, let's go ahead with it, they're like, okay, well done, you passed. So that was actually a bit of a trick that they did. But I was there. And I was thinking about, should I have electrodes attached to my testicles? I even thought about it. So I feel I'm a bit worried about myself. Let's put it that way. I try to be a better man every day.
Hold on. Let me put you at ease. It's perfect timing for it too. It's this late. I hear what you're saying, and I do appreciate the joyful mode. So I'm going to play right into it. When you're actually going to go through through that crack that you don't know anything about yourself, one of the things you experience is that you are capable of being an angel and a beast at the same time.
Yes.
At the same time. And that is a mind-blowing experience. You can have an angelic mind and you have the mind of the beast. And this is uncontrollable. I don't know how many people can understand what I'm saying, and it's okay if they don't. And I wish them they do not experience that. But I think that's when a real ride begins, because I tell you why. You realize, and you said something in your light-hearted mood, you said something very important. No, you're not going to find out that you are a psycho. You're going to find a sanity within insanity. And that's why you're going to be able to experience such an extreme between an angel and a beast. It's not that the mind is playing tricks on you. That's some nonsense. It's the sharpness, of one's own existence, because all that illusion that we built upon ourselves falls away. It all falls away. Whatever you acquired from your parents, good and bad, whatever you acquired from school, from your friends, those who inspired you, the books, all falls away. Everything falls away. There's just that pendulum, and and then it becomes a question: can you handle that? I don't know if that makes. I don't know if that's. I know it's late. I hope. I don't know. Maybe there's not many listeners now, but this revelation, tell you, if you're gonna experience it, you will know what I'm talking about.
But once you experience
now
it,
I'm gonna laugh.
once you experience it, is it a state that you stay in, or is it a state that you only kind of experience briefly?
Well, for me, sorry, go on.
No, go ahead.
No, I say for me, that experience did actually, like, you're right. I mean, I know I kind of, because the thing is, I'll be honest, I never take anything too seriously on the internet. For me, everything is it has a comedic angle to it. But the serious part of this is that, yes, I did learn something about myself. And you're right, what you said, Jay, in regards to you understand yourself. You can both be the monster and the angel. This is something, actually, an expression that a lot of the people in Andrew Tate guys say, a man has to be the character that can slit a throat in the morning and hold a baby at night. You have to be both the protector and the destroyer. Yeah, you have to build as well as destroy, all in one facet. Essentially, you are the monster and the angel, and all in one. And yes, I discovered that I can push myself to that limit. I could do that. I could be an extremely violent and monstrous individual, and it's I think for me anyway, it's been a lifetime of effort through martial arts. For me, it's always been martial arts related, to recognize the gentleness that that the control you must have over the monster. The you have to keep the monster caged. You can't just let the monster loose. And whatever methods you find as a man to do that, then that's your method. For me, it's always been fighting arts. That's my channel towards keeping the monster. But it is the monster, and it is the human. I compare it to the Wolfman analogy, where you have the uncontrollable beast and the man. And the man is always fighting and pulling and pushing against the beast and doesn't want the beast to be uncaged. And there is actually a segment in Buddhism, which I'm trying to find again because I read it years ago, which talks about exactly that. When you look into the mirror and you see yourself and you drop your ego, your all the facade, what they call it, fronting. Back in the day, they used to call it fronting in the hip hop world and stuff in the streets. All the facade, all the ego, all the arrogance and everything. I mean, it's all ego anyway. It's vanity and ego. It's all this stuff that you put in front. Once you drop all of that and you see yourself naked in the mirror for what you are, then you can actually see the man that you are, the person that you are. But you have to, it takes tremendous effort and work. The Buddhists meditate on this crap for years. I am but a mortal man. I can't. I have so much ego and vanity. Christ, I'm on the internet and I'm on social media. That's all just constantly feeding my ego and vanity. And I know it, and I like it. I enjoy it. But the fact is, I'm not blind to it. I'm not unaware of why these things appeal to me, because they appeal to my ego and vanity. But yeah, it's hard. It's very hard. Bruce Lee, there's an interview with Bruce Lee, the only one of the only ones after he did the Big Boss, and he says to ultimately martial arts is to honestly express yourself, to honestly put yourself naked, vulnerable out there, and say, this is me. I'm not doing this for ego. I'm not doing this for vanity and showing off. And this is just the honest me.
Expression of self.
The expression of the honestly, without any ego, without any facade. That is incredibly hard to do. No one wants to be that vulnerable, because that puts you in a very vulnerable position at the same time. Human beings don't want to be that vulnerable to express them. You do that to maybe someone you're in love with, like a handful of times in your existence. Maybe your mom, maybe your brothers, whoever you feel absolutely close to and you trust them. Because when you do that, when you're honestly, vulnerably, nakedly putting yourself into the world, people can use that and hurt you terribly. And spouses do that to each other all the time when they're deeply in love. So to do that, I personally, for me, I think I could only do it a handful of times, and I've only ever done it once with a person that I was deeply in love with. If I can be absolutely honest about, I can't do it to everyday, average people. There's no way, because they would use that against you and they would tear you apart, and you would, psychologically, they could destroy you. So it's a hard thing to do. I'm sorry, I went on.
No, it's good. I think, Chifu, you wanted to say something as well?
Well, we just heard a lot about Banksy. Even if you didn't say much, you said a lot.
No, he definitely said a lot, but I wanted to see if you wanted to add to it or anything, because I wanted to add to what he said as well, but I just thought I'd give you an opportunity.
Go ahead. You go ahead.
I was just going to say that you need to become friends with the dark side. That part of you is, that beast inside of you is as much as part of you as the good side. It's about the two melding into one, I think. That's my personal thing on that. What do you think?
You're talking about the yin and yang now. You see, yes. It's all in there. So.
If you want to see who you are, you have to see the whole, not just the part that you like. You have to see the whole together.
I would
yeah.
go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, I'd like to chip in and then I'll give it to you, Jay. I don't know if you've heard of it, but there's a book called The Chimp Paradox by Dr. Stu Peters.
No.
I recommend you all read that. And that covers your emotional mind, your logical mind, and your computer mind, and all the rest of it. And the emotional mind is described as the chimp, which is the dark, very naughty, when let to wreak havoc, will wreak havoc.
Mm-hmm.
And it teaches you how to observe it and how to give it what it needs without letting it take the reins. So it's got a lot to do with your internal narrative as well, but how you treat yourself. And being aware of that. That's all I'll say on it. I recommend reading that. But it sounds very similar to what you're saying, Demands. I mean, I don't know if I could ever love the dark side, but certainly not to
there's a certain part of you that likes your naughty side,
there's
right?
a part of it that gets honoured.
There's a part of you that likes your naughty side, right? You're like, oh, I'm a little
Who
bit
doesn't?
key or
Yeah,
whatever.
yeah.
You know what I mean? It's just that, but it's just obviously over time you see the deeper and deeper levels to it, and you don't judge it. You just accept, okay, this is kind of, I can understand this dark side of me. It takes a while. It takes a while, and I wouldn't recommend it for everyone. But
what it is for me is I have an awareness of how dark it can go and the impact that it can have, not just on me, but on anyone and everyone. And so for me, I mean, in the Bible, it's described as taming the flesh.
Mm-hmm.
Right? It's the unclean side of the unclean spirits can impact us via our emotions, which is all related to the flesh, whereas the logical mind is more related to the spiritual side of ourselves. But I'll hand it over to Jay now, because that's all I really want to say about that. Jay?
Well, I appreciate what you said. I would like to show a different view to what Daman is saying. It's not that we have made ourselves, if we continue with that subject of a beast and an angel, it's not that we made ourselves to be like that. It's not that the world has created us into it.
No, it's just who we are.
The world has created a shell that covers that. And what I was talking about, when that thing breaks out, and one realizes the spectrum. And I don't think it's about oneself then. I think it's about then another, meaning another human being. Can another human being then truly love somebody who sees a beast and an angel in one? Because I guarantee you,
isn't that the sorry?
There'll be something that Banks you speak about. But the naked person, such a person who will be revealed, who will be tried to covering oneself from every possible side, because the mind would be in the open. Now imagine, let's say, somebody with such a realization. Imagine that our minds would be visible, and then from that point of view, only the divine could say, "I still love you." Human beings, regular human beings who are still locked in that shell, they would run for the hills.
Yes.
They would not want to have anything to do with somebody like this. Because the only thing they would see, even if there would be so many angelic acts performed, there still would be all would be clouded with all the action of the other side. And the people are like, I'm not going to take that risk. I'm out of here. And that's it. You understand what I mean? And then is the question. The question is there another one in the human form, another human being who would say, I still love you. Even if I see all the things, I still love you. Of course, mother to the son. Of course, I know mother to son or father to daughter. Yeah,
Yeah.
sure.
But you're
But I'm talking about two adults.
Yeah.
Let's say man and woman.
The only way I can see it is the one that's also seen their dark side, and you show each other your dark side, and you accept each other for who you are.
Would you show your dark side?
Sorry?
Would you show your dark side?
Yeah, if I had to, if there's a reason for it. I'm not going to just show my dark. Like earlier, I told Big Nose to shut the fuck up. Like, I have no problem letting the dark side come out when I need it to come out.
That's your dark side.
Well,
that's your dark side.
That's the tip of the iceberg of the dark side. But that's all I need to let out. It's just me just okay, and then it reins back in because I don't like to be in that dark side mode. I appreciate it. It's useful for when it needs to be there, but it's not a state of being I like to be in. If that makes sense.
The man, you're nothing but an angel.
No. I am pure evil. Pure evil. Trust me. I like to do all the naughty things like everyone else.
We're not going to compete on who's the most evil here.
I just don't like being it's like pedestal.
It's like totally took a wrong turn, didn't it?
But yeah, I would say that the one who has shown their dark side to you and you've shown your dark side to them and you accept each other because you've not come from a place of the human understanding, but you've both done that work separately on yourselves, seen the deeper parts of yourselves, that when you came together, you weren't at odds at each other and trying to run away. You accepted each other and you were able to create something new and everlasting. And I think that's what they call twin souls or twin flames or soulmates. I think that would be that in that situation. I told you, life is all about love. It's all about love. Yes, it's about growth, but it's a growth to find love with
all
the people
you
around
need
you
is love.
and God.
All you need is love.
Love.
God is love.
Love is all you need. Is that from Moulin Rouge?
It's the Beatles, isn't it?
Oh, the Beatles. I think they sang it in Moulin Rouge as well.
Maybe. Oh God, I'm old. If I knew I did it straight from the Beatles, and I'm like, oh God, other people don't even. It's as you get older, you start to realize you make references which you thought were pop culture references, but people think you're reading a history book. And then you realize how old you actually are. Oh my God. It's actually similar to the Avengers movies. I don't know if you've seen the one with Civil War, and Spider-Man makes this reference. He goes, there was this really old movie where this guy tied up another guy, this big machine's legs, and he's referring to Star Wars.
Yeah.
And Captain America says to Iron Man, "Oh my God, how old is this kid, Stark?" And Stark goes, "I don't know. I didn't carbon date him."
Wow. Yeah, no, I love that. It does happen more often than not nowadays, but I think that's a natural part of getting older.
There was a scene in one of the latter American Pie films. Again, I don't know if anyone's seen that film, but they made one like a reunion one decade like after the original. No. It was American Pie reunion.
Okay.
I think it was actually where the original cast kind of got together, because the other ones were like just like just either Stifler or one or two characters, but this was most of them. Anyway, the kid, the one who was trying to sleep with that really hot foreign girl, the main character, the main protagonist, Jim. Anyway, he drops off this young girl like as a babysitter. She used to be like really a child when they were at school and everything, and then in this movie she's like 17, 18, and he goes, a Spice Girl music track comes on the radio, and he tells her, goes, "Oh, do you like this?" She goes, "Yeah, I like classic rock." I like classic rock. Spice Girls. Oh my God, I'm old.
We're
Oh
all
my
getting
God,
there.
I'm old.
We're all getting there.
I am so old. The thing is, I like when I was a kid, literally from 12, 13, I listened to 2 albums. Queen, Greatest Hits, Jimi Hendrix. Again, like greatest hit type of a compilation. Those have been my go-to track sort of albums for all my life almost. And they were before my time, so I consider them old music then. But now, stuff that came out like Tupac's California Love when I was sort of 20s, people consider that to be classical music now. I'm like, oh my God, I was alive when that came out. I was literally at a club dancing to that track, or Dr. Dre stuff, or all the Eminem sort of stuff. And this is the hip hop genre, obviously. Guns N' Roses stuff. All these sort of 2 Unlimited. I don't know if you guys know. I actually met 2 Unlimited. You don't even know what I'm talking about. This.
Oh wow! Yes, I know who you're on about.
You know what I mean? No. There's no limit. Yes. I met them in a club. I was boogieing to that track.
Oh my God!
I am old.
Stop saying the O word anyway. It's not
Oh
allowed.
my God! Oh my
You're
God.
only as old as you feel.
The woman you hold. That's why I'm only following the Muhammad's strict guidelines to dating.
I'll have it.
Muhammad's Guide to Dating. It's the only one I follow. Oh my God. Oh, that was wrong. I'm sorry for the Muslims.
Yes,
that was very
wrong. Right, guys, it's coming up to the witching hour. 4 minutes to 3.
Have a good evening, everyone. It's been it's been wonderful.
Yeah, it's been a pleasure.
It has. It's been lovely just sitting chatting. So
thank you all. Hope you have a
Thank you.
Take care. Bye, chat.
good night and God bless you both. And Banksy's gone as well already.
Yeah.
And
Bye.
I'll say ravioli. Good night and God bless. Masood Ibrahim. Governor 24. Me. Who else? Major Keys.
Still streaming.
Good night, Banksy. Good night, Demands. Good night, Captain Drew. Good night, Rose. Good night, Secrets. You went a bit weird on us in there. Good night, Major K. Who else? We had Steppy in there earlier.
I almost forgot I was streaming on my thing as well. Cool. Thanks for joining in. I hope you enjoyed the show. I hope you guys have an amazing evening. Thank you for joining. I'm the Dust of Feet of God's servants. Holy God is special. Good night. Love you. Goodbye.